as they would be potentially if Bo Nix were in the game. Is this?
Ooh-wee! The revenge will never end from the dawn as the Lakers top the Mavs in the final minutes to break up their win streak. And yes, Tolos, there's still snow on the ground. And a little breaking news to start your morning. Welcome into 105.3 The Fan. A little technical difficulties, a little Gators in the Pimp Cup, but we have no worry because we know our guy Trevor Beck has got them down and got them handled. Despite me and Chris Honnold being cozy in our little homes, we know Trevor Beck is going to do his absolute best. Good morning, gentlemen. I hope that y'all are having a fantastic morning. I know I am staying warm in my home. I hope all the Tolos are as well. CA, you look pretty cozy over there.
Oh, yeah. Watch the hatchy. By the way, where are you, Kevin?
I'm all the way in Fort Worth.
All right. See, this is the magic of radio these days. And Trevor, major props to you because, again, we could not do this if it weren't for you making the journey into the studios, handling things on the ones and twos in the Pimp Cup. And again, because of all the different moving parts, and people know because of this weather, this crazy weather, we're just lucky to even be on the air. Did you guys know there are over 2,000 power outages in Tarrant County alone this morning and 861 customers without power in Dallas County? This is as of this morning. Let me say something. You can look around. I don't know about you, Kevin, but it's like sunny in Waxahachie. I don't know if it's sunny in Fort Worth.
Oh, yeah.
And Trevor, you can tell us where you are in North Dallas or whether by LBJ.
Looks real pretty over here, I'll tell you, fellas.
Nice.
It looks pretty outside.
We're here. Yeah, we're here. We want to ask all the Tolos, 877-881-1053. That's the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. What does it look like where you are? Have you stepped outside yet? It is 14 degrees.
14 degrees. Make sure you bundle up before you step outside. It is crazy. And again, big thanks to Trevor. He did an incredible job trying to get us back on.
Thank Chris Ordat
fantastic.
Too, because Chris Ordat is a magician as well. So I just did a good job calling him.
Fantastic. It's all teamwork. And again, that's the way we roll with Odyssey. And that's how we roll with the Tolos too. 469 is already texting in. He says, out here working HVAC, helping people without heat. Again, I mentioned there are people who have no power, and we got Tolos out there in these sliding streets, slick streets, helping each other on a Sunday morning. Easy like a Sunday morning. One other note real quick, Kevin, about this weather. Because it is sunny in different parts of Dallas, Fort Worth, and North Texas, that means the snow or ice that's on tree limbs is going to melt, and that's where power outages happen. I think later in the show, we're going to hear from Dan Brunoff, the ace chief meteorologist from KRLD, who's right down the hall.
Yeah, fantastic, and we'll definitely dive into more of the weather discussion later with Dan, and I know CA, he'll have his own weather updates. But let's go ahead and get into the sports, gentlemen. Adam Schefter gave us a little bit of a breaking news this morning, just as we were about to start the show. Jonathan Gannon, a guy that some Cowboys are worried about becoming the defensive coordinator here. Well, we don't have to worry about it. We got our guy, Christian Parker. We'll talk about that here in about 20 minutes or so. But Jonathan Gannon goes to the Green Bay Packers as their defensive coordinator. He's going to get to handle Micah Parsons and that whole defensive squad. So Jonathan Gannon, that's the Packers' problem, not the Cowboys' problem.
Like this, the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals was the defensive coordinator for the Eagles a couple of seasons ago when they went to the Super Bowl and lost to the Kansas City Chiefs. That was like 3 or 4 years ago. But the bottom line is there is a fear in Frisco from the fan base. Oh, my God, that's not who we want. We want the coordinator from Denver. Let me tell you something. I think you got somebody better than the coordinator from Denver. I think CP, the new DC, is going to show a lot of people how a 34-year-old thinks and gets the buy-in from his players. We'll talk about that next segment.
Yeah, we are going to talk about that next segment, and we'll talk about some of the praise that he got coming up later in the program. We'll detail a little bit more about that Rangers trade if the Tolos weren't able to hear about it. And for those of you that are betting fans, because I know that you are out there, especially when you're snowed in your home, you're like, what can I do with my $10? Well, I'll give you all the things you need to know for the conference championship games tonight. And maybe just tell you some of the crazy, wacky odds going on for the Super Bowl. We have to have a CA Stories Confidential, so we'll get to that top 5 later in the program. So we'll break down a little bit more of all of that. We will play some Luka audio in his return to the Mavericks. A L for the Mavericks, 116-110. It really felt like the Mavs played a good game overall, but there towards the end, the Lakers came out really strong in the fourth quarter, a 27-6 run in the final 5.5 minutes. CA, you were there for it. I mean, give us your perspective.
Let me just set the scene, because that's what people, let's slow down, Kevin. It's a Sunday. Just slow down. Don't power through things. It's a Sunday morning and people want to hear the atmosphere. They want to hear how the players and the emotions were, how the fans' emotions were, especially since this was only the second time that the Mavericks took on the Lakers with Luka in Dallas. They've faced them 3 times earlier. This is the 4th time. Now Luka is 4-0. But let me set the stage. Unlike last year, where there was a whole lot of emotion and tears, and everybody was, the return of Luka, and he put on a show, and they showed the video on the screen, and everybody was crying, and Luka was crying. You won't believe this, but the fans were very enthusiastic for Luka, but they were also very enthusiastic for the Mavericks and Cooper Flag. When both of those guys were introduced, for Luka, got a big ovation when they introduced him first for the Lakers. Sean, he did a great job there. And then he introduces the Mavericks like always. And when they mentioned Cooper Flag, place went nuts. And as you know, because it was a snow, sleet, dangerous weather situation, we really didn't know how many people were going to show up. I would guarantee, I don't have the official total, but I promise you it had to be 15 to 17,000 people there, which was shocking, because you would think most people would stay at home and watch it on ABC. It was a nationally televised game, and you would think, nobody would really go. When I took my chances out on these highways, strategically worked this thing out, because like I said, I love meteorology, and I like chasing storms and weather conditions, and me and Dan Brunoff are real good friends, so I always check all the different things, the traffic, and by the way, if you don't know this, it's always worse north of LBJ. Just saying, when it comes to weather and cold, it's always worse north of LBJ. Well, I would live south of 20, so it worked out perfectly fine for me. We'll get into that a little bit later. But the atmosphere was electric, and there was, by the way, I'm going to mention this later in the show, but I'm going to say it now. There's a certain 2-time World Series MVP that was sitting at the game too. Yes, Seager was there.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, all kinds of people were at the game. Again, this is Luka's return for the second time. This was, I think, Jason Kidd said it best after the game. The page has been turned with both teams. Everybody loves Luka. Luka is one of the greatest players. He's the leading vote getter in the NBA All-Star weekend game, and he's also the leading scorer in the NBA. He's having a nice season. The Lakers are having a dicey season, and the Mavericks went into this game having won 4 straight games in blowout fashion, including big wins over the Knicks and over Golden State. So it was like, okay, this is good. It's not like the Mavericks suck and the Lakers are on fire. They're playing like Oklahoma City. No, this was like anything could happen. And lo and behold, this game was wild. It was great. It was a game. If you were at that game, it was just electric, because in the first half, it was going back and forth. It's like a playoff game. And towards the half, it was like, guess what? The Lakers pulled off to a big lead. And at the end of the half, a crazy thing happened. Luka threw an alley-oop pass to DeAndre Jordan. He failed, and the buzzer sounded. He starts walking into the locker. He started walking towards the Mavericks locker. It's like, wait, whoa. Then he turned around. Oh, my bad. Kind of tapped his head and turned around and went the other direction. That can happen. And by the way, Luka stayed in his own home. He still has a house down here. I don't know how often he comes back, but when he did come back for this game, he stayed in his own house and not at the Lakers hotel. So with those things in mind, getting towards the X's and O's, we got all kinds of highlights. Just know this. The Mavericks, with their guys who were not injured on this 4-game winning streak, led by Max Christie, who's the steal of the Luka AD trade, by the way. Nobody gave him credit for being anything but a throw-in. No. And even even his former coach, J.J. Redick, was giving him massive props on how he's developed, and he's the kind of guy that could do that. Well, put it like this. The Mavericks, healthy guys. And then you add in P.J. Washington, who came back, and Daniel Gafford came back, and they seemed a little rusty. They weren't really helping the team. The guys who had won those 4 straight, they shut down the Lakers in the third quarter to their worst period this season. The Lakers only scored 14 points. Not done that the entire season. So the Mavericks had the lead. They caught up. They had a 15-point lead in the fourth quarter. And then that's when Luka said, y'all must have forgot. Kevin?
Yeah, I mean, that's when they forgot. But I have to correct you because you said Max Christie, but I think some people are actually calling him Max Chris 3 because he's been fire from behind the arc. 24 points from him, 21 from the birthday boy, the knife, Najee Marshall. And Brandon Williams just continues to impress. He just continues to impress. 20 points from him off the bench.
Off the bench.
When you watch him play, the way that he kind of just operates the team, he operates the offense, he operates on the defensive side of the ball. You get some really promising looks, some really promising things from Brandon Williams. And I think with a guy like him, we've seen some spurts from Ryan Nembhard as well. You have to feel pretty comfortable with what life after Kyrie Irving, whenever that might be. You have to feel pretty comfortable about what life without after Kyrie Irving might look like.
This is what's so great about B. Will. He is Kyrie's personal protege. That's Kyrie's basically his little brother. Last year when Kyrie got hurt, Kyrie was always talking to the Mavs on FaceTime on B. Will's phone before the game when he had his surgery up in New York. So just know he patterns his whole game about Kyrie. Nobody can be Kyrie, but you get those moments, you get those styles that makes the transition a little easier. Also, Cooper Flagg had a nice game. Wasn't spectacular, but he was solid, and he made some big plays when he had to. 16 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists, I believe. Something like that. You might have the exact stats, but Cooper Flagg looked solid. Unfortunately for the Mavericks, the Lakers flipped the switch, and it wasn't like Luka personally doing this. Rui Hachimura, Hachimura. This dude wasn't doing anything the whole game, and all of a sudden he hits 2 threes. And unfortunately, like I said, PJ seemed like he was rusty. He fouled him on a 3. And then Marcus Smart, Dallas's own Flower Mound Marcus Smart. He's with the Lakers now. He puts a putback in, and the Lakers come from behind, and they win this game by 6 points. Mavericks had a 15-point lead with 6 minutes to play. And I truly think it wasn't. And by the way, Mavericks fans were cheering their team more than just Luka getting his props. They were cheering Luka on his highlights, right? But they were cheering every play, big play, every run the Mavericks made. And don't get me wrong, this is like when the Spurs play or when it's a takeover by the other team. When I say the Spurs will take over the building. Laker fans take over the building. This is what was happening. A lot of Laker fans bought the tickets that Maverick fans weren't going to go to because of the weather, whatever. It was like half and half. But it's like I said, it happens all the time. It used to happen with Miami Heat when LeBron was in town. By the way, LeBron had 17, and so did Marcus Smart to help Luka with it. I think Luka had 33 points or something like that. Luka was solid like Luka does. But I'm going to tell y'all something. I think everybody's more comfortable now. And we talk about the tribute video for Luka last year. This year, because he did a great job. This year, Maxi Kleber got the tribute. And it was amazing. And Maxi loved it. And he told me to tell everybody he was so, thrilled and so excited. He had no idea it was coming. I said, they try to make you cry too, man.
They try to make him cry. Well, we'll dive into more of the Mavs game. I think
get some more Luka in particular. Right?
Yeah, we got a ton of Luka audio that we're going to get to because I think you detailed it perfectly. The emotions were a little bit more in check this time around for not only Mavs fans, but Luka as well. And like I said, we'll get to that audio around 11 o'clock. But coming up next, CP is the DC. But what's the latest on the Cowboys offseason? That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey iHeartRadio app.
Promo code TOLO, TOLO, to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5. That's code TOLO to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
This segment of 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Well, the defensive coordinator situation's been figured out for the Dallas Cowboys as 34-year-old Christian Parker gets the nod, but still to figure out, well, that's going to be the defensive staff, as we got a report earlier this week from Todd Archer that we're going to detail here in just a minute. Welcome into 105.3 The Fan. It's a snowy Sunday morning as we get you prepped and ready to go for the conference championships. My name is Kevin Walker, alongside the three-time Hall of Famer who really doesn't need any introduction. I know you Tolos know all about Mr. Chris Honnold, CA. And behind the glass on the 1, 2s, and 3s, Trevor Beck's doing an incredible job as me and CA sit in our comfy homes. And Trevor did the treacherous drive to Dallas. We'll chat with him here in a little bit about how that was.
Hey, Kevin.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think the rest of the show, we need to kumbaya with the Tolos and let know where we are, because it's a shout out. So I'm in Waxahachie. Where are you?
I am in Alliance of the Fort Worth area, because I could say Fort Worth, but it's so massive. There's so many different parts of Fort Worth. So let's dwindle it down a little bit. Exactly. It's DFW. So I'm in the Alliance area of Fort Worth. So let's see.
North
here. We got some text. Yeah, North Fort Worth. So we got some text.
Real quick. Trevor, where did you drive in from?
Murphy, Texas. Anybody know where Murphy is?
Oh, seriously, did you drive all the way to the station?
I did. I drove all the way through the station, or to the station.
Where's Murphy, for those who don't know?
It's right next to Plano, or if you know where Wiley is, it's right next to Wiley. So
Allen and Wiley and up there,
Yeah, it was a little bit of a drive. My mom was texting me this morning, giving me a hard time, saying, "Why are you going to work? Why are you going?" I'm like, "Mom, I got to do my job. I love this."
That's right. Well, we appreciate all your work and all the Tolos. So, Kevin, you about to shout out to the Tolos.
Yeah, a bunch of Tolos been texting in this morning. So 877-881-1053. Y'all keep blowing it up because we know it. We know we love whenever y'all text in. 214, morning fellas. Woody here. Not heading to church this morning, but we were going to watch it remotely. So shout out, get your blessings. And then they're going to eat a big old brunch and enjoy this Sunday at home, which I think that's the perfect way to enjoy your Sunday. Just enjoy your weekend. Championship Sunday. But before you dive into the football, spend time with the family, make them feel important before you separate yourself and you get your brews open and you start watching some football. I think it's the perfect way to go about it. 972, they're working Lyft in far north Dallas. So
hey, be careful.
Shout out to you.
Feeding the hungry, keeping people off the streets. I love what you're doing.
I love it.
Oh, got an Uber driver the same way.
Yeah, I was just about to get to that. Uber driver out from the 716 said the roads are a little bit better than yesterday so far. From the 817, Godfather and Kevin. Morning, gentlemen. Thinking about getting out and going to the gym in a bit. Shout out to you. Something about being told I had to stay in makes me want to get out. Adam in Arlington texting in. So thank you, Adam, for texting in. From 360, that fourth quarter was embarrassing for the Mavericks, especially on national TV. So stay tuned for the breakdown on that at 11 a.m.
Let me tell you why it wasn't embarrassing. It was disappointing, but let me tell you why it wasn't embarrassing. It wasn't like the Mavericks are the Knicks or Oklahoma City or a Power. You see where I'm going with this? Right. It was a damn shame, but you could see all of the effort. The Mavericks lead the NBA in clutch games, which means you've won or lost a game by 5 points within the last 5 minutes, which means this isn't Utah. This isn't Charlotte. This isn't Chicago. You don't see the Mavericks getting blown out. That game, the final score was they lose by 6 points, but at the same time, they were going against a team a lot of people consider a contender. I don't think the Lakers are a contender, but there are people who say, okay, you got LeBron, you got Luka, you got AK. You ought to be able to do some things. So it wasn't embarrassing. I think the best description is it was just a damn shame. But the crowd let me tell you something. They showed up on that weather. I was impressed for all the fans that showed up in that building. 18,000 strong.
Yeah, I think that's what the 817 is talking about. They're saying that it was 19,000 people showing up in the stand. I mean, it's amazing. I'm hoping everybody got there safely and got back safely, because I know these conditions can be treacherous, and us Texans aren't all too familiar with the snowy conditions. We get these kinds of times every now and then. So I hope everybody got there safely, got home safely to the game, and had a fun time. But going back to the Cowboys discussion, and like I said, 877-881-1053, y'all keep blowing up, and we'll keep shouting you out. Todd Archer was active this week talking about the Cowboys and their defensive staff. So he put out a tweet on January 23rd saying defensive line coach Aaron Whitecotton, he's drawing interest from the Tennessee Titans on their defensive coordinator job. And the Cowboys are going to interview Marcus Dixon, who has been with Minnesota. He played for the Cowboys in 2008 through 2010 and was with our new DC, Christian Parker, during their time in Denver. He also put it like this as you go through these. I'm not going to talk elaborately about this with Nick Harris at 11 o'clock. Or what time is Nick on? We don't have Nick Harris on today. I'm sorry. We've got, who do you got? We got a Cowboy Insider. Cowboys. Yeah, we might have a Cowboy Insider. It was an early text this morning, so we'll see if he comes through. Okay.
Well, with that being said, we will elaborate. I will say about the guy from Minnesota, Marcus. He is a Brian Flores disciple. So everybody who wished they could get Brian Flores, because he's probably going to be a head coach somewhere or stay with Minnesota, guess what? You're going to get some of his knowledge if we're able to steal Marcus to join CP down here. That's sign me up for that. The Cowboys are going to also interview Eagles assistant linebacker coach Ronell Williams, who was the team's nickel cornerback coach in 2023, and his background with Christian Parker. So, and then there was a report that Christian Parker is going to be able to do what he wants to with this staff. Everybody that is on there has to re-interview for their position. So I think it's really exciting. Yeah, I think it's really exciting that, look, hey, you're our DC. Doesn't matter that you're 34 years old. Doesn't matter that you've never called plays. We're excited about this. Brian Schottenheimer has to be excited about this, and we're going to let you take the reins. We're going to let you make these decisions. Talk about Christian Parker interviewing these guys. For one, I'm excited. I am optimistic about what the Cowboys defense could look like next year. I think this is puzzle piece number one of what needs to be next, which is the drafting process. Christian Parker needs to be in that room when we're on 12, when we're on board for 20, and we're taking hopefully back-to-back defensive players. I think that, but like I said, I think this is step one of a very important process to fixing this defense. Yes, and I think it's the fact that you're giving him some autonomy there is somewhat unique with the Dallas Cowboys. Through the years, and I've covered this team since 1980, through the years, especially with Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones and the front office, half the time, the coach, head coach, or the coordinators inherit the staff that the front office picks, or the staff that was already in place, or former Cowboys that they said, well, no, we like this guy. He knows what this team is all about, and he can help inspire these guys, or we're going to help him get a job, or whatever it is. It's like, no, if you're trying to go to the Super Bowl, let Shotty have his hands on it. And then Shotty say, you know what? CP, Christian Parker, that's the guy. And so that is the guy, and he's going to be able to put his staff together. All the assistant coaches right now, I think some of them are down in Alabama getting ready for that game. Seek a job elsewhere, but if you get a job, you better take it, because we can't guarantee you'll be back. Yeah. And, for some of the Tolos that may want to know a little bit more about Christian Parker's background. So he spent some time at the college ranks. Again, he's only 34 years old, but his resume is quite outstanding, I must admit. Spent some time in the college ranks, including some time at Virginia State, Norfolk State, did some stints with Notre Dame and Texas A&M. Got with the Packers in 2019 and 2020. He was their defensive quality control coach. That's where he first started helping out with Jair Alexander and what ended up being a successful season, a successful couple of seasons for him. Then went to the Denver Broncos, where he was the defensive backs coach, where he specialized during his time in Philly as well. Tell me if this name sounds familiar. He helped out
Patrick Surtain II to become a multiple-time All-Pro cornerback from his time there, 2021 through 2023. And then his recent stint with the Philadelphia Eagles, or the Filthy Eagles. He was their passing game coordinator and defensive backs coach, and helped guys like Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, and others. And he's been getting a lot of praise on social media. A lot of guys have been talking really highly about him. Some people even say, look, enjoy him while you have him, talking to the Cowboys. This guy could be a head coach one day. Easily.
In fact, this was so good about this. I think that the Cowboys players on defense didn't have buy-in with Eberflus. You're seeing that he's getting credibility from and turning other guys into all pros and pro bowlers. That's called buy-in. In other words, he can speak their language and put them in positions to maximize their abilities. That's the first thing he was saying in some of these interviews that Bobby Belt found and posted on his social media. And Bobby Belt has been all over this Christian Parker thing. We might talk to Bobby if we don't get that Cowboys insider, because Bobby's got a wealth of knowledge on Christian Parker. He's been doing some major homework on him. But to me, part of the reason that was the worst Cowboys defense in franchise history was because you didn't get total buy-in with your defensive coordinator. And again, Eberflus might be a great for this particular team.
No, I couldn't agree any more with you. And if we could get Bobby Belt on, man, that would be fantastic, because who better to go to than him? All right, coming up next, he did it. He actually did it. And I really hope you watched. It's the Sports Mashup next on The Fan.
You still thinking job change in the new year? Yeah.
on-time experts, Best Buy Windows and Siding, Wild Fork Foods, and your favorite entertainment travel companions. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
I will not fault you if you watch the Dallas Mavericks over what might have been an incredible historic event that took place yesterday, but we'll get to that in just a moment. Welcome into 105.3 The Fan. It's a snowy Sunday morning. My name is Kevin Walker. I'm broadcasting from North Fort Worth. I'm alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Honnold, who's cozy in his home, and we got Trevor Beck behind the glass on the 1, 2s, and 3. CA, where you? There he is. Stand up, Waxahachie. All right, gentlemen, I know that we may not be the biggest of bettors, but I could not help but talk about what I found on Twitter. I call it Twitter. I'm not ever going to call it X. 877-881-1053. Text in who your favorite is to win next year's college football national championship because...
Wait a minute. Next year's college
Next year? It's already ready. Shout out to Circa Sports, who put together a championship odds, and I'm talking about every single team you can think of, including my North Texas Mean Green, who are at plus 500,000 odds to win the national championship next year. So maybe I'll put 50 cents down, see what happens. Gentlemen, if I had to ask you to guess who might be favored to win next year's national championship, who would you say?
I would say Indiana.
And I would say that you're correct.
What?
Plus 650. Indiana is favored to win next year's national championship. Again, this is according to Circa Sports from the 469. Texas Tech. No, I'm so sorry to tell you, but Texas Tech is a little bit further down the list. They are at plus 1,400. They have the 8th best overall odds, I do believe. Yeah, no, they have the 8th best odds to win the national championship.
Can I say this real quick? Can I say this real quick?
Of course.
The reason I was picking Indiana, not only are they now a destination location for college football, and their coach is, a genius, but they got TCU's quarterback Hoover. And Hoover ain't no joke. It's no different than when they got Mariota and slotted him from Cal. Not Mariota. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I think Josh Hoover. Yeah, I think Josh Hoover could really put himself, I'm going to say, on the map, because I think locally here in the DFW and here in Texas, we know about Josh Hoover. We know about what he did at TCU. He's a really solid passer. He's a really solid quarterback overall. But I think what he could do for Indiana, what he could do for that program, he could prove that it wasn't just a Fernando Mendoza thing. It wasn't just a one-year wonder for Curt Cignetti. So I think it could be a really big year for Josh Hoover. He could even talk himself into being a first-round pick next year. Now, I have to throw my homerism in here. My Texas Longhorns are second best odds at plus 720 to win the national championship next year. I don't love it. It's kind of the same thing as what happened last year, followed by Notre Dame at plus 800.
Hold on. Let us guess with you. This is too much fun. This is too much fun. So before you keep going, Texas number 2. This is this Arch Manning hype. I actually think the offensive line will be more seasoned. They're going to have a better running game. I think they've got some guys coming in from the portal who will help out with Arch being more seasoned now. So that's why I'm saying, okay, I could kind of see it. I'm not saying Arch is going to carry the team, but he's got more help.
Shout out to Cam Coleman. I'm
surprised they weren't number 1, genuinely.
Come on, man. Not yet.
I know you're Boomer. Don't let your Boomer Sooner get into my happy eyes of Texas.
No.
All right, come on now.
No. I know you're total Texas, and your nickname is Bevo for a reason. Mm-hmm. You really are that kind of guy. Don't mess with Trevor Beck. But at the same time, I just think just let Texas be Texas and not necessarily be an underdog, but let it play out.
That's fair.
As opposed to put all this pressure on you better. You better. And you said number 3 was Notre Dame?
Number 3, Notre Dame
That's
at
who I
plus
was gonna
800
guess.
odds.
That's who I was going to guess to be number 2, because it's like they got left out of the party and they got a grudge to bear, and they can always get talent. And I love their coach.
Yeah, well, Marcus Freeman, he's an exceptional coach. He was getting some head coaching looks at the NFL level for sure. Y'all want to go ahead and guess who number 4 might be, because there was a little news surrounding them yesterday.
Trevor?
I would say, see, you saying that makes me question, because I didn't hear much about this team, but I'm going to say Oregon. I think Oregon would be number 4.
Ooh, good guess.
Don't say, let me guess too. Let me guess. I'm going to guess USC, because you said some news. Former TCU coach Gary Patterson is now the defensive coordinator. Put it like this, Lincoln Riley has never cared about defense, and finally he got somebody that knows what to do.
Ain't that the truth?
Am I wrong?
No, you're definitely not wrong. South California, USC, quite far down the list. I was actually talking about the Ohio State University, as they hired Arthur Smith as their offensive coordinator yesterday afternoon.
That's right.
They are the 4th best team at plus 800 odds, matching Notre Dame. And then CA, you said it earlier. I'll give you this one for the last bit of the top 5. Oregon plus 900. Do you want to guess where your Sooners are?
Before I guess where the Sooners are, I want to guess where LSU and Texas A&M are.
Okay.
I don't think either one of those schools will be in the top 10 betting odds, and I don't think OU would be in the top 10. But I'm gonna think OU will be ahead of LSU and A&M. Wrong?
That would be incorrect.
Oh hell!
You are close though.
What's the order?
All right. Oklahoma is 12th best odds at plus 4,500. Texas A&M just in front of them at 11th best odds, plus 2,000. And then LSU does get into the top 10. They are number 9, plus 1,500.
Oh hell, that's just because of the coach. That's hype.
I was about to say
they've always had the talent.
Hey, look, they're landing all the hype that they need. I'm telling you right now, they're landing all the hype you need. But look, gentlemen, all I'm saying is plus 500,000 when the North Texas Mean Green are hoisting the national championship next year. Don't tell me that I didn't tell you so. All right, I teased it a little.
Wait. You can't say North Texas without mentioning SMU and TCU, their locations, and Oklahoma State, because that's where your North Texas coach went to. Just those 3.
Yeah, so SMU, they're actually getting quite a bit of respect here. They're above teams like Vanderbilt and Florida State and Virginia Tech. They're above Arkansas. So SMU is plus 12,500. Okay. I don't know what rank that is best overall, but I can get you the odds. So plus 12,500 for the SMU Mustangs. Looking for Oklahoma State here because I will have some fighting interest there. TCU plus 40,000 if you just feel so inclined to put a wager on that. Let's see here. I'm trying to find Oklahoma State. I bet you it's right in front. It's right in front of me, and I'm just missing it. Let's see here. Oklahoma State plus 40,000 as well, matching TCU. So quite a few teams that are kind of at that plus 40,000 mark. A lot of these teams kind of get grouped together. But I thought Circus Sports did a really fun job. I thought that was really fun, and I'm glad that y'all played along and enjoyed that. So. Where's Tech from the 940? Tech is a little bit further down, but we talked about it earlier. Tech is in the top 10. They're plus 1,400 odds. And again, that's according to Circus Sports. All right, coming up, it's that time. It's the NFC and the AFC Conference Championships, and we must decide our Super Bowl winner. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app.
County, Collin County, and it will show you all of the highways. It's like looking at a map. By the way, me and RJ Choppy, we are the guys at the station that love maps. But it'll show you the map, but it's like watching your GPS. You will see red where those highways have problems, shutdowns, accidents, whatever. And I've been saying this all morning long. The way the weather patterns go over North Texas, down from the Rocky Mountain, no, I'm going to my meteorology mode, down, the jet stream comes down from Colorado and it separates Oklahoma and Texas by the Red River. Everything north of LBJ is always worse than anything south of LBJ unless there's a hurricane in the Gulf. Does that make sense to you? So there's a hurricane.
I just learned a whole lot.
Yeah, hurricane season is in the summertime from basically April all the way through September. That's when the weather's dicey and it comes up from the south, from the Gulf and Houston and all that area. But in the wintertime, everything's coming down from Colorado. And even up north Minnesota, whatever. But it always gets crazier north of 635. So if you're north of 635, just like I said, go to drivetexas.org before you leave the house. It'll have it broken down to your neighborhood.
Yeah, I think that's really good.
Aren't
really
you glad I'm here to
You're a 3-time Hall of Famer, but go ahead and add a Hall of Fame badge for meteorology because that was an incredible breakdown.
Trevor,
anytime I can learn something, I'm happy about it.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you, Kevin. Trevor, do you have any kind of weather music to kind of next time I spout off like that? You got
I'll get you a weather report intro. Yes, sir. I'll absolutely do that.
Oh, by the way, we've got the chief meteorologist from KRLD. All of our Odyssey stations in North Texas, Dan Brunoff, will join us at 11:20 to break down everything for you, including these power outages, especially in Tarrant County.
Yeah, and go ahead, text in 877-881-1053 on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line. And if you have any questions you want us to ask Dan, we will certainly do so because we're here to help you out. From the 601, what's up, fellas? Just made a delivery in Macon, Georgia. About to head south and make a delivery in Miami tomorrow morning. No snow here. Just a little cold. It'll be 80 in Miami today, LOL. So that one from the 601. Snowing in Lavon and putting out hay for the cows from the 214.
Gotcha.
Let's see here. We got some people were big on Texas. 817 says Texas defense will be formidable with Will Muschamp in the fold. Well, I really do hope so.
Hey, Kevin. Pete just texted in from 817. Says headed to work. The rodeo must go on.
Yeah, I mean, you're damn right.
Everybody's doing their thing, man. Yep. So, hey, we're here for you. We can't thank you guys enough for letting us ride shotgun with you. Again, especially on a championship Sunday and get you ready for some football and talk about the other things in the world of sports that have been going on.
Yeah, you talked about it, so let's go ahead and detail it. I know that there are a good amount of the Tolos who are betting people, but even if you're not, I'll give you all the stats that you need to know for the conference championship games that will take place today. 2 o'clock, you got the New England Patriots and the Denver Broncos, and then later tonight around 5:30, you'll get the LA Rams and the Seattle Seahawks. But I want to know before we get into these, 877-881-1053, how are the Tolos planning to consume the games tonight? You know, are you going to sit around with where are you going to be? You're going to stay at home, sit around with the family, going to have a nice toasty fire, you're going to have a brew. What just kind of detail for me, I think when we think of football, you think of like the summertime and stuff, but it's not very often us Texas folks get to watch some football with a little snow falling outside. So text in, let me know what you got going on, and we'll definitely give you a shout. So start with the AFC. The Broncos. So the Broncos are hosts of the Patriots, but the Patriots are a 3.5 point favorite. Over under is set at 43.5, which again, CA, I know you're not a betting man, but 43.5 feels kind of high for a Jared Stidham-led Broncos squad and a Patriots team that isn't necessarily known for putting up 40-point bombs or anything, but a solid offense, but really known for their defense. So 43.5 over under, kind of high. I'm a little shocked by it for sure.
I'm shocked by it as well because Denver's got a hell of a defense. I don't care how many points New England can score. They haven't played Denver's defense. And that's why, and especially when it comes to the playoff, defenses usually dominate in some form of fashion. It's a rare championship weekend. Maybe it was about 5 years ago when you had all Both games were just unbelievable. They were thrilling, exciting, and they were all high scoring. That thing has changed in the last 3 or 4 years. Seriously, it's all about some defense. So I would be shocked if these two teams scored combined over 43 points.
I will say this. I have a good friend of mine, a co-host for my Formula One podcast, the Laps podcast, shameless plug, Tristan Rines. He's a Patriots fan, and I talked to him about it, and he's like, look, I'm scared of Sean Payton. I'm scared of that defense. He said, you never know what you can get out of a quarterback like Jarrett Stidham. All he has to do is perform the best he's ever performed for 2 games of his life, and he's forever immortal. So he's got all the reason to be scared.
He's trying to be Nick Foles.
He's got a good chance to. It's got to be a minus 250 money line for the Denver Broncos and a minus 250 money line for New England and plus 170 for Denver. And for those of you that don't know, you get 3 points on the point spread if you're at home. So it's a 3.5 point spread for the Patriots. So technically, bettors, the house really sets it at 6.5 to 7 points for the New England Patriots, again, because the Broncos get 3 at home. Switching over to the NFC side of things, unless y'all have any questions on the AFC.
Let me say this one other thing about Denver.
Yeah.
That Mile High air is no joke. So even though New England is good, it's going to play mind games with them, and they won't be able to breathe the way they want to breathe. Seriously, Denver's got a big advantage just being mile high in that stadium, and New England coming in, going to the West Coast. And I mean, New England used to snow and everything, but that mile high is going to be a big factor. Watch.
972 says, Chris Arnold, don't ever miss work. More reliable than the Postal Service.
It's so funny because my daddy is a longtime postal employee. I mean, he retired from the post office, so I know that grind.
All right,
the props.
Going over to the NFC, it's the Rams and the Seahawks taking place in Seattle around 5:30 tonight. Could get pushed back for an overtime. It's minus 2.5 for the Seahawks, the home team. So again, 5.5 actual point spread if you give them the 3-point factor. They opened at minus 1.5, and then it moved to minus 2.5. This over-under is set at 45.5, which makes a little bit more sense. We've seen that the Rams and the Seahawks, we saw the BTA that the Seahawks did to the 49ers, and we know that Matthew Stafford and the Rams can put up some massive points, led by Sean McVay. Seattle is minus 142 on the money line, and the Rams are plus 120 for their money line. I got all of these from ESPN. So, all betting sites differ depending on where you go, but roughly these numbers should be the same. Any storylines that intrigue you, CA, as far as the NFC side of things go?
Yes. Before the playoffs started, I picked the Rams versus the Bills in the Super Bowl, with the Rams winning it all. And on the show today, we did the show together. And at the time, I was saying it would be a nice subplot that Matthew Stafford wins his second championship the same time that his high school buddy Clayton Kershaw won his second championship in baseball with the Dodgers. Both of them playing in L.A. Both of them grew up in Highland Park. They were the battery together in baseball. Stafford was the catcher for Kershaw, and Kershaw was the center for Stafford. And I'm like, it would be symmetry if those two can retire, headed to the Hall of Fames at the same time. I even told that to Kershaw. Kershaw was at the Mavericks game against Golden State, and I was telling him that little story. And by the way, he told me to shout out to everybody in West Dallas, Mercy Center. They already know Clayton Kershaw is just a good guy. But I've switched. Seeing what Seattle did. What Seattle did to the 49ers, I'm like, Seattle is the hot team. I don't trust the Rams. Cooper Nakua is for real, but he's the only one I trust. I don't even trust Stafford all the way, but Nakua is great. Therefore, I'm pushing my chips in with Tank Lawrence and the Seattle Seahawks. I say Tank Lawrence because his storyline would be just like DeMarcus Ware took his talents to Denver when the Cowboys decided not to pay him right in free agency, won a Super Bowl ring with the Broncos. Now Tank Lawrence, Marcus Lawrence, can go to Seattle, and win a ring in Seattle because Steven and his agent don't get along, and they decided, you know what, we're just going to let him go.
Yeah, he said he thought his best chance to win a Super Bowl was in Seattle, and we clowned him because you're like, what the hell is Sam Darnold going to do for you? Well, I know a lot of people did. I know a lot of the league did for sure. But
did you hear what he said? Why he picked Seattle over like Washington or Detroit? Because everybody thought he might go to Dan Quinn.
Yeah,
he said those two teams already been to the NFC Championship game. It's going to be harder for them to get there, and Aiden is the British bloke, the brother from London, is the defensive line coach of Seattle and basically the co-defensive coordinator. And he talked him out. He talked him into going out west. So Dirty says, I already know what I can do with you.
Yeah. I think Dirty is going to get some looks at defensive coordinator eventually. I think he's got a pretty bright future in the league. All right. We've talked about it. I think it could be a close game.
Yep.
But I think the Patriots are going to end up being too much for the Denver Broncos to handle. I would have loved to see this game with Bo Nix. I really would have. But I think the Patriots offense is better than people give them credit for. I think a lot of people are kind of, like they don't put up a whole lot of points because they play in a cold weather environment. Whenever they play at home, it's extremely cold. You just don't put up 40-point bombs in the cold like that. So I think Drake May, he made some mistakes last week for sure. He had a couple of fumbles. I would expect him to correct those. He might throw a pick or something, but I would expect him to correct those for the majority portion of it. It would really depend on Jarrett Stidham having the best game of his life, but even then, I think the Patriots defense is really, really good, and I think they're going to get after him and they're going to pressure him. So I'm going to take the Patriots to win that game. Your pick for the AFC?
Denver.
No, okay.
No, whoa. I'm sorry. My bad. I picked New England. My bad. Okay. I was saying this on I don't know why I just jumped up and said Denver. It's New England. And it's for other. To me, it's going to be a Seattle. You get the ball to beast mode. Instead, the Butler stole it. Remember the end of that game?
Oh yeah. Yeah. No, I got you.
Could you hear me? So I'm picking New England versus Seattle.
I got it. And then so I'm actually going to take the Rams here. I think that their offense is really good, and I think they're going to give the Seahawks a little bit of trouble. They've already played quite a few times this year. So let me pull up because I want to see division. Exactly. Yeah, exactly in division. So I want to pull up how those games went earlier on this year, but I'll get to that a little bit later. I did want to give y'all, before we decide these conference championships, before they are decided after tonight, the favorites for the Super Bowl. And the Seahawks are the favorite. They are the number one favorite out of the four teams. They are the hot team. Plus 145 favorite to win the Super Bowl. The Rams at plus 230. So your NFC team stacked there at 1 and 2. Patriots at plus 260. And then the Denver Broncos. CA, if you had to guess what the odds are, the Denver Broncos would win the Super Bowl, what would you say?
I don't have an idea because I'm not a betting man. I really don't.
10-1 odds. Plus 1,000 for the Broncos to win the Super Bowl as we speak.
They don't know about Stidham magic. It's like big.
They don't know about Stiddy. They don't know about Stiddy. That's Sean Payton likes to call him.
I would never trust it. I'm going New England.
All right, 812.
And I don't care for them at all. I don't really care for them.
812 said it's 17 degrees in Bloomington, snowing for the next week. No power outages, though. So that is good for you. All right, it's been some time. So let's refresh on the contracts that have been signed for the Rangers and the Dodgers. Sorry, I meant the MLB. We'll do that next on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds.
krld-fantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Swing and a miss. Yeah, you'll take the strikeout there.
The 5-for-1 trade and all the details you need to know. Rangers fans, this segment is for you. It's 105.3 The Fan on a snowy Sunday morning. My name's Kevin Walker. I'm alongside Chris Arnold. He's broadcasting from his cozy home in Waxahachie. I'm broadcasting from North Fort Worth. We got Trevor Beck on the 1-2s and 3s behind the glass in Dallas doing the damn thing. And Trevor, pop your mic open because we're about to go to you. Gavin Feed, Abby Ortiz, Alejandro Rosario, Devin Fitzgerald, and Yeremy Cabrera for the lefty starter, Mackenzie Gore, 26 years old, 6'2 lefty, under contract till 2028. Trevor, what was your initial reaction to this trade?
So, unfortunately, I had to go look up some highlights of him because he did not have the best year last year. So I wanted to go see, okay, we're getting...
What do you mean? He was an all-star.
He was an all-star, but again, it's the Nationals. Who cares about the Nationals? Let's be honest. Nobody's cared about the Nationals since, what's his name? Bryce Young was there. So, not Bryce Young, golly. You know who I'm talking about. Nobody cares about the Nationals. I had to go look up Mackenzie Gore. Don't shame me for it. Again... but I was hyped whenever I saw who it was because, again, once the cobwebs start falling off of my brain, I'm hyped. Like, this kid is a lefty that's going to break up a bunch of righties that we have. And, again, I'm just really excited because he's got nasty stuff, man. His curveball is sick. He's got a great swing and miss rate. He's got to work on the walks. He's got to work on the contact. But you're about to be with some of the best pitchers in the league in Evaldi and DeGrom. I mean, this kid could turn into your number one for sure.
I love the fact that whenever you're talking about Mackenzie Gore, don't quote this out of context. I love the fact that you're saying he's a kid because we're not saying he's an old 40-year-old veteran. He's not a one-year loan guy. This is a guy that you can build on. This is a guy that you can keep. Like I said, you got him under contract until 2028. CA, what was your reaction to this trade?
Oh, it never hurts to have pitching because guess what? It gives you flexibility if you're making any kind of trades, whether it's with that guy or another guy. Arms are a valued commodity. To me, in baseball, arms are like first-round picks in other sports.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree anymore. All right, so here in this segment, we're going to break down because it's been a little while. We've been focused on college football, rightfully so. On NFL football, rightfully so. We've got conference championships happening today. But the Rangers have made a slew of moves, and they've re-signed some guys. And it's been a little bit of time, and, baseball is not necessarily on the doorstep, but it's approaching closer and closer. So I wanted to give a recap to the Tolos. I wanted to kind of let them know, hey, if you haven't been all in touch with the Rangers baseball and everything that's been going on, let's brush up on it. Let's make sure everybody is staying in the loop. A little bit more on Mackenzie Gore for those of you that may not know. 4.17 ERA last year, 185 strikeouts, a 1.35 whip. Already said he's a 6'2 lefty, and last year is the first year that he was ever voted as an all-star, so a big year for him. And then tell me if this one rings a bell. Earlier in the year during a Cowboys game, home of the Dallas Cowboys, home of the Texas Rangers, so it only makes sense. We got left fielder Brandon Nimmo in a trade as we sent Marcus Semien to the Mets.
Yep.
So that was a huge trade. I don't know who all saw that coming.
Oh, by the way, let's mention who's not here. They non-tendered Adolis Garcia and Jonah Heim, so they're gone. As you mentioned, Marcus Semien is gone, but they brought in Nimmo. And let's see, they added a catcher, Danny Jansen. Some relievers, Alexis Diaz, Jacob Junis, Tyler Alexander. But like you said, you add that other arm. Oh my God.
They got
a 1-2-3 rotation for sure with Jacob DeGrom and Nathan Eovaldi.
Yeah, it's a really good rotation. It's tell me if you've heard this before. The Rangers have one of the best rotations in the league once again with the addition of Mackenzie Gore. And this was a guy that a lot of people were really high on. When I was going back and putting this list together on top available free agents, or some of the bigger name free agents available before the trade had updated, Mackenzie Gore was the third best overall free agent that was available on the market at the time before the Rangers traded for him. So I know, I'll play a little devil's advocate here. I know some Texas Rangers fans really wanted to get a bat, and that is something that I can understand. CAU said it never hurts to have pitching. Definitely not. Never hurts to have pitching at all. And we know CY, and CY we trust. We know that CY is going to do the right thing, and we know that he's going to, bolster up that pitching lineup the best that he can. And some of them, Tolos really just wanted a reliever. So we'll see how it ends up working out. I think the Rangers fans overall would feel better if we were able to add a bat before the start of the year. Say UCA. Were you kind of like, that's awesome, we added another guy to the pitching rotation, but where the hell the bat's at?
I wasn't really looking at where the hell the bat's at. And by the way, one bat was at the Mavericks game last night. I mentioned this earlier. Corey Seager was in attendance, about 19,000 watching the Lakers play the Mavericks, and the Lakers won that game. But back to the bats, I have not been so concerned with the bats as much as I've been concerned about who is the real closer. Is it closer by committee, or are they going to really get a name? I kid you not. That's the only thing I'm wondering about. I will say adding Gore, that they're not saying, well, Skip Schumacher, for those who don't see, we haven't talked about the manager. We got a new manager. Coach is gone. People don't know anything about Schumacher. Maybe baseball fans do, but he was the manager of the year just 3 years ago. 3 years ago, he was the manager of the year for the Marlins, and they got him. And it was a thing they were always preparing for, because they knew Bochy was going to stay forever. He's going to the Hall of Fame. He's a little older. He's more or less a consultant to be anywhere else with the Giants. But the bottom line is this. It's a new team. It's a new look. I'm not as concerned about the bats as much as the health of the bats. I need Seager to be healthy. I need Josh Young to be healthy. We got to have the outfield be healthy too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we definitely have that.
I'm talking about Evan Carter in particular.
Yeah, for
Evan
sure.
Carter got back issues.
For sure. And I'll throw in another name in that ring. A guy that really needs to start the season hot, because he didn't last year. Jock Peterson, supposed to be a power bat, right? He needs to take that step for sure. You talked about some of the managerial changes. So Skip Schumacher, if you've been sleeping under a rock and this is news to you, then here you go. Skip Schumacher, the new manager of the Texas Rangers, just unveiled the lead hitting coach Jordan Teagues, the pitching coach Travis Jankowski. That name might sound familiar, Rangers fans. Well, he's your first baseman coach from now on. And then they retained Corey Ragsdale to be their third base coach. Hold on, just a little update for the Rangers.
Hold on. Quick question. Who's got the better hair, Alec Medford or Jankowski?
Oh, that is tough. I'm going to say, this is no shot at the redheaded baddie. I'm going to say Jankowski, because Jankowski lets it flow. Alec likes to kind of bundle his hair up. He puts it in a bun. Jankowski lets his hair. Yeah. Jankowski lets his hair flow. So for that reason, I'm going to have to say Travis. I'm going to have to say the El Blondie.
That's a hint, Alec. You did let that hair flow. Like you used to.
Gotta flow. Let it
flow.
817. I'm excited with the trade. Great whip. Not sure on his nay. However, Adam in Arlington making a joke on a Sunday morning. And this is a good question here from the 682. Could they make Rocker a closer? I think there's a lot of discussion about that. I know that I feel a certain way about it. I think you should at least try. I think it would at least be worth the try. We've seen from Kumar Rocker in the past in 1 to 2 inning spurts, lights out. Looks fantastic. The fastball's humming. He's in the zone, right? But as a starter, he kind of as a starter, he can start hot and then he can kind of fall off in 3 to 4 innings. And there was a couple of times where he had some really good performances. But I think with his speed, with how I'm going to say violent he is on the mound in a way that kind of I hope baseball fans understand that he's just like a violent guy. Like he's just kind of
the way he pitches. He's not that as a person because he's
of course not. But like the way that he just delivers the ball, the way the ball comes off his hand, he's such a dominant pitcher. He's such a dominant pitcher. I think that's a better word of how to describe him.
And he's a big guy like CC Sabathia. He's big.
Oh yeah,
his dad used to play for the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah. And so I think trying him out at least in the closer spot is something that you should try this year. I think it would be worth it to just see what it would look like, and maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. Maybe he's a middle relief guy. Maybe he comes out and he impresses all of us as a starter. Shout out to the Sleeper Rangers account. Tell me if this sounds intriguing to you. Jacob deGrom, Nathan Eovaldi, Mackenzie Gore, Jack Leiter, and Kumar Rocker, or Jacob Latch you could throw in there if you want to do a 6-man lineup. That sounds pretty damn good to me.
Yes, it does. And Trevor, real quick, the 817 is co-signing for you since Bryce Harper. That was the name you were looking for, right?
I said Bryce Young. I was kicking myself. I was back over here too. So.
No worries. Bryce Harper with that beat.
Hey, look, there's a lot of names in your head, Trevor.
Well, let me add another one because this is somebody that is supposed to come back hopefully this season, Cody Bradford. So that's another name that could be the back end. So again, I was not down for this Rocker going to because I want to give him a chance. I mean, if he could be the guy, and you said it exactly, CC Sabathia. If he can be that guy, if he can go up there, now he obviously doesn't throw as hard, but he's like a 96, 97 with his fastball. I'm being more sold because of all the arms that we have. I'm a huge fan of Latz, and his spot starts last year were great. If we get Cody Bradford and he's healthy, like Rocker, that could be the guy. But again, you've got Crivello, you've got Mark Church, you've got Garcia. There's a lot of arms that have potential to be that closer. But again, do we know what's going to happen? Who the heck knows? Again, we won't know until even spring training comes around. We probably won't even know.
6'5", 245 pounds. Kumar Rocker. I don't want to face that on the mound. I know that for damn sure. Okay, so we talked about the Rangers, but I think it would also be a good.
And again,
no, go ahead, CA.
No, go ahead. I was listening to you.
Okay, so I was just going to say, I think that would also be a good time to kind of refresh the Tolos on some of the big contracts that were signed in Major League Baseball, especially the one that ticked off everybody. So we'll start with Dylan Cease going to the Blue Jays on a 7-year, $210 million deal. This team is going to become a reoccurring team in this segment. Edwin Diaz signs to the Dodgers, 3 years, $69 million. Pete Alonso, first baseman, the polar bear. He goes to Baltimore in a little bit of a stunning move. 5 years, $155 million for him. This one a little bit more recent. Alex Bregman, who we are all too familiar with. He goes to the Chicago Cubs. Jake Ray's Chicago Cubs. 5 years, $175 million. And then this is the one that broke the internet. Kyle Tucker goes to the Dodgers on a 4-year, $240 million deal. Then you got Bo Bichette going to the Mets, 3 years, $126, and then recently Cody Bellinger back to the Yankees, 5 years, $162.5 million. A lot of money getting tossed around.
Like this, the Dodgers print money, and it could be crypto.
It could be. It could be. It really could be.
Doesn't their roster have more money than the entire AL? Right, I saw.
I believe it.
Wild
so they have $2.1 billion worth of contractual obligations on their roster.
Insane.
And then here's some of the big names that are left. So you got left-hand pitcher Framber Valdez, third baseman Eugenio Suarez, Zach Gallen. I know a lot of Rangers fans were interested in Zach Gallen. The I'm never going to give it up old veteran Justin Verlander, and the big name Tariq Skubal, who just won his back-to-back Cy Young Award. So there's your baseball fix, Tolos. I hope that helped out for you. And I hope we answered your question from the 682. Could we make Rocker a closer? I think you could at least give it a try, but there's no reason why you can't also
make a try.
Try him at.
I'm still looking for a dominant. I'm talking about the closer for the ninth inning, and you know the game's over. You put him out there, and he's going to get 1, 2, 3. I'm waiting for that one move, and then I'll say, "Oh, they might win this thing."
All right, coming up next, it's khakis, kicks, and let me see this. Last time that you had a shoe that got an upgrade. We'll do that next on the Fan.
Imagine there was more of you. A you to handle schedules and time cards. A you to make
through the 6th for our Radio Row coverage in the Bay Area. Brought to you by Stella Artois, the on-time experts, Best Buy Windows and Siding, Wild Fork Foods, and your favorite entertainment travel companions. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
It's that time of the day where you get to text in what sneakers you got on your feet. If you got any on your feet, you might get a little bit of snow boot action. 877-881-1053. Text in on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line. But before we get to that, some news hit us at the top of the show as Jonathan Gannon was the new hire in Green Bay, as he's going to be their new defensive coordinator. And then if for whatever reason you didn't know about it, it's conference championship game day at 2 p.m. You're going to get New England and Denver. You can watch that game while you Tolo and listen to Fred and Eric, our fan phenom. And then 5:30 later tonight, Seattle and the Los Angeles Rams. My name's Kevin Walker. I'm alongside Chris Honnold. We are on, I almost said on remote. We're not really on remote. We're really just cozy in our homes. I'm over in Fort Worth and CA's and Waxahachie. We got our guy Trevor Beck on the 1, 2s, and 3s holding us down in Dallas. And Trevor, go ahead and give me that intro.
The khackiest of the khaki, the one, the only, Mr. Khaki Kevin Walker.
It's that time. Like I said, 877-881-1053. Text in what you got on your feet. Snow boots, slippers. Please don't text me if all you have on is socks. But we'll go around the proverbial room, if you will. CA, let's start with you. What sneakers do you have on your feet?
I hate to give you the proverbial socks, but okay, you see this Mavericks snow cap right here?
Uh-huh.
These aren't just socks. These are matching socks that have that same, look at that.
Oh, okay.
These are like snow socks with a snow ski hat with a Mavs logo on it. Yeah.
They got the grippies. Let's go.
Yeah, they got the grippies.
Trevor Beck, it would make sense if me and CA aren't wearing shoes being that we are home, but Trevor, I hope you're wearing shoes at work.
Listen, I took them off a little bit earlier, but I put them back on because I saw Khakis Kicks was coming up. I got some black SBs, some Nikes. So,
okay.
You know me, I'm basic. I'm like Fred. I just wear my basic stuff, so.
Nothing wrong with wearing whatever you want to wear. From the 601, they're rocking the Glacier Blue Ninjas, which is also an SB, a Nike SB, if you will. From the 682, gray 97 Nike Air Max, and we'll be talking about some Air Maxes soon.
Hey, Kevin, since I'm not wearing any shoes, and I mentioned had these Maverick socks on a Mavericks hat. Najee Marshall's birthday was yesterday.
Yeah.
And the game before, he was wearing some shoes I'd never seen before. He said they look like cheetah shoes. He said they're Cookie Monsters. Have you ever heard of Cookie Monsters?
The only Cookie Monster I know about is the Kobe 6 that just came out. Sorry. The Kobe 6 that just came out. It was supposed to be a Caitlin Clark EE. So that's the only Cookie Monster sneaker that I know anything about. But let me see if I can get my eyes on these and I'll figure out.
If he didn't say Cookie Monster, maybe he said chocolate chip or it sounded like cookies, some kind of cookie thing. And they were cool. They were like brown and they had the little brown dots of black.
Oh,
dots.
yeah, no. I see these. These are, so these are actually, I know which one these are. These are the GT Cut 3s. I want to say that these are a Jordan Poole player exclusive. They're supposed to be called Cookies and Milk.
Player edition?
Yeah, they're supposed to be a player edition. And I want to say it's for Jordan Poole, but I'll have to do a little bit more research. I always appreciate it whenever you can test my knowledge on sneakers. But I have a question for y'all. And I hate to be a hypocrite, but I'm not wearing sneakers either. What is a sneaker that you would like to see an upgraded version of? And I asked that to the Tolos and to you, gentlemen, because Nike announced that they're bringing back a classic they're bringing back the Air Max 270 with the bubble on the back with a premium version in the next month. Now, you might be asking, what makes this next version so premium? Is it just going to be a copy and paste from before? No. They're adding an air zoom pocket at the forefront of the toe, so that way it adds another bubble, another room for comfort. A total of 10 colorways have been announced, and they're going to all release on February 6th. I think that sometimes you don't want to take a shoe that is such a classic and redo it, because some people might hate it. It might lose its luster. Hell, sometimes it might make people hate the classics. But I gotta admit, I think they did really good with these. I'll try to send these over to y'all so that way y'all can properly judge them. I think they did an incredible job. I really enjoy the colors that they went with for these. They're very simple, very neutral, nothing too wild, nothing too crazy. So if y'all want to go ahead and check y'all's Twitter, I'm going to be sending these over to y'all here shortly. So that's why I asked the Tolos, if you could get an upgraded sneaker of any kind, what would that be? CA, do you have a sneaker that you would like to see an upgraded version of?
No, but I just thought of something when you were talking about the whole concept of that people might not like it or whatever. I found this out. You probably already know, and you might have talked about it at night, and I missed it with this shoe announcement. Nike's letting Zion go. When his contract ends this year, he's done $75 million deal with Nike when he first came out of college at Duke. Second biggest deal in history behind LeBron. And then now it's like, because he's always hurt and nobody's buying his shoes.
Yeah, that is part of my khakis kicks. So yeah, I can't say I'm shocked nor surprised. The colorways and the player editions that we got for Zion were not, I'm just going to be brutally honest, were not good. I didn't enjoy them, and clearly not a lot of people did either. And that signature line is going to come to an end, and it's not very often that we see a signature line come to an end so abruptly. I don't think his NBA career has necessarily panned out exactly as Zion Williamson hoped, but this is kind of another nail in the proverbial coffin for Zion Williamson. It's, hey, even your signature sneaker line is kind of failing. So look, it is what it is. I think he's doing better, but I think we can all agree that we saw the foreshadowing when he slipped out of his foot slipped out of his shoe back in college and broke the sneaker. I think that was kind of the foreshadowing we needed, that maybe this wasn't going to work out.
That's when I knew his NBA career wasn't going to work out. I said, this dude is too big and he's only going to get larger down in New Orleans because there's too many restaurants down there.
Too much jambalaya. 817, I got on a pair of the Dragon Ball Z socks and some Hokas, which I just recently joined the Hoka bandwagon. So I
did I tell you I used to hate. I had the Hokas way back in 2010 because I was running all the time.
Yeah,
and then all of a sudden I just switched out to whatever I was wearing. But I've been a Hoka guy for a long time. I haven't had any new ones, but way back when.
Yeah, no, they're really comfortable. Snake-proof, waterproof boots from the 682. I don't know what you need snake-proof boots for, but
he must be in.
I don't want no interest. Yeah, I want no interest in what you're partaking in. But I'm glad that you're taking the proper precautions. From the 469, here I am with my Skechers slip-ins, and look. Anybody else might judge you for wearing Skechers slip-ins. If anybody else might judge you, I am not here to judge you.
That's Tony Romo texted in. Don't judge Tony Romo.
Oh, I'm definitely not. I don't text. I'm not going to judge anybody that wants to text in for khakis kicks. And then here is a couple of pieces of news before we get out of here. Just Fresh Kicks is a good account to follow on X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it. They do a really good job with keeping up with coupons or discounts that are happening on certain websites. Well, they found one on a pair of the Anthony Edward 1 lows. A 40% off discount of the Wolf Gray colorway, which I am actually a really big fan of. If I had the extra cash to blow right now, I would definitely cop these. So if you want to go, they're on Shoe Palace, and they have the link there for the Just Fresh Kicks website. I would highly suggest it. They're running out of sizes, but if you wanted to get your hand on a pair of AE1s, this would be a really good time to do it. 40% off. They're about $60. So that's kind of a crazy steal. I would hop on it.
Yeah, Ant-Man.
And the last one here, Jordan and sorry guys, this was a Nike Field khakis kicks. There's not a whole lot going on with other brands, but Nike's been active. So Jordan and Comodego Son announced that they're going to have a 2-color collab, an all black and an all white Jordan 11 release later in the fall of this year. And it's kind of surprising because we see Comodego Son, they collab with a lot of brands. They've collabed with Nike before, but on a Jordan, and especially Jordan 11, which is a sneaker we don't get a ton of collabs with, it's a little shocking, but I think overall people are going to enjoy it. I think people are just going to be a little critical what that price point might be for an all black or an all white shoe.
I got a question for you.
Of course.
My favorite online streamer, Drewski, I was wondering if he had a shoe deal. I'm just off the top of my head. I don't even know. All I know is that he's a big influencer. That dude is so funny. I would buy a pair of shoes, just say I got some Drewskis.
So Drewski doesn't have a signature line yet, but he is a Nike athlete.
Okay.
You know, you never know. Maybe it might happen.
He's played in celebrity all-star games for the NBA.
Yes, he has. All right, coming up on it.
Whoa. I got to say one last thing because it's Sunday. It's Sunday, and it's Drewski. If you haven't seen his video about all the pastors and all the mega evangelical, it's hilarious. Especially
it's gold.
on Sunday. If you can't make it to church, go check out Drewski online.
I'm sure that is exactly what he made. All right, coming up on the other side, the emotions are still high for the Tolos. Well, what did 77 have to say in his return to Dallas? We'll do that next on The Fan.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" You can proudly
Not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Ooh-wee. Are the emotions a little too high for the Tolos, or are y'all okay with Luka Doncic donning the Lakers jersey as they beat the Dallas Mavericks last night 116-110? And we're going to find out, how did Luka feel in his return to home? Welcome into 105.3 The Fan. My name's Kevin Walker, alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. We got Trevor Beck on the 1, 2s, and 3s. We're rocking with power, rocking with heat, so we can only hope the same for the Tolos. 877-881-1053. Be sure to text in and let us know how you have been handling this wintry mix in Texas. If you've been snowed in, or have you tried the streets? I know, CA, you drove to the AAC last night. How was the roads for you?
Oh, nobody was there. I actually found a snowplow and just followed the snowplow. We were both going about 40 miles an hour. There was no one. On the way in, there might have been one or two 18-wheelers, but they were spaced apart. Going over the Trinity River Bridge, nobody on the bridge. And I was like, how many people are actually going to show up at this game? There were 19,000 people there, and the place was going great. Again, nuts. They're going great. They got what they paid for because it was a fun game, playoff atmosphere at first. And again, it was a Mavericks effort. And that 4-game winning streak snap, Luka put on his show. Lakers won the game at the end. Yeah,
he definitely did put on a show. If we could go ahead.
Can I say this real quick? Because we want to hear all about how Luka feels. We want everybody to get a lot of Luka on this segment here. Earlier in the show, I was mentioning this. The atmosphere is completely different than it was last year. Okay, Nico Harrison was fired, so the page has been turned. Yeah, you wish you had Luka back, but guess what? People were going crazy over every play the Mavericks were making. They were going nuts over Cooper Flagg, even though he wasn't the main guy for the Mavericks. It was Max Christie. Luka got his love. Luka acknowledged the love. It was like, okay, we're all good here.
Yeah, you talked about it. You talked about some of the emotions and how Tolos, and how some of the Mavs fans felt with this return, with Luka's return back to Dallas. Now that the dust has kind of settled, we're almost past that 1 year mark. So let's go ahead and go to cut 4. Luka, how did you feel returning to Dallas?
I was happy to be back here. I went to my house, saw my cars, but obviously it's always going to be emotional. So I really appreciate how they cheered for me when I was introduced, and it was always going to be a special place for me.
Yeah, there was a lot of excitement for Luka, but also realize this: there weren't like emotional excitement like tears and I mean, it was like, yeah, you're our guy, and he's still our guy. He just plays for the Lakers. And the other thing about it was there was not a tribute to Luka that was last year. There was a tribute for Maxi Kleber, and he was all excited about that. Yeah. Everything was just done very, very well. And again, Luka had some funny moments on the court as well.
I think another thing that you could kind of talk about with this return versus last time, I think it would be safe to say, and I don't know this for a fact, right? But I don't remember Luka talking about going back home to his Dallas home when he came back the first time. And if he did, he just didn't talk about it. But if he didn't, right, I think that would make sense, right? Emotions were still very high. I know he definitely dropped some tears in the pregame during their tribute video. But it kind of felt like this time around, fans were able to feel like, hey, Luka's our guy, but the Mavs are our team. And I don't feel like last time they felt like that. It was Luka's our guy, and this is not our team. This is not what we want on the floor. It was a lot different this time around. Yeah, and you know what helps? Cooper Flagg. Oh, yeah. You got the number 1 pick who turns out to be just what he was advertised to be. We're talking about, you hear this too often, a generational talent, but he is. He's that good. And so he was playing, of course, Luka, 7-year veteran at this point.
he's playing out there with Luka. They embrace the whole 9 yards, but the fans have something to look forward to. I hate to call Cooper Flag the new shiny toy, but that's what you call the new guy on any team, no matter what the sport is. Hey, that's the new shiny toy, especially if he's not like an offensive lineman, right? So the bottom line is the Maverick fans have something to look forward to and watch the young team grow. And because of all the different injuries the last 5 or 6 games, more than that, you've seen the young guys out there with Cooper Flag. You see Cooper Flag all the time. You see Nimhart. You see B. Will. You see Max Christie, who has been, you call him Max Chris 3, because he is the best three-point shooter, corner three-point shooter in the NBA this season, and he's shooting like over 50% from the threes. He had 20-something points again, but it wasn't enough. The bottom line is this: you have something to look forward to, as opposed to, okay, AD's hurt, and he's hurt. It is what it is. But you have something to look forward to, as opposed to just missing Luka. You see what I'm saying? You can see some light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak, if you're a hardcore fan.
Yeah, you talked about it. Luka was kind of getting back to his old Luka ways, putting up a 33-point, 11 assists, 8 rebound, double-double. Well, he also fell back into what was an old routine. Give me cut 7 here.
Luka, all of us on this panel had been traded at one time. I remember the first time going back to Sacramento when I got traded. I actually at halftime started going in the wrong direction to the home team. Did you do any quirky things because you've been a Maverick so long?
I think today, yeah. I remember the first time I was here, I wanted to go into the locker room. I forgot it was all the way down there, the visiting team. And I think today at halftime I was going to the other tunnel, so I was kind of confused.
That's exactly what happened. It was hilarious. I fell out laughing. He caught himself because he was laughing about it too. It was going to the halftime. What he had done was he was throwing an alley-oop pass to DeAndre Jordan, who couldn't handle it, and the buzzer sounded. So Luka starts heading towards the tunnel where the Mavericks going, and he goes, "Oh." And he kind of shakes his head, and he goes all the way down the other end. But he was in a very, very jovial mood, except for in the third quarter when the Mavericks went on this tear. I think it was a 27-14 tear. It was the worst quarter of points being scored for the Lakers this season. And then, like I said, Luka was out the first part of the fourth quarter. He enters the game, and they went on a tear, caught the Mavericks, and won the game by 6 points. So, it was a tough loss for the Mavericks. It was a disappointing loss, of course, for the fans. But for the Lakers, they were supposed to win that game. For the Mavericks, that would have been the 5th win in a row. It'd have been nice to say, we got the Lakers, we got Golden State, we got the Knicks. And it was all these young guys because everybody else is hurt.
And this is the perfect time to do this segment because Brad Townsend, a Mavs beat reporter, said the Mavericks are on their plane and hoping to take off from Dallas around 11:30 our time. It's a roughly 2 hours and 30-minute flight to Milwaukee, who they play tonight. They play the Bucks. So best case scenario, the Mavs will land at 2 p.m., get to the bus, their hotel within an hour ahead to get to the Pfizer Forum for the 6 p.m. tip-off. So kind of a tight crunch for the Mavs with the weather conditions.
Hey, put it like this. They're not supposed to beat Milwaukee with Giannis. You kind of felt like they would have a good chance, but this is the part of the equation a lot of people don't consider. Travel is real, and that's why, unfortunately, I think a lot of players have been breaking down earlier this year because, seriously, this travel schedule has been kind of crazy. You would think, they'd be a little bit more aware of this, and I think they're trying, but it's no joke. I mean, you expect these guys to perform at their best, and some of them get hurt because they're traveling so much, and I hope it doesn't happen to the Mavericks.
Yeah, and I think that they could have a good chance to beat the Bucks with Giannis going to be out for 4 to 6 weeks as he deals with that right calf injury. So look, you never know what you can get from
injuries, man.
You never know what you can get from the Bucks, and it would be a good get right game for the Mavs. Now, our very own Kevin Gray was part of a very exclusive special club.
He's not with us no more, but we still love him. That's our guy.
We still love him. We definitely do.
DLLS Sports.
Yeah, he was a part, and he does an incredible job, by the way. He was part of a 22-fan exclusive suite, and it was all brought to you because Luka gave these tickets to fans ahead of this. Trevor, if you could go ahead and give me cut 8 here.
The bond that there will always be between Luka and the Mavericks fans. So much so that Luka surprised a group of fans by buying a suite for them. 22 fans, people that he had never met before, but he was especially touched by their support online in the wake of the trade. He had his business manager reach out to them, invite them to the game, a pre-game meet and greet. One fan was so touched by that, the man broke down in tears. They show up to the suite. They all got gift bags, Luka 5s, Lakers Luka jerseys, and some Luka gear. So the bond will always last between Luka and those fans, 22 of those, having a great time in a luxury suite tonight.
Including Kevin Gray, who they showed on TV on Channel 8, because he's sitting on the front row of that suite. And again, these are just different people who online that Luka and his business manager, Laura Beth Seeger. And by the way, major props to Laura Beth. I was talking to her before the game. She's been doing things here in Dallas for the Mavericks, different projects. Then she was doing things for Dirk. And now she's been Luka's business manager. So all these things you hear about Luka doing off the court, that are like, wow, this is a great thing. She helped organize his ideas and make them happen. So he might have an idea to do something, and then she says, yeah, let's make this happen. And she is extraordinary. And so the idea of rewarding some fans from Dallas that, you know, they showed him some love over the year, including Kevin Gray. Well, guess what? That was nice. So props to Luka and props to Laura Beth, because again, she is absolutely a wonderful person. And I'm so proud of her, how she's taken her career to the next level. And Luka needs her, because being from Slovenia and not from the United States, she knows exactly how to make his ideas happen, especially in a market like LA, where the Lakers are big as the Cowboys.
I just can't believe that they outed Kevin Gray, and I think that was Tim McMahon who gave us that breakdown. I can't believe he outed Kevin Gray and said that he was the guy that broke down. I mean, I know he didn't say his name, but we can all put context clues together and figure out that Kevin Gray was the guy that broke down crying.
Are you sure it was Kevin?
No.
KG doesn't break down all the time. Come on, man.
All I know is I never said
we're gonna have to get his version.
Yeah, we will have to get his version of the story. All I know is I never said anything negative about Luka on the Twitter webs, and I did not get an invite. So next time I'll have to try a little bit harder.
They didn't have enough room, Kevin.
It is what it is. I know next time he's got me, and I'll get the Luka 6s, and we'll all be good. From the 469, I love this team now even more with Anthony Davis. Cooper Flagg is only going to get better at offense and defense, and hopefully they'll be able to lock up Najee Marshall, Max Christie, and Brandon Williams and add to it in the offseason. That's from Zach in Frisco. Thank you for texting in, Zach in Frisco. And here it is. We knew we were going to get it from the 817. I'm tired of hearing about Luka. I support the Mavs. Let it go. He's not our guy anymore, so let fakers have him. I've seen a million trades in all my years of being a sports fan. It's a business these days. From the 817. Look,
he's basically telling the truth on it. I mean, don't get me wrong. Everybody's got their own opinion, but also realize people reconcile their emotions differently, and some people take a little bit more time. But at the same time, I'm telling you, it's easier when you have Cooper Flagg and a future to look forward to. And so the Mavericks are in that position. And one other thing, again, there are a lot of people who cannot stand the Lakers. So the way you read it may not be the way he was saying it in his own mind. He can't stand the Lakers. So for Luka being on that team, he just, he's like, well, he's Luka. He's our guy, but I can't stand the Lakers, the fakers.
It's a lot easier to get over an ex when you got a girlfriend of your own. And now we have Cooper Flagg, and we feel pretty good about our girlfriend, don't we?
There you go.
And then there has to be some fan speculation, and that was in an uproar because Mark Cuban and Luka Doncic had a handshake and a little discussion there at the end of the game, and everybody's like, oh, Luka's coming home. Luka's going to come home in 2028. There it is, 2-1-0. There's no way Luka doesn't return to Dallas in 2028. So, look, the speculation's going to happen. Would I love it? Of course I would. Luka Doncic, my favorite basketball player since I've been alive. I love the way that he operates. I love the way he interacts with the fans. And I think we were so blessed to have a guy like Dirk followed up by a guy like Luka. And if he ever wanted to come back to Dallas, hell, even for a one-day contract just to retire a Mav, I am all on board.
Anything can happen, but I will always say this, and I've said it for the last year. In these days, speculation is also a sport. People love to speculate, and again, that's part of team building. So I'm not mad at anybody for speculating, because guess what? They have mock drafts. That is called speculation. They have trade scenarios. That's speculation. Anytime you talk about anything other than the final score of a game, it's all speculation. And I'm mad at nobody for that, but again, it's not reality. It's just speculation.
Trevor, what was your emotion of this basketball game? How did you feel about, the Luka Doncic audio and how the Mavs fans felt? What was your kind of emotional takeaway?
Well, CA just said that some people need to take longer than others, and I am definitely in that boat. I'm not somebody that I'm still frustrated about it. I'm still mad about it. I still have hopes and dreams that, hey, we re-sign him in free agency. But again, that's just because that was the guy that I believed in. That was the guy I loved, and I still love the man. But I do believe that, hey, I'm a Dallas fan. I want the Mavericks to do well. I like that we have Cooper Flagg, and I want to see him do well. But my emotions are still running a little high on it. That's all.
I think
we understand.
I understand. 214, this is perfect. 214 said the game played out perfectly to me. Played well, down to the wire, close loss. I truly hope they continue to grow slowly. Assuming he's talking about the Mavericks. Get back in the draft and find Cooper another running mate.
Yeah, add some more depth. But here's the other good part about these young guys that have been playing now, because there have been, people who want to say, hey, get rid of all the old guys, trade them, whatever, and just get young guys and build around Cooper. They are building around Cooper Flagg. Jason Kidd has done that from the start, and as hard was it for a lot of people to watch, having him play point guard was that for stuff down the road. And he said at the press conference, he said, I want him to be uncomfortable because he's got the high basketball IQ. He did it with Giannis, and it's made him a better player down the road. In other words, it made him respect the point guard position, let alone if they got injuries, he could run the point. So with that being said, realize that all these young guys that have been playing, especially during this 4-game winning streak, you're getting the best of both worlds. You're seeing the young guys you want to keep, because you don't know if you want to keep them or not unless they play. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You got to look at the blessing in disguise of PJ getting hurt, Gafford getting hurt, Lively getting hurt, all those guys, Kyrie being hurt. All those guys being hurt allowed you to see the depth on the team and who you might want to keep. You can find out more about Najee Marshall. You find out more about Christie. You found out all these different things. And so therefore, Flagg's growth is not deterred in any way. And therefore, when you also make your draft pick, no matter where it is, you'll be able to augment what you have, knowing what you've got. It's just that simple.
It's just that simple. Well, CA, it's my favorite time of the program. Coming up, we got CA Stories. What do we got?
Since the weather is dicey, I got crazy, dicey stories, including earthquakes. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
That feeling you get on the water? This is where it starts. The Dallas Boat Show is back with 2 full weekends. With more than 200 exhibitors, it's the place to compare boats, talk with dealers, and see what's new. All in one place. Whether you're buying your first boat or upgrading to the next one, this is the place to do it. The Dallas Boat Show at Dallas Market Hall. 2 weekends starting at January 30th. Your next boat starts here. Get tickets and event details at dallasboatexpo.com.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later on your timeline. No showings, no double moves. Plus, Orchard helps you sell for more with repairs that attract the right buyers. Buy before you sell and get top dollar with Orchard. Visit Orchard.com for your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966 or biglou.com.
What are the most common calls you guys get for someone who's like, oh, I wonder if I should call the Frankels for this?
The bottom line is if you're in a car wreck and it's not your fault, you may not need us, but the call and the consultation are free. So what can it hurt? I was in a car wreck. I went to the emergency room. I don't have health insurance. Now I've got a $20,000 bill. What do I do? I missed a week of work. I got hit by an uninsured driver. How do I deal with that? Make us your first call.
214 or 817-333-3333. Franklin Frankel, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
105.3 The Fans Radio Row is proudly sponsored by Wild Fork Foods. Elevate your big game watch party today with the wildest selection of high-quality meats and seafood, from sizzling steaks to savory wings. Build a legendary feast that scores points with every hungry fan.
New deals, new wheels. AutoNation's New Year, New Wheels event is going on now. Drive any new or used vehicle zero down and zero payments for 90 days. Save thousands on Toyotas, Fords, Hondas, Chevys, Mercedes-Benz, and more. Zero down and zero payments for 90 days. Hurry to your nearest AutoNation store today or AutoNation.com.
On select models with approved credit. Interest accrues from date of purchase on deferred payments. See store for details.
You can swirl it, you can sip it, but the best way is to share it. Hey y'all, I'm Deanna, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You get that bold flavor of the Coke mixed with the smooth deliciousness of the vanilla ice cream. You have a juicy filet and a smooth, creamy float. It's an awesome pairing.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Back here on 105.3 The Fan, you just have to wait just a little bit for CA stories as we're going to go ahead and hop over to the important man on a snowy Sunday morning, about to turn afternoon, as we have in studio News Radio 1080 Carol, the news meteorologist and weather guy, Dan Brunoff, who joins us now to give us the latest and greatest on our Snowmageddon in Texas.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Dan.
How's it going? Can you hear me?
We're doing fine, man.
Good.
You know what? We can't thank you enough for joining us in this studio again 2 days in a row.
Yeah,
and
man.
Helping all the Tolos to figure out what's going on and what's coming next.
Exactly. There is a $5 charge for the first minute and 99 cents for each additional minute.
Oh, no. Trevor, cut his line. Cut his line.
So, hey, guys, yeah, it's been quite a ride, hadn't it, so far?
Yeah,
so far, tell us.
Well, I was going to say,
from you.
Yeah, we want to hear from you, but I mean, we're just sitting here cozy in our homes. You're the one that's actually out there dealing with the elements.
Okay, so let me go into what's happening. We all know what's happened. Anywhere between 1 to 4 inches of mainly sleet has fallen across the area. Officially at the airport where records are kept, we've measured about 2 inches of sleet. But the areas east, where we are here at the studio here in North Dallas, we saw 2.5 inches, and some areas have seen upwards of 4. The bone-chilling cold's the other one with this extreme cold advisory or extreme cold warning that's in place until Tuesday morning. That we're going to have record low temperatures for tomorrow, Monday, and also on Tuesday. And the sun's been peeking out a little bit, but these little snow flurries will continue here this afternoon through the evening hours and won't accumulate much at all. But damage done. Ice, that's everywhere, and people are getting out a little bit, causing some ruts to be able to drive through. But as soon as the sun goes down, guys, we're going to get all this refreezing. 2013, we had what was called the cobblestone ice. I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah, bumpity.
Exactly. So I'm thinking tomorrow morning it'll be kind of bad, but Tuesday when we get up to about 28 degrees and then we drop into the single digits again into Wednesday morning, that's when I think we're really, really going to have some cobblestone ice Tuesday morning and then again Wednesday morning. We finally get above freezing, though, most likely by late Tuesday and especially on Wednesday. So, again, it's been quite an event. I think the Weather Service and myself, we did a pretty darn good job predicting this in advance. And we made the grocery stores and Costco a ton of money, and I know they're happy for sure.
Exactly.
And
hey, Danny.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you, have you heard about power outages? I think there's probably more in Tarrant County than Dallas County, but what is it about the ice melting on the limbs and that's what makes them fall or something?
Well, the freezing rain is what usually causes power outages. And you get over a half inch to an inch of ice on tree limbs, they start sagging and break into power lines and things. We mainly had sleet. These are those little tiny Dippin' Dots that bounce off the ground, right? And so that doesn't stick to power lines. It doesn't stick to trees. So at last count across the entire state, only 50,000 people without power, and that's not bad. Thinking about 10,000 here across Dallas and Fort Worth, maybe 15, but there's 7 million people just in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So I'm sorry if your power did go out, but we dodged a huge bullet as far as any freezing rain accumulations that could have been a lot worse. So now we're just dealing with cold air. ERCOT's handling the power grid so far across the state. So we just have to hunker down, stay off the roads until they start to clear up, especially into Tuesday afternoon and Wednesday afternoon.
What will be the high and low today and tonight and tomorrow?
All right, today we get up to 17. That's it. We're only at 15. Tonight, the record is 12 degrees tonight and Tuesday morning. I'm thinking we get close to between 0 and 5 degrees both Monday and Tuesday morning. 27 for tomorrow and 35. That's above freezing on Tuesday. But every morning, everything refreezes as long as there's liquid on the ground.
Wow. Kevin, you got anything for him?
Yeah, just real quick. I know that people are already talking about next Friday and next weekend's possible winter storm. Is there anything you could possibly tell us about that?
Well, we're going to get colder again into Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It's still too early to tell if we'll see any precipitation around here. That next storm system is still about 2,000 miles west of California. And until that gets on shore, that's when we really start to hone in on precipitation type. And if we see any here or it stays in the southern half of the state. So I don't forecast wintry precipitation that far out. But you want to tap me on the back here come Tuesday and Wednesday. We'll still have plenty of time to sell out the grocery stores again.
That
Great
sounds
job,
good,
man.
Dan. Appreciate you for hopping on with us and carry on with the rest of your day and give the people all the information they need.
Thanks,
appreciate
guys.
you.
All right, and then without any further ado, it is that time for a little CA Stories Confidential.
Yeah, we got to thank the great Chief Meteorologist Dan Bruno for stopping by and updating all the Tolos. That's what we're here for. And I want to thank you, Kevin, Trevor, and all the Tolos for allowing me to tell some of these stories of all the crazy things that happened to me, an interesting life and a wonderful career covering everything in the world of sports and entertainment here in Dallas, Fort Worth since 1980. And I have always loved the weather or some kind of thing that's like dramatic in the weather. So when I went to the University of Oklahoma, I minored in meteorology. Got my degree in journalism, but I minored in meteorology. They have like the tornado center for the country, right? So I'm the kind of guy that would chase a tornado. I promise you. And I've said it a number of times on these airwaves that literally, if I went on the radio and did media and stuff, I would be a firefighter or a first responder, because that's just the way I'm wired. I'm excited by it all. That's my adrenaline rush. So with that being said, doing all the different things that I've done and covering all these games and being all over the world and all over the country, I've encountered crazy weather conditions. Okay, we know it gets hot in Texas, right? It's 100 and some degrees. When I first started working here, people were dying in their homes in the summer of 1980. You can look it up, Google it up. They were dying because they would keep their windows closed and the air conditioning wasn't working. It was usually older people. They didn't want to get robbed or something, and they died. And it was all over the country, like, oh, the heat wave in Texas, what's going on? Look it up. All kinds of records were set. My parents were like, what are you doing in Texas? You're going to die. It's crazy. And of course, we survive it. We understand how it goes. There's tornadoes down here. Have you ever been in a tornado? 877-881-1053. Do y'all remember the big one in Fort Worth? Downtown Fort Worth. There's another one that skipped across. I mean, they happen. And I've been able to spot them. And you know what you're supposed to do? You're supposed to go, if you're at home, go into a bathroom, or if you got a cellar, and there's a few cellars around here in North Texas, go in a cellar, storm cellar, or you if you're driving, you go under a bridge, you go in a low-lying area so the tornado can skip past you. I have been in so many real weird situations. I was in a hurricane in Cancun, flying down to Cancun. This is Kenyon Martin, former NBA star. He's from Dallas. He was flying to Cancun to go to a wedding. I was flying down to Cancun with some buddies just to hang out in the summertime. And a hurricane hit Cancun. Did they all, hide or get towards the shore or get back further into Mexico? No. That's a party town. They had hurricane parties. It was crazy. Power was out in different hotels. You would just go to a different one. We survived. It wasn't bad, but I went through a hurricane. And the next day, pristine, just clear air. It was like spring. And this was in July in Cancun. Kenyon and I talk about that from time to time, how we both were on the same plane and wound up. His wedding went on and the party went on where I was hanging out. The biggest, craziest thing I've ever been through, and I've flown a whole bunch of flights that got connected and delayed, whether the weather situation, whether snow, rain, heat, just crazy things where flights are canceled or delayed. But the craziest thing I've ever been through, and I've been through two of them now, an earthquake. Have you ever been in an earthquake, Kevin? Nod your head. Nope. A lot of people haven't. And of course, the two earthquakes I went through were in California. One of them was at Cowboys training camp in Oxnard. A minor earthquake hit. I was at the In-N-Out Burger. I'm a Whataburger guy, but they didn't have the Whataburger by training camp. I was at In-N-Out, and all of a sudden, things start swaying. I was like, what the hell? Seemed like an earthquake to me. And they said, yes, it was. I was actually in the big earthquake that delayed the World Series. Yep, the one in San Francisco. I've told that story before. It was 1988, I believe. October of 1988. It was a beautiful day in San Francisco. This is the one thing you cannot prepare for. Like, we're preparing for this Snowmageddon or the Iceageddon or all these things that have been happening. You can tell if a tornado might come. You can tell all these other weather things that might happen, even the heat. You can prepare. They say it's going to be a high today of 107. It's going to be feeling like heat index 114, whatever. You can prepare for those things. An earthquake comes out of nowhere. It was the World Series, San Francisco Giants taking on the Oakland A's. It was the Bay Area Series. It was a beautiful day. Game didn't start until 5:30 San Francisco time, 7:30 Dallas time. I wasn't going to just sit in my hotel room, so I went all over San Francisco. Got on the cable car, rode all around the crookedest street. Did all the little things you want to do just to kill some time. Then we got on the buses to Candlestick Park, because that's where they were playing back then. I go down from the press box to get a hot dog on the concourse level because they didn't have the food that I liked in the press box. I'm standing in line and the whole stadium starts swaying like, ooh. And I'm thinking I got vertigo. Oh man, that was a good one. That was crazy. And all the people I said, no, man, that wasn't vertigo. That was an earthquake. And back then there was no internet. Back then, all you could do is listen to the radio or watch TV. And so people were on the radio and they were saying the Bay Bridge collapsed. What? I go back over the press box and I get a phone that actually worked. There was a phone that worked and I called into K104 and said, it seems like the World Series is going to be, the start of the World Series is going to be delayed because there was an earthquake. We don't know the extent of it yet, but I'll get back to you. So I was able to get that. Then all the phones went dead. People were on the radio about what was going on in San Francisco. Players were getting their families out of the stands to stand on the field in case the stadium collapsed. The stadium did not collapse. They got the PA to work and they asked people, hey, there's been a lot of different things before we get started. Everybody go home. Take your time. Don't rush. And I'm not lying. People casually, correctly, there wasn't a stampede. They just, because it was a beautiful day. And they went home to take care of their loved ones. We're interviewing Faye Vincent, the commissioner at the time. He's in a golf cart. When they're going to start the series, will they, or whatever it is. Bottom line was, it started getting dark, and we had to get back to the media hotel in San Francisco. I kid you not. There was no power in San Francisco. So all you could see that were going into San Francisco. We get into San Francisco, roads were barricaded, streets were barricaded. We had to stop. There were homeless people helping the police direct traffic. There were broken windows in the biggest stores like Macy's and Neiman Marcus. Nobody was looting. I was like, what? San Francisco's got these stop lights, or not stop signs, or stop signs or lights on a pole, and they got a clock on them. They got these clocks on them. They were all frozen at 10 minutes after 5 because that's when the earthquake hit. There was fires in the North Shore area. We get to the hotel. They had backup generators. I was able to go. There was no phones working. I was able to go into the office of the concierge who had a fax machine. And I hooked up my radio equipment to the fax machine and sent down all of my interviews and everything I needed for K104 to be aired the next morning on the Tom Joyner Show. And then I said, I'm going upstairs to my room. Elevator didn't work. Had to walk all the flights of stairs. I go into my room. And by the way, you had real keys back then, not the little card. I go into my room. There was plaster from the ceiling all over my bed. There's a giant zigzag all over the ceiling in the bathroom. I fell asleep, and when I woke up, I'm like, I got to get out of here. Who knows when they're going to start this thing up? There was a payphone outside. I made a reservation to get out to the airport. I got to the airport that afternoon because all the flights were already sold out earlier that day. I thought it was going to be chaos. There was nobody in the airport. And I said, I thought it'd be chaos. They said, no, everybody's already gone. Everybody got out while they could get out. Nobody's coming in. I got on the plane. And by the way, I never did eat because that hot dog I went to get, I never did eat the hot dog. So I was starving. I get on the plane. The kitchens at the airport didn't work, so there was no food. All they had was peanuts and sodas and water. I couldn't wait to get back to Dallas. But I survived that earthquake. The series resumed. And again, that was the big one. And I was there for it. So again, it's an interesting life. And this snowmageddon, this icemageddon, and this ain't nothing. Just stay safe out there, y'all. And that's your CA Stories Confidential.
Man, oh man, CA Stories Confidential never, ever, ever disappoints. All right, coming up, how confident are we with a complete defensive restructure? And are the Eagles trying to get back at the Cowboys? Next on 105.3 The Fan.
What?
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can...
Funny Hungover Confessions. Join us February 2nd through the 6th for our Radio Row coverage in the Bay Area. Brought to you by Stella Artois, the on-time experts, Best Buy Windows and Siding, Wild Fork Foods, and your favorite entertainment travel companions. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Someone that the Dallas Cowboys and Dallas Cowboys fans have to feel good about, Clayton Adams. Well, we stole Christian Parker from the Eagles, and they wanted to do the same thing. Per Jeremy Fowler, the Eagles requested to interview Cowboys offensive coordinator Clayton Adams for their offensive coordinator role. But the Cowboys blocked the request, so we're all good. And now we can go out to the D&M Leasing Hotline and be joined by our guy, Tommy Yarish. And I think we can all have a nice sigh of relief there that Clayton Adams is going to be able to stay with the Dallas Cowboys and definitely not go to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, guys, I think if that is actually the case, then that would be a fairly routine move from Dallas. It's a lateral move, so they have every opportunity to block it and to give up their offensive coordinator to go to a rival in the division. That just wouldn't make any sense. So no surprise there.
No surprise, and I know that I'm happy about it. And then as far as Christian Parker news is concerned, we've already seen reports that, they're going to be interviewing different guys to replace for this new defense under Christian Parker. He's going to kind of be able to restructure this thing on his own. What have you heard as far as the reins that Christian Parker is going to be able to hold as the new DC?
Yeah, well, I think right now it's kind of in that portion where we were last year, guys, where Matt Eberflus was the focal point, and now it's about, okay, who builds out the rest of his staff? And I think that's what Christian Parker's going through right now, going through, okay, which external guys can we maybe get in here? Who are we looking to retain and things like that? So they've interviewed 2 guys already, and I'm sure there'll be more here in the coming days heading into next week. And all the news that I've heard on Christian Parker has been positive from current people on the Cowboys staff. Just talking to some folks around on the team has been a positive of, this is a smart guy who knows what he's doing. He has had a great career trajectory to get to this point, and now it's just about putting the rest of those pieces of the puzzle together. So we'll see who that is here in the next couple of days, but would expect probably, they continue to look around and see who's out there.
And I wanted to ask because...
Tommy, could you talk about...
Oh, go ahead, CA.
Oh, okay. We're doing our location, Tommy, so sometimes we step on each other and under the same room. But at the same time, Tommy, I wanted to ask you, I know they told the assistant coaches on defense, if you get a job offer, you better take it because we don't know if you're going to be invited back. And if you want to do an interview with CP, you can do that as well. Can you talk about how that's maybe awkward or not? Because some of those guys are at the Ford Center getting ready for Tuesday's game with East West Shrine, and some of those guys may be down at the Senior Bowl. Can you talk about the logistics that they're going through?
Yeah, it might be a little bit awkward because you just don't know. You don't know what your status is. Your job's hanging, maybe not hanging in the balance, but you're just not sure where you're going to be next. And so, that aspect of it is weird. But at the same time, this is a business, and these guys understand that, and they know that this is all just a part of the year-by-year process because it is a year-by-year league, not just for players but for coaches. You never have a surefire, safe job for the most part. Especially if you're a position coach, because there can be so much change so quickly. But those, the Shrine Bowl guys and the Senior Bowl guys, I can speak for the Shrine Bowl with Aaron Whitecott, the Cowboys defensive line coach, caught up with him yesterday, and he's just focused on right now. He's focused on coaching these kids in the Shrine Bowl, which has been an advantage for him in the past. He was telling me that every year he's coached in an all-star game, the team that he's been on has drafted or acquired in free agency later on down the line one of the players that he coached. So this is valuable time for them to get eyes on these players, and he's fully focused on that. And I'm sure everything else will fall into place.
Now, for Christian Parker, he comes to Cowboys, after spending a good amount of time in the league. Though he's 34, he has a lot of experience as a defensive backs coach, just kind of laying out for the Tolos that may not know everything about him. Is there a certain guy in particular? I mean, we can talk about some of the young guys in Savon Ravel, Reddy Stewart, the list goes on and on, maybe even somebody we draft. Is there kind of a reason that the Cowboys fans should feel optimistic more now than ever for the defensive back room for this Cowboys team going into next year?
Well, if you want to feel optimistic, you look at his track record and, the Patrick Surtains of the world that he's taken and made into all pros, and same with Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean in Philadelphia. And, the counterpoint that I've heard to all that is, okay, well, these guys are first, second round picks. Of course they're going to be good. Well, I mean, we've seen plenty of first and second round picks that don't pan out. And I think part of it is a developmental thing. You can have all the talent in the world, but you have to be technically sound if you want to win in the NFL, and there's so many more talented players when you get to this level. So it does take a little bit more of time with your coaching staff, and you need the right coaching staff to develop into those caliber players. And I think Christian Parker has shown that he can do that. And it's not just corners, it's safeties too. I mean, you think about back at his time with the Broncos, they had their all second team all pro safety back there on the back end, and Justin Simmons. Oh my goodness, I almost forgot his name. Mm-hmm. He was a second team all pro all 3 years with the Broncos while Parker was there. So it's really the entire secondary as a whole that works well under him. And with the Cowboys and the struggles they had, obviously last year they didn't have anywhere close to enough high end personnel to be a good enough secondary or even a top half of the league secondary. So they'll need to fix that portion of it, whether it be through free agency or the draft. But if you're a young corner like a Savon Revel on this roster, then yeah, I think you absolutely should be excited about what he could potentially do for your development.
So Tommy, you've been up at the Star a couple of days, or you just made it over there, or how you been reaching out to different people? You were out there, right?
I was out there the last 2 days for Shrine Bowl practices. And I took one look outside today, and I said, "No, there's no chance I'm making it back there today. It's already risky."
I don't blame you. So I was going to ask you this: what was the reaction when you were running into people up there when they heard the news that former Cowboys coach Mike McCarthy got hired for the Steelers? You don't have to name any names, but what's your reaction, and what were some of the people you were talking about saying?
Well, I haven't seen anybody or talked to anybody about that, but I can imagine there's, a sense of happiness for him. Mike took a lot of pride in where he's from and his hometown, which is Pittsburgh. And, I mean, for him to get the opportunity to lead his hometown franchise and, go back home, I'm sure that means the world to him. I think it really does. I think he's, it's really impressive, the fact that he's coached for the Packers, the Cowboys, and now the Steelers. I mean, you're not going to get many more iconic
legacy franchises.
Yeah, than those three under your belt. So good for Mike, man. I hope he does well. And, I always appreciated the time that he gave us in Dallas. And, again, I'm sure he is over the moon to have that job.
Tommy, kind of talking from a broader, NFL standpoint, has there been any head coaching hirings that have kind of not necessarily caught you off guard, but they were a little surprising to you or you thought was a good fit?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm interested to see how Jeff Hafley works out in Miami. I think that, obviously everybody looks at his record as a head coach at Boston College and kind of quivers a little bit. But, if they can get a good offensive coordinator in there, their offensive coordinator, I think they ended up hiring Bobby Slowick. If they can get in rhythm and they can figure things out at quarterback, I think that could be interesting because I've always liked what Hafley does schematically on defense. And not a head coaching hire, but I think Mike McDaniel with the Chargers is going to be really interesting. Being able to capitalize more on Justin Herbert and his abilities. But, Justin's great and all, but if you can't block for him, it doesn't matter. So I think LA needs to bolster up on their offensive line. Obviously, their two all-world tackles got hurt, but even on the interior, they weren't all that great this year. So those two are the ones that stick out to me. Obviously, Jim Harbaugh going to the Giants is going to be very interesting. I have no doubt in my mind that he's going to be successful there and give that program some stability and make them a winning team. It's been a fun coaching cycle, man. There's been a lot of turnover.
A lot of turnover, and apparently nobody wants to interview with the Browns. So, but before we get out of here, Tommy, and we appreciate you for joining us on such a short notice. How have you? I know you said you looked outside. You're like, nope, not doing it today. But how have you handled the weather so far? What precautions have you taken? And hopefully, you haven't lost any power.
Yeah, thankfully, no, we haven't lost power. We're just doing the normal. Let your faucets drip. Stay inside. Stay warm. And that's about it. There's really nothing special to it. I just, I hope that everybody listening and everybody out in the DFW area and really that's affected by the storm is doing the same, staying safe, staying warm, and same to you guys as well. Hope you guys are good at home, and hope everybody gets out of this okay.
That's right. Trev, I would tell you something. Tommy knows the drill. He's from Chicago. This is not his first rodeo. Good job, Tommy.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it, man. Y'all stay safe.
Yes, sir. You as well, Tommy. Thanks for joining us. Dallas Cowboys, Tommy Yaris, DallasCowboys.com, just joined us here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up, we're going to steal a segment from our own Sweet Willie C. We're going to do News at Noon next on 105.3 The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on.
The exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
It's the final hour of a snowy Sunday morning on 105.3 The Fan. It's been a sports jam-packed show. We've had you from 9 a.m. and then we're going to crosstalk here at the end of the 12 o'clock hour leading into 1 o'clock. You'll get Fred Davis and the fan phenom Eric Casares. But right now, you got myself, Kevin Walker, alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Honnold and our guy Trevor Beck on the 1, 2s, and 3s holding it down. And it is that time of the day. It's 12 o'clock, which means we have to steal a segment from our Sweet Willie C, otherwise known as Will Chambers, which if you're a Tolo and you leave it on, then you know Will Chambers and you know Sweet Willie C. But it's news at noon, so we're going to capitalize on all the news that's happened from the beginning of the show to now. And then before we get out of the 12 o'clock segment, we'll also let you know, for some of our younger Tolos that might be listening, what ISDs are closing for Monday, so that way you can prep your Mondays accordingly, whatever that looks like. Just stay safe and don't do anything reckless.
Kevin, you know what you're doing? You're doing a service. It's not just for the young Tolos, and there are some Tolos who are still in school, but it's for their parents. They're going to have to prepare for, they're still going to be here.
Wait, you're saying I can't send you off to school in 3 inches of snow on Monday? Well, damn. All right. Well, we'll get to that ISD list here in a little bit. And I teased it way earlier in the show, and I'm so glad we're going to get to it. Trevor, if you could please give me cut 2.
He's done it. Honnold has made history again.
Sick. Now, if you're sitting to yourself wondering what in the hell did I just listen to, let me clue you in. Yeah. Alex Honnold, a professional climber, while the Mavericks game was going on last night, he was in Taiwan climbing a 101-story building with, listen to this, CA, no ropes, no safety nets.
Mm-hmm.
And he
just
did
his
it. Just his hands, his feet, and a North Face t-shirt. He did it in 1 hour and 31 minutes. And it was all broadcasted live on Netflix. I mean, that I don't know. It's absolutely spectacular. It blew up social media last night.
I believe it.
Look, if you don't want to consider this a sport, then I don't know what the hell to tell you, because that was pretty damn athletic to me.
It's no different. He's climbing a building. It's no different than anybody who's a mountain climber, a rock climber, anybody that's climbing Mount Everest. That's legit. The fact that he can do it on a building, that's crazy, but it's also legit. He took a selfie at the once he reached the top of the building, which created an insane picture. And see, I played that clip because as soon as he reached the top of the building, that's all he said. He was like, sick. That's it. Like, I don't know what I would say if I ever, had the guts to climb a 101-story building. I don't even want to climb my apartment, much rather. But I'm sure sick isn't the first thing that would come out of my mouth. How old is this guy?
Oh, that's a fantastic question. Now, Trevor, I do want your play-by-play on this because you watched a good amount of this. What was your perspective on this, and how many times did you want to throw up in your mouth watching it?
Constantly. I had a severe... I'm not a heights person. I don't like roller coasters. The Judge Roy scream gives me goosebumps. So I am not a fan of anything heights-driven. So this guy is literally... They called him like the reuse. There's these little cloud-shaped things on the building. Then they have something called dragons that they call, which are just like they're obstacles. And every single time he's doing it, I'm like, why aren't you just climbing up the other side of the building where it's safer? It's almost like he was doing it on purpose. And again, every time he was going up, I got the heebie-jeebies. It's fascinating to me. The fact that how many times he just stood with the wind, and it was really breezy. He just stood and the wind was blowing his shirt, and how I get those little shudders. Do you guys ever get those little shudders when you're standing on the edge of something? Like I got the shudders sitting on my recliner while he was doing it. It legitimately gave me anxiety just watching this man climb up this thing. And then he gets up to the tower, like the very middle part, the final ascent. And I'm like, it's one of those things where it's not me. I'm not the one ever going to do that. That is not me, but it's fascinating that this guy just has for lack of a better term, he has the cojones to do this. It's fascinating. Nice. Genuinely fascinating to me.
40 years old, CA, 40 years old.
You guys paint a hell of a picture, and I'm going to have to look it up on YouTube or wherever so I can see the highlights again, because that stuff is the kind of stuff I love.
It was insane. You can find it on you can find it all over on social media. It's
a 2-hour show, and the weirdest thing was Seth Rollins. I don't know if y'all are big wrestling fans. Do y'all know who Seth Rollins is?
Yeah.
Okay, he was one of the commentators. Like, they had Seth Rollins and 2 other people that were climbing.
L. Duncan was part of it as well.
Yeah, and so there was a bunch of different people. It was, I don't know, again, it's hard to talk through all that because, again, you're just watching a guy do something crazy, but man, it truly was interesting.
Okay, I'm going to tell you something. I get adrenaline rushes on stuff like that. I skydived twice. The second time on the radio, on the air here in Dallas. So I love that kind of stuff. Again, I might be different than anybody else, but you guys, especially you, Trevor, you painted incredible pictures because the majority of people are like you. And that's why it was major entertainment to see this. It's like, this guy could die. We could see him fall at any time. And plus, oh my God, look at all this area. He's way up there. I mean, that's riveting.
They did a good job breaking down all of it too. Like, that was really like what was exciting was like, hey, he's got 10 of these dragons that he has to do. And again, the names that they put on these objects are just, I'm like, wait, that doesn't look like a dragon, but let's call it a dragon. And so there was just so many moments, the strength that he has to be able to pull himself up.
He was ripped.
That's what I'm saying. The dude's his veins popping out.
The wind blew his shirt and it raised the shirt up. And that guy is, I mean, you would assume he would be pretty fit, but that guy was absolutely yoked out of his mind.
Jealous?
Well, Trevor's jealous.
I'm not jealous. I'm not jealous of climbing a 101-story building, but the abs, I'll take the abs. But yeah, so for the Tolos that didn't hear about it, or you want to go back and check it out, CA, I know you're probably going to go do it. I highly recommend it. It was so crazy to watch. It blew up social media. Everybody was just fascinated that this guy was just, and his wife was in the building watching him climb it. It was so crazy. It was wild.
Did he have a parachute on?
No, I don't know. Nothing.
No, he had nothing. It was a chalk bag. That's it.
Yeah, that's all he had was a chalk bag, some plain shoes, a North Face t-shirt, pair of pants, and just climbing his way to the top.
He's either going to do it or die trying.
This is the same guy that did the Free Solo documentary, where he did Yosemite, the rock face of Yosemite. He's done all kinds of stuff. Natural Geographic has one where he did one in the Arctic. There's just a sheer face wall in the Arctic. So there's a lot. This guy's crazy, man. It's all crazy awesome, I should say.
All right, now we did have some other sports that happened last night. For our fighting fans, I'm going to attempt to get this name correct, and I know I'm going to butcher it, so just correct me if you want to. Paddy the Batty Pimblett, who we're very familiar with, he lost to Justin Gaethje. I'm going to say it like that. I know I butchered it. I apologize in advance. It was a bloody fight. Paddy is kind of He's a favorite among fighting fans for sure. Trevor, I don't know if you're big on the fighting side of sports, but it was kind of a shock a little bit, but it was a hell of a fight. They both performed really well, but Paddy was really beat up there towards the end. So for our fighting fans, our fighting Tolo fans, I wanted to go ahead and give you your little bit of a fighting fix, if you will. And then an injury update for our Dallas Mavericks, who will be facing the Milwaukee Bucks later tonight at 6 o'clock. Hopefully, they have just left on their plane as they're still waiting to get out of the DFW area. Cooper Flagg and Klay Thompson are both listed as doubtful for tonight's game, both due to injury management. And Max Christie and Brandon Williams are being listed as questionable. Brandon Williams with Max Christie, with an ankle injury that they're trying to monitor, but both listed as questionable. And then Mark Stein just put out the NBA is going to postpone Denver at Memphis. So another one to watch for on the inclement weather side. And speaking of inclement weather, let's go ahead and get that ISD list for all the people that need to know. We just got a text from the 972. Prosper ISD is closed for school. Monday. He said they announced that on Saturday night. So a lot of these, you might already know, but just for those of you that don't know, this is a good chance as a reminder. So this is North Texas School. So if you want to text in 877-881-1053. If you're all out for school, what are your plans? What are you going to do? Are you going to binge watch movies? Are you going to binge watch that show that you're finally going to get to watch? And then so you can let us know. You got Allen ISD, Arlington ISD, Birdville ISD, Carroll ISD, Coppell ISD, Corelli ISD, DeSoto ISD, Duncanville ISD, Fort Worth ISD. I don't have to say ISD. You get it. Frisco, Garland, Grand Prairie, Grapevine/Colleyville, Keller, Lake Dallas, Lancaster, Mansfield, McKinney, Northwest, Plano, Richardson, Sanger, and Waxahachie. So there you go. CA, if you're going to have the kiddos out tomorrow, I guess.
No, the kiddos are grown.
Well, I'm just saying in your neighborhood, they're going to be out and about.
Yes, in the neighborhood. Here's what's wild, though. I think the shorter list would be the crazy schools that decided to be open.
Did y'all say Garland? I didn't hear Garland.
He better be closed.
Because Garland, man, they never close. I can't remember. I went into Garland.
Nope, Garland's closed. This is for Monday.
Okay.
They are.
Good. Darn right. Finally, Garland getting it right. Thank you, Garland. Thank you, GISD.
So, yeah, you mentioned about the kids being out. There will be kids in the yards and playing in the streets and stuff. So if you're driving in neighborhoods, be careful because the kids are out and they're sliding too.
From the 903, Wills Point ISD has not canceled school. The roads are covered in ice and snow. So
they will.
The 903, he's calling for Wills Point. And an update from Mark Stein. The Mavericks are still on their team plane awaiting for takeoff.
Wow. And this is supposed to be a 6 o'clock tip-off, which means they should be at the arena before 4. I don't see it. We're talking about in Milwaukee. I don't know. They might have to postpone the game. Reschedule.
They just might because it's a 2.5-hour flight, and you have to have enough time to, you can't just hop off the plane and hop off the plane and hoop. I don't know who thinks they can, but you can't. 469 says Louisville ISD is closed, so another one to keep out for. So we'll see how that goes. And then again, for all the Tolos that are out there doing the Lord's work, we know we've got some HVAC people, our Uber drivers, our Lyft drivers are out there, our road crews who are out there paving the way and taking on the tough task of driving in these conditions. We thank you. We appreciate you. If no one else tells you, just know that we at 105.3 The Fan, we definitely do. We want everybody to stay safe in these conditions. And for those of you that can stay at home, stay at home. If you don't need to get out, then don't get out. Stay at home, enjoy time with the family, binge watch that show. Like I said, that movie that you never got a chance to get to. Go ahead and get to it, so that way you can just take the time and enjoy it. Just enjoy it. It is beautiful outside, I will say. Like I said, I'm broadcasting from North Fort Worth in the Alliance area. CA, I know you're over in the Waxahachie area. I'm assuming it still looks pretty beautiful over there, right?
Yes, the sun is creeping out, and again, the snow on top of ice, it might be treacherous a little bit, but it's a nice look. Take your pictures while you can, because as you know, it will devolve before you know it, and it'll be nothing but ice.
Don't get muddy.
All right. Yeah, don't get muddy. Let's see here from the 214. One downfall from working from home is that I still have to work tomorrow. All right.
A lot of people are going to be working from home because they're used. The pandemic taught everybody, so don't be surprised.
Oh, that's what we're doing. All right, coming up, it's a top 5. It's a fatty special. Top 5 snow activities, but this time as an adult. Coming up next on 105.3 The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something.
shines, it's unrivaled.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
It's a fatty special here on a Sunday, snowy Sunday morning on 105.3 The Fan. Actually, not morning anymore. It is now the afternoon time. My bad. All right, welcome to 105.3 The Fan. My name is Kevin Walker. I'm alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Honnold with Trevor Beck on the 1, 2s, and 3s. We're about to jump into this top 5, and normally I would say top 5 things to do in the snow, but I recognize that we all three here are adults, and we may not want to do the same things as we wanted to as a kid. Throw a snowball, build a snowman, maybe make a snow angel. I don't know what Trevor did outside. But I wanted to do a top 5 activities that we could do in the snow. So without any further ado, let's hop right into it. We'll start with number 5, and then we'll do a snake draft. We'll start with CA, but 877-881-1053. Be sure to text in on the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorney text line what you're doing in the snow or how you're avoiding the snow, whether if you are considered an adult or if you're not worried about high school tomorrow. You're not worried about college tomorrow, so you get to have a little bit more fun. Either way, 877-881-1053, The Fan. Be sure to text in. CA, I'll start with you. Number 5 on your things to do in the snow or around the snow whenever we have snow activities as an adult is?
It depends how brave you are and how old you are. But it's always cool to go to a mall parking lot and do donuts.
No, CA, we promote safety.
I said a mall parking lot where you can't wipe out. You got to go to a very large parking lot, and there's your opportunity to be a kid in a car.
Look, I would be lying if I said I did not partake in such activities in my high school days. All I'd say is if you're going to do it, be safe. And watch out for the poles, because the poles
watch out for the popos.
Watch it. We're not promoting.
No, we're not promoting.
We're not promoting.
But hey, that's what an adult or somebody who can drive can do.
Be safe. Be safe. Trevor?
Be safe.
So this is still an adult thing that is a kid thing. But I like making snow ice cream. Get some flavored like vanilla extract.
Yeah.
Go out and find. That's what I'm going to do when I get home. I love doing it. I did it when I was a kid. It makes me think of my grandparents. So I'm going to go find some clean snow. At least I hope I can. I see some snow flurries out there. And I'm going to put some vanilla extract on it, and I'm going to eat the crap out of that snow.
I'll tell you this because I'm sure you've never heard it before, but watch out for the yellow snow, Trevor.
Yeah, that's fair. That's definitely fair.
It's not a pina colada, no matter how many times they try
lemonade. Don't tell me what to do, Mom.
972 said starting a nice cozy fire in the fireplace. I know a lot of people who have fireplaces definitely are going to be starting fire. My number 5 is actually going to be cooking. I really enjoy cooking in the snow because, if you got power, then you can try out some different stuff. But I'm always going to want to cook like a soup or a pasta, never something that's like, I'm not going to eat like a cold sandwich in the snow. I don't know. For me, that just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. For number 5 for me is going to be cooking.
I'm about it. That's what I made, but I ate a bunch of it before the snow actually hit, like the ice actually hit. So I'm running low. I'm a little disappointed in myself.
817 Whiskey Gun says he loves y'all. Doing some dumbbell sets, watching the pregame on mute and toloing. That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it right there. 214. You're acting a little crazy. Trying to practice on making baby number 2 and 3.
There's going to be a lot of babies born in July, or maybe that's August, because August and September.
Oh boy, that's crazy. Number 4 for me, it's a little lazy, I must admit, but man, some slumber, catching up on some sleep. Man, I tell you what, waking up and it's a beautiful day outside, so you could just wake up to your blinds and you're just beaming in and you just look outside, it's just full of snow and you're like, I ain't got nothing to do today. I can just go right back to bed. So number 4 for me is sleep.
My number 4 is along your cooking lines and along the lines from the Tolo who said, starting a nice cozy fire in the fireplace, you can make s'mores.
S'mores. That's a great pull.
There you go.
I'm about it. My
it.
number 4 is in the same vein as yours, Kevin. I'm a blanket and fan on guy, so I want to make the room cold and then get warm. So I'm about that life. That's kind of my adult thing, and then getting some sleep. Sounds great. But now I want s'mores. So thanks, CA.
Okay, so I'm glad you mentioned that because just a little peek behind the curtain. Behind my life, this is my first Snowmageddon. I'm in my apartment with my girlfriend, so this is my first time ever being, away from my family. So I'm still trying to figure things out, right? Our apartment stays pretty warm naturally, so nothing a little worry about a whole lot there. But we keep the heater on, we keep our faucets dripping, all the things that you're supposed to do. But I agree with you, Trevor, because I have to sleep with the fan on. I think it's mainly because the sound more than anything, but I have to have it on even if it's on a low setting. And I feel like I'm really wasting money and contradicting myself if I have the heater on, but I have the fan on in my bedroom.
Moving air feels good, man. You need to stick that foot out sometimes, and you're like, oh, it's cold. All right, I'm gonna get back under the blankets. I think it's needed.
And you mentioned the sound. Yeah, quiet noise. There are people, and there are actually companies that make money having this little, they call it quiet noise, and it gives you sometimes it's just a aquarium sound or just any kind of sound to make you feel like you can sleep better.
Absolutely.
Not just complete silence.
From the 940, I'm 51. Amen about the donuts. Did them in a church parking lot earlier.
Yo, let's go.
Yeah, for real. Y'all better recognize.
And another one from the 817, binge watching some shows and also listening to some books and eating a bunch of food that I should not be eating. LOL. That's like another one from the 817. Look, no, we're not here to judge you. You can cheat your diet if you want to.
On days when you're stuck in, absolutely.
Okay, and then so now it's Trevor. You're number 3.
Yeah, again, I don't really play in the snow much anymore, but I enjoy watching. And I enjoy watching others enjoy it. So kids playing out in the snow. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to sound weird and
it's okay.
creepy.
It's okay. We got you.
I just like seeing kids sled and do their thing. I used to do that. I used to go get in trouble and throw snowballs at people and stuff like that. So I enjoy that kind of stuff. So I love sitting out on the porch and just kind of watching kids in the neighborhood enjoy their time, being out of school.
Yeah, just go ahead and mark that.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's like that's not good. You can't make that sound good, but children with joy. I want kids with joy. That's great.
Clean it up.
214. This one might be my favorite one so far. This one's from Woody. I'm making some chili and gumbo and being lazy today, fellas.
Chili and gumbo. Ooh,
chili and gumbo.
Put it like this: chili, Texas chili is something special. And Louisiana gumbo, there you go. And this kind of they have Texas chili cook-offs all the time. Texas is not just barbecue; they got chili too.
Are you a rice? Tolo, are you a rice or potato salad in your gumbo guy? I'm curious about that.
And also, Tolo, are you a beans or not in your chili?
Hey, there you go.
Those are fighting words for some people.
Look, I'll be controversial. I really don't care. But I'm not a picky eater. I'll eat the food. If you serve it, I'm not here to critique.
If it tastes good, I'm going to eat it.
Hey, I'm with you. If it tastes good, I'll eat it. Oh, wait a minute. There's 2 of us now. Hey, in the honor of Will Chambers, we mentioned this earlier about Will Chambers. In honor of him, he's from Kentucky, Cincinnati, Ohio, that kind of area. You know how they have their chili in Cincinnati.
That spaghetti chili, weirdos.
Spaghetti chili. It is so weird. I'm like, how do they just decide to put chili on the spaghetti?
They mix 3 things together. They put chili, spaghetti, and then cheddar cheese on top. I'm like, what are you doing?
I have to give it a try. 817.
It's not bad, by the way. It's not bad, but it's not Texas chili.
This makes me feel better. 8 from the 817. Fans cool you, not the room, and barely using electricity, so you're good. Thank you.
Yep.
I appreciate that. See, those are the adulting tips that I need in my life. CA, you're number 3.
My number 3. Oh, it just slipped my mind. I had written it down, and I didn't write it down. Let me see. I was changing my mind on what I had written down. My number 3 is this. I actually like to work out and then get in a sauna or a steam room and then go outside in the snow. You know what I'm saying? Because I saw the Tolo texting about working out. I was like, yeah, I don't mind at all working out and going in the steam room sauna and then going outside in the cold weather right after that.
Cold plunge type thing.
Kind of like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? They got all these different colleges got these cold plunge rooms and freeze rooms. Like TCU's got this amazing, it's like a snow room. They got all that stuff. So it's like you said, hot, cold. It's kind of a therapeutic thing.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Yeah, I think me and the girlfriend are going to go catch a workout, hopefully after this, before the NFL games start. But yeah, we'll see. My number 3.
214 says, low key, I'm a closet bean in my chili guy, and I'm a Texan too. Yeah. It's fighting words.
It's be proud.
Also,
come on,
Trevor, you ticked off the fan text with your potato salad.
I was just asking. I was not. Comments. I was making a comment because I learned about it a couple of years ago, and I think it's absurd to put potato salad in your gumbo. So I am on that.
What?
I'm on the rice guy.
Guess what? Woody from the 214 says he puts tater salad in his gumbo and he puts brisket in his chili.
Oh, that sounds delicious. Oh,
I need to try it. I'll need to try the potato salad in the gumbo just so I can swear off it for sure. But it just doesn't. That's just unique. It's unique.
512 says I have a buddy from North Dakota that makes chili with pasta in it. The other night, and my first time ever to have it, that S was effing delicious. And I'm from Texas. Welcome to North Dakota. I'll try anything just to see.
Yep. I'll try it twice. That's my rule.
The original.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with that sentiment. My number 3, definitely not healthy, definitely not good for you, but man, I do like to responsibly get my drink on whenever it's a little snowy outside. Don't need to get in the car, don't need to go anywhere. Cold weather cocktail. I'll definitely get into a little bit of mixology, if you will, for today's conference championship games. And then my number 2, if I got the time for it, I'd love to get into a little video game action. I know I just got my new F1 game, so I'll definitely be breaking that out and doing a little racing. So video games for me at the number 2 spot.
Heck yeah.
I'm with you. I would, for my number 2, how about a snow day margarita?
Okay, so I'm not the only one. That makes me feel better.
Is it on the rocks? How are we doing it? Shaken, not stirred?
Give me a meltdown.
Hey,
a little Grand Marnier in it. I'm good.
This man, that'd warm you up real quick. Jeez Louise. My number 2, talking about warming up, I'm going to make me a bonfire. I love sitting out in the cold, have a nice fire sitting next to you.
Outside,
you get too close and you're like, ooh, that's warm. And then you step away and it gets cold again. Man, I love me a bonfire.
Now that's a fire.
All right.
Will Chambers' burner account from the 601 Skyline Cincinnati chili is actually pretty good.
It's not bad. It's just not, like I said, I just prefer Texas chili.
Yeah,
I've had it.
Odd.
It's just unusual, but it's not bad. It's good. Don't get me wrong. It's not terrible. It's not like, oh, it was horrible. No, it's just different.
It's
but
just
not
different. That's what I'm saying. I can't
different.
Crap on different. But all right, my number 1.
Wait, one more.
Oh, yes,
817 says, had a wife from Indiana. Chili means different stuff up there to them. It's weird.
Yeah, it's more like a spaghetti, I guess a spaghetti sauce would be. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just meat and whatever they put in it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, my number 1, my final here. I love when it's laid out and just going and looking at the backyard. I know that's a weird grown man thing where you just go stand out in the backyard.
In the snow?
In the snow, yeah. Maybe take a leak in the snow and you just go out, stand in the backyard.
You gotta do that.
And absolutely. But you enjoy the crisp, you breathe it in. Like last night when in between the sleeting, I just went and just took a deep breath and kind of just looked out at the backyard. I enjoy that as a grown man, Take a minute, take a breath, and enjoy it.
If the first day of snow and ice is still pretty cool because it's completely different than what it was, the night before. And don't let it be, snowed and then all of a sudden it's a sunny day the next day. At night, the stars are really bright.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, and the white snow, it reflects, so it just kind of brightens it has I want to say like a Christmas effect to it, maybe? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Seasonal for sure.
CA, your number 1?
My number 1 is building a snowman.
Hey, yo.
I'm I'm just saying.
Okay, nothing wrong with that. I didn't know the last time we even. Yeah, I didn't know the last time any of us have had a chance to build a snowman.
Right.
It's not like we get an opportunity every year. I would say the last time I was probably, definitely before high school. I was probably like 15 years old or something. I don't know.
It's hard to build a snowman with ice, so it has to be snow.
Exactly. It's not like I said. It's not like we get all the opportunity in the world to do it here in Texas.
Exactly.
And then my number one, it's kind of a layup. It's kind of a gimme. But how could I not love some sports?
Oh, that's automatic.
Nothing
that's
to do.
Given.
Conference championship kind of day. Just sit down on my lazy ass and watch sports all day. Get my drink on. Enjoy the snow. I mean, I just can't think of anything better.
You don't feel like you're missing anything outside because it's cold and snow.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
You don't feel like, I should be doing something besides watching TV.
All right, well, y'all blew up the text line, 877-881-1053. We'll get back to it, but we got a crosstalk with the fellas, and that's going to be Fred Davis and Eric Casares. And did Fred make it to the station? We'll see. Find out next on 105.3 The Fan.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number...
February 2nd through the 6th for our Radio Row coverage in the Bay Area. Brought to you by Stella Artois, the on-time experts, Best Buy Windows and Siding, Wild Fork Foods, and your favorite entertainment travel companions. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
It's that time to hand over the broadcasting baton to Fred Davis and Eric Casares, who will have you till 5 o'clock on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you so much to Trevor Beck, who drove through the tough conditions in Dallas, and CA and I were cozy in our homes, myself in North Fort Worth, CA over there at Waxahachie. We're now joined by Fred and Eric. And Fred, the Tolos are wondering, did the Ranger make it to the station? I'm assuming it did not.
No, it didn't. No, it didn't. And look, my pride wanted me to push through and, see if I could get through to the station. However,
you attempted it. That's all that matters.
I did attempt it. No, I absolutely did. And as Marcellus Wallace said, and CA can appreciate this, bleep pride. Okay. That's pride bleeping with you. And that's exactly what it did to me. I knew I got out of my apartment complex and I started bebopping through, and I got through an intersection. And for all the folks that are in Louisville, if you've ever gone off Corporate Drive, you've got to go up this. I mean, it's a gradual incline that, weather is the great equalizer, right? And so as, when it's normal weather, we don't think anything of it. We bebop up it. It's a little, little ramp type deal that you go through to get up, go down, boom, then you're on the freeway. And, the Ranger's not four-wheel drive. And I ain't got a lot of weight in the back of that bad boy. So the last thing I wanted to do was slip and slide, get off, my truck goes sliding off. Because I saw it, and you guys have all seen it too. There's plenty of videos on the internet showing cars slip sliding all over the place. And you know what? I'll live to fight another day. I'll do radio from the crib. And we'll be at the station tomorrow, God willing.
I mean, there's just no point. Yeah, there's just no point in testing it, especially, for myself, I'm a Texas guy, born and raised here. I'm not going to act like I'm any kind of snow expert or I know what the hell to do. Boys, I don't know if y'all have seen a little bit of some NFL news. The Eagles tried to get back at the Cowboys. They requested to interview Clayton Adams. The Cowboys said, absolutely, hell no, that's not going to happen. And then Jonathan Gannon, who Cowboys fans were worried about taking the job here. Well, he's going to go with Micah Parsons. He's going to go to Green Bay and be their defensive coordinator. So, yeah, I didn't know if y'all saw that news or if y'all had any reactions to that news. But there's a little bit of a NFL fix for you before we get into this.
Yeah, no, Jonathan Gannon, I thought he would have been the Cowboys DC. I felt like we were talking about that yesterday on the show, Kev, about how that felt like that was the safe move that Jerry Jones would have made. So the fact that they were able to go out and get a guy like Christian Parker gets me excited. And then Jonathan Gannon ends to go be with Matt LaFleur up there in Green Bay. And then Clayton Adams, we're saying no to the Eagles. I love seeing that. Anytime we can block the Eagles and deny them, and they're scrambling to find their OC to mimic that horrible anemic offense, that puts a smile on my face. So it's a great day to start the Sunday.
Yeah, I hadn't heard the Clayton Adams stuff yet. Like I said, I was out trying to fight Mother Nature, but I did see that I did see the Jonathan Gannon to Green Bay news. So, look, good for Jonathan Gannon, and obviously he's got his work cut out for him as far as just his own personal reputation is concerned. But look, if you're Clayton Adams, why would you want? Do you want to go deal with the tomfoolery that is the Philadelphia Eagles and that mess? Look, I get it. Right. They've got pieces on that offense that you got to feel good about, but at the same time, we don't know what's going to happen with George Pickens just yet, but at the very least, he's got a nice situation going on with Brian Schottenheimer. We've heard from Clayton Adams throughout the course of the year, and there was a lot of stuff that I was extremely intrigued by to hear that, there were things that he wasn't aware of as a first-year coordinator, being on the sideline versus being up in the booth, things that these guys hadn't prepared for. And more importantly, look, I'm sure they allured him or tried to lure him in with the idea that, well, hey, you're going to get to call your own plays here. Well, okay, great. I mean, yeah, call plays with Jalen Hurts and that, and then what? You got A.J. Brown, who, if you can't get off that contract, you got to deal with him on a week-to-week basis. I mean, look, you're building something special here in Dallas, at least on the offensive side of the ball. We get to see what Christian Parker's going to do on the defensive side of the ball. And, of course, Eric and I will get into that. But, I think that speaks to as much about what Brian Schottenheimer is doing when it comes to guys wanting to stay and be a part of that versus, wandering off into the great unknown.
And how much truth does it go into the fact that a lot of people are turning down the Eagles OC job? They don't want to deal with that pressure and that drama of working with a guy like A.J. Brown and Nick Sirianni. They say it's not as intriguing as a place as people would think, because you already had Mike McDaniel, Brian Daboll deny the offensive coordinator position. So I think it says a lot. They don't want to deal with that drama that Nick Sirianni's got over there right now.
And then we've got more drama for the Mavericks because they haven't even been able to take off on their way to Milwaukee. They're still trying to de-ice their plane with less than 6 hours from tip-off.
Oh, man.
So we may not get a Dallas Mavericks-Milwaukee Bucks game tonight.
Yeah, and they already postponed the Denver game, too.
Yeah, Denver-Memphis game. This is the NBA rule. The rule is if the visiting team and the referees are in the city that they're going to play the night before, then the game happens unless the city or the state deems it too dangerous for fans to attend or whatever. They have the game. Last night's game, the Lakers were in town on Friday. The referees were in town on Friday, so they had the game. The Mavericks were supposed to fly out right after the game and go to Milwaukee. They couldn't fly out last night. They were supposed to fly out this morning at 11 o'clock. They haven't left the airport yet. And this game's supposed to be at 6 p.m. in Milwaukee. It's not even like an 8 o'clock game or a 7:30 game or 9 o'clock game. This is supposed to be a 6 p.m. game. I'm thinking, I just cannot imagine the game happening at this point. It's almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, they were supposed to take off at 11:30. Boys, I have to ask Eric and Fred. I don't know if this came across your timeline. We were talking about it earlier, and Trevor detailed it perfectly. This Alex Honnold and the 101-story building in Taiwan, the live climb that took place on Netflix. Did y'all get a chance to see it or any other clips about it?
Fred was telling me about it. He watched it last night.
Yeah, I watched parts of it. Sorry, I'm over here being ridiculed by Brian Broaddus for not driving into the station today, and rightfully so. Rightfully so. Trust me, look, it hurts right now. Okay, it hurts right now. I didn't want to get stuck with my truck. That's what I get for not having a 4-wheel drive. Has anybody ever watched? And again, I'll date myself here, and of course, CA will appreciate this. Do you remember Faces of Death, CA? That's kind of what it felt like watching this guy climb that skyscraper last night.
Yeah,
like you were just waiting for this dude to fall, and
yeah,
it was
he had no parachute.
No parachute, and the reason he gave for not wearing a parachute was that it was more risk reward when it came to like his ability to climb, and he's getting these little. I mean, it was, God bless him. I was more freaked out when homeboy gets to the. I mean, I'm not bearing the lead here. I mean, we all know he made it. When he gets to the top. And he's standing on the top of this damn building and is just sitting there. It's windy as all get. I mean, you had people saying how windy it was. This dude's over here standing on the top of this thing like he's Superman. And you could see the wind whipping him around, but he's up there on the top and taking selfies. I was like, this dude. And then the idiotic report or the commentator where he says over and over again, I can't hear you guys. I can't hear my whatever. And then she's like, can you hear us? Can you? It's like, come on, man, what are we doing here? But kudos to this dude, man. My God, we need to study whatever the hell he's up to.
What y'all got on the program today?
Great question. Basically, people making fun of me for not being able to, get my truck.
My Nissan Sentra made
station. All right, and I know it did. And I look,
Trevor made it.
I miss having a car. I really,
and his
really
Nissan Versa.
I miss having a car. I just didn't try. The problem is when you have a 2-wheel drive truck and you've got nothing in the back of it, you're done. You're cooked. It's just that thing's just fishtailing all over the place. And what's the question? You have to ask yourself: is it worth sliding into a ditch versus just doing a show from your house? and I will take all the smoke today for everybody that wants to clown me. We will have Brian Broaddus on, though, who is going to make fun of me at some point. He's already called me words that I can't share on the radio. Just, it's the first part of a cat, so take that for what it's worth. And I'm also efforting to get Blake Elliott on the program to talk about the Dallas Mavericks. I figured, you know what, if you're not going to do radio today, at least you can do is call in and talk about the Dallas Mavericks with us for a segment. And then, of course, we've got a new segment with our boy Eric, Best of 7. And then we're going to do Fatties on the phone at 1:40 as well. We had a nice little Fatties on the phone before the games kicked off, and we'll talk plenty of Mavericks, plenty of NFL, and, of course, plenty of Cowboys as well.
All right, gentlemen, I cannot be more pumped about it. I know that I'll be tuned in. CA, thank you so much. Trevor Beck, an incredible job by you, keeping the Gators down. And be sure to stay tuned on 105.3 The Fan. It's Fred and Eric coming up next.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app.
I'm not going to risk it, and cooler heads will prevail. Cooler being the operative word here, ladies and gentlemen, as again, we are glad to have each and every one of you on board on this Sunday afternoon here in the Metroplex. I'm in Louisville. We've got a three-prong attack going on. We got Eric over in Fort Worth. I'm in Louisville, and of course, we've got our boy Jet Nelson keeping us warm and crispy over there in master control over there at 635 and 75. And of course, we get the entire KRLD news team over there as well, do we not, Jet?
Yeah, everyone's here. I believe Kevin and CA had Daniel Brunoff on again to kind of give us the rundown. He said pretty much the same thing. The freezing temperatures are going to stay into tomorrow and maybe into Tuesday morning. So I think everything's still a question mark as in terms of everyone's commute to work. But seems like we got it down so far. Everyone's been able to at least zoom in if they can't get up here. So I think there will be radio on the Fan.
There will be radio on the Fan. Truer words ever been spoken. Shout out to our guy Aiden as well for getting us all the Zoom links out here today. So I will fire up the text message machine here in a little bit as well. So make sure you guys text into the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. That is the phone number for you to chime in. We are going to do like we did last Sunday with Eric and myself. We will do a Fatties on the phone. We're going to do that before these games kick off. We had a great Fatties on the phone last week. Normally, you guys know for if you're fans of Fan Over the Dark, we know a lot of you are. Fan After Dark, hello. Fans After Dark, you guys, we usually do it in the next to last segment of the program. But with this game kicking off at 2 o'clock, and we do have a lot of NFL to talk about today, we've got this AFC Championship. That game will kick off at 2 o'clock. And then, of course, after that, you will have the NFC Championship with the 49ers and the Seattle Seahawks. But we'll have Fatties on the phone at 1:40 today. So a loaded show nonetheless. Brian Broaddus, who has already ridiculed me, and rightfully so. I mean, again, look, I will take all the smoke. I'm just going to put it like this. It was the weather was much different yesterday here in Louisville before everything started to kind of before the snow started to settle on the ice. Now, again, you're over in Fort Worth, Eric. Go ahead and just give us a play-by-play and a breakdown of what the weather conditions are like over there.
Yeah, no, we got a lot of sleep last night, specifically around 12 o'clock to 2 a.m. That's where it kind of really started to come. It woke me up a little bit. I'm not even going to lie. I don't normally wake up once I go to sleep. I'm a pretty deep sleeper, but it woke me up. I was hearing it all across my window. We had the fireplace on all night long. I had to go to the gym last night, get my run in on the treadmill, and it took me about 30 minutes to get over there. So, I mean, you just got to take it slow. It stinks being stuck in your house. I'm an outdoor person. I love just being on my feet every second of the day, except, of course, when I'm here talking radio. But outside of that, I love being outside. I love doing outdoor things. So the fact that I couldn't do that because the roads are just so icy and snowed over, it kind of makes me go crazy. So I am very thankful that I get to be here with you to the next 4 hours and talk ball and talk everything else.
We are 56 minutes away from kickoff. Shout out to you for making to the gym yesterday, running on the treadmill. No excuses when you're trying to be you are a professional runner, but look, if we're going to make it to the Olympic trials, Mother Nature is not going to slow down, Eric.
Grind don't stop.
So let's make sure we get that squared away. And then Jet Nelson, did you work yesterday?
No, I was off. I chilled yesterday and enjoyed the snow, enjoyed the day off. We talked about the top 5. Definitely got to the hot chocolate. Got to the board games. Yahtzee, Monopoly. Monopoly was tough. After about a couple hours, we were like, man, my back's hurting. Let's get back to the couch. It was like, man, we did not finish Monopoly, but Yahtzee, she got me. She always gets me in Yahtzee. So
is Yahtzee one of the? I mean, and I don't know if I'm sure we've done a top 5 board game at some point during the course of our run here at 105 through the Fan. I don't know that Yahtzee gets enough credit for just how competitive of a game it is, and look, I mean, it can lead to fisticuffs. I understand that Uno will lead to fisticuffs from time to time, especially if if you're getting down to the nitty gritty and you get hit with like a draw 4, draw 1, draw 25, or whatever the rules are these days. But Yahtzee can get contentious.
Oh, absolutely.
I think sorry
strategies involved, and absolutely. Yeah, go ahead, Eric. Yeah.
No, I was just gonna say I think sorry is the most because Fred brought up like board games that don't get enough love. I think sorry doesn't get enough love. I feel like I play that game a lot when I'm playing board games, the little time that I do play board games, and nobody ever wants to play with me. But I feel like sorry is so fun.
Oh, absolutely. It can get pretty. If you get sorried and you're in a bad mood, it's making it worse.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I don't know that I've ever even played Sorry.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know that I've played Sorry. What is the? I mean, it's got a great name, but what's the deal? What are you doing in Sorry?
It's a little hard to put into words.
Yeah,
you're making your way around. It's square board, and then you're making your way around with a roll of the dice. It's actually been a while since I've played Sorry, but roll of the dice, and then each corner is like a base that you're trying to reach with your color. But if somebody is blocking your base, you can sorry them back to the start.
Mm-hmm. And it's like a yeah,
it's like an attack almost. Yeah,
It's hard to explain, Fred. That's why I'm glad Jet put it into perspective, because I really don't know how to explain it. But you just have to be there and watch it, because it's actually super fun once you get into it.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't know more about it.
Dude, Monopoly, I can't. I'm too impatient with Monopoly. Monopoly takes too long.
Monopoly, you got to buckle in. I mean, it's one of those games. You got to clear a good 2-3 hours of your day before you're going to really dive into a game of Monopoly, and then it's just kind of it's just there for the taking at that point. So, speaking of being there for the taking, we've got a lot of football on today. Yesterday, and look, I get it. We don't talk a lot of college basketball over there at 105 through the Fan because SMU, God bless them. I mean, look, I'm jumping on the SMU train. You guys know how I feel about my Kansas Jayhawks. Big win yesterday. Shout out to Jacob Ray's Texas Tech Red Raiders. Big game for them yesterday. They knock off U of H, give them their first loss in the Big 12 play. And, of course, Arizona, they're just kicking ass, taking names. You had a big day yesterday for BYU. DeBonsta, he had an incredible performance. I think, 42 points last night as they beat up on Utah. So it was a good day of college basketball. Look, I get it. College football's over, and we're kind of already in NFL draft talk. But and we're going to get to some NBA talk here in a little bit. And shout out to former 105 through the Fan personality Kevin Gray. He was one of the media members that was invited by Luka Doncic yesterday to be in his suite. Now, apparently, and I didn't get to a full deep dive, and hopefully if we hear from our boy Blake Elliott, because I was going to give him a hard time about how he was not one of the 22 people that was.
Oh. Did we lose Fred?
We might have lost Fred. Here. Yeah, I think we lost him for a second.
Yeah, well, he was talking about college basketball. It really was a great day of college basketball last night. And he brought up the fact that the Texas Tech had a big win over Houston. Watching a little bit of that game, Kingston Flemings. I mean, that dude is going to be a certified lottery pick. The freshman guard, out of San Antonio, Texas. So Texas native coming in. And if you guys are following that NBA draft coming in 2026, he's definitely a guy that you're going to watch out for. Specifically, maybe the Dallas Mavericks. Right now, they are projected number 10 in the lottery. This guy is moving up on the boards, possibly going to be a fifth or sixth pick right now. But Kingston Fleming is a guy that you're going to want to keep your eye on. Obviously, you got Peterson out of Kansas. You got AJ DeBansa, like Fred was mentioning. Who else? Cameron Boozer out of Duke. You want to try to reunite him and Cooper Flagg there from the Duke. Keep building that trio with you got Kyrie Irving, you got Derek Lively, you got some Duke mania over there, the Blue Devils in Dallas. So you got a lot of great talent coming into this NBA draft. Keaton Wagler, a guy that went crazy out of Illinois, another guard. It just feels like every single year you have it's a guard heavy class in this NBA draft, man. And so you get so much talent, all these guys, and we know that the draft perspective is just a lot different because you have people that are 18, 19 years old, fresh out of high school. They're number one 5-star recruit guys. But then you have guys in NFL, it takes them until they're 21 to enter the draft. So just a little bit different in that sense of, where, they're going to fall in the draft. But a lot of young guys, you got the G League going on. But man, the college basketball is really popping right now. And if you were snowed in yesterday and you watched it, you knew exactly that. Hopefully we'll try to get Fred back here in a second. I don't know what happened there.
Pick your brain there, Eric. I'll try to chime in here. I'm really curious about if you know why the NBA just really likes one-and-done players. I feel like you mentioned in football, they can go up to junior and senior years in college, and that kind of makes it more interesting as a prospect. You've had that more experience. I've always wondered why college basketball is a little different. Maybe just because they're younger and healthier, faster on the floor, I would assume.
Yeah, well, it's a different game. And football and basketball are two different sports, right? Like football is obviously physically more demanding on the body. And it's just different. And I think, we talked about this on my own podcast. Shout out Rich Six Podcast. You can subscribe on Spotify and Apple Podcasts, make videos every single week. We were talking about this with my boy Preston, and he was saying, I wonder if the NFL is going to transition into more of like a developmental league, like the G League has in the NBA, right? Because in the NBA, you have these guys that are young enough. They come straight out of college, right? They play 1 year and then they go straight to the G League and then they develop before they go to the NBA, and then they have the two-way contracts and everything. So there's just a lot more opportunities in the NBA at a younger age. The NFL, you have to play, 2-3 years in college until you turn 21 to enter the draft. So it's just a different sport, and the demand and wear and tear is just a lot different. But I guess to answer your question, Jed, it's just, I don't know if we're ever going to if they're ever going to come together, right? Because I feel like the NFL just doesn't have that developmental league for quarterbacks. I think it'd be really beneficial for quarterbacks, specifically guys that are super young and they get drafted into situations where, you're on the Cleveland Browns or the New York Jets, and it's just, you're set up for failure, and the margin of error is just, it's slim because they don't give these guys enough time to develop. And at the end of the day, they're just kids. I mean, look at Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold came in to the Jets, 21 years old, very inexperienced. And then you have guys like Tyler Shough who come in super late into their career. They played 5-6 years in college. They're 25 and they have the experience. It's just they have the best tape on film because they had that experience. Sam Darnold, it took years of going through dysfunctional organizations to turn into the quarterback he is today. And sometimes it just takes that development and coaching.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think you hit the nail on the head there. It's a different league. It's a different style, but I liked your point about like what the NFL could do to kind of make a developmental stage. Could the XFL kind of become that like platform?
Yeah. I mean, because I don't know about the XFL because didn't The Rock own rights to the XFL? Like,
yeah,
didn't
they're owned differently? So that's kind of a whole gray area. But that's just kind of what popped into my head as something that could be the fill-in for like an NBA G League.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it looks like we do got Fred back on. Fred, what happened, man? Your computer died?
My computer died, guys. Computer died. Okay, we're back, and while we got it looks like we're gonna have our boy Blake Elliott, so a little fatty love here in the first hour of the program. So anywho, let me hear just real quick. Okay, here we go. See, this is what happens. This is this is the radio god saying, Fred, this is what you get for being a wuss and not driving into the station today. And like I said, I'm just very disappointed with myself, but whatever, we live to fight another day. All right, so I don't even remember what the hell I was talking about when that my computer, I unplugged it. I just had all kinds of stuff going on this morning here at the house. But anyway, I feel like I was making a point, and then as I'm talking, all of a sudden there's nothing there. So
I think it was you started talking about the rundown and then the NFL, and then I think we lost you after that.
It sounded good too. I bet it was. I bet it was.
Oh yeah, you were in your flow, man.
I was in a groove.
You were in your
really
flow.
was.
I know. I've been there, done that.
It felt right. It really did. It felt good. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. That is the Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line. We got Brian Broaddus. Like I said, he's going to join us at 3:00. Give us an update on kind of what where he's at as far as what draft prospects he's looking at, who he's seeing that could be sitting there at 12 and 20. Then of course we're going to have Mr. Blake Elliott. No, that's what I was giving. That's what it was. Hello. I was going to give Blake a hard time, but no, I was loving up our boy Kevin Gray, former 105.3 personality, and a gentleman who was a runner-up, unlike our boy Eric Casares, was a runner-up to on the what are we talking here? Maybe he did win. I don't know. I think he was a phenom. Anyway, I know he was a phenom back in the day. He's with All City Dallas now, but he was one of the 22 people that Luca and Luca's team reached out to. Got them a suite at the game last night. They were able to come in, watch, and so Kevin and his lovely bride were there at the game. Got some pictures before and after. So shout out to our boy Kevin Gray for getting loved up for what he did. And look, I know, and we'll talk with Blake about it in the next segment. We had a lot of folks, and again, shout out to Luca. It does, and again, one of the things, and look, full disclosure here, this is one of the reasons why I was a huge fan of Eric Casares for when he won the what do we call it? The
Phenom
was when I asked you about, where you were at with the Luka trade. And, I just, it was probably, not to say that your other stuff wasn't good, but it was just, the most genuine, heartfelt conversation. And I could just feel from both a radio and just from a fan's perspective, like, you painting the picture of where you were out with your boys that night. I think you said you were watching like wrestling or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And, it was just, I was like, okay, this guy can do some radio here. So anywho, we're going to get to that here in just a bit. So let's lay out this show real quick. Fatty's on the phone. That's going to go down at 1:40. We will get to the Mavs game last night as well. We've got some nuggets floating around as far as now that the trade deadline's getting closer and closer, kind of what does this mean for this Mavericks team? Fair or foul, you know how we do there. Brian Broaddus at 3. We'll do best of 7. That's Eric's news segment. He'll talk about that later on the show as well. And then, of course, Jet Fuel later on at 4:20. But when we come back, the one, the only, the from one phenom to another, Blake Elliott. And, of course, he is our de facto Mavs guru here at 105.3 The Fan. And just an all-around good kid as well. What he saw last night, how many stories could he climb without a rope before he would call it a day? And what does he see happening with this Mavs team as we inch closer and closer to the trade deadline? Lots to get to. That's Eric. We got Jet back at the crib. I'm Fred Davis. This is 105.3 The Fan. Blake Elliott joins us next.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-908-8646 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-908-8646. That's 800-908-8646. What do you have to lose? Call 800-908-8646. Again, 800-908-8646.
D&M Leasing just delivered a truck to a customer who'd heard their ads for over 25 years. He always thought leasing was just renting, but when the dealership offered him an 84-month loan, he realized he'd be stuck upside down in payments again. That's when he remembered D&M Leasing. We showed him leasing isn't about what you can afford. It's the smarter way most people pay for their vehicles. So, are you ready to stop financing negative equity and start driving smarter? Call 817 or 972-35 lease or visit dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
This is Nick Post with K-Post Roofing, Waterproofing, and Solar. Wild Texas weather puts your roof to the ultimate test. Even if your roof seems fine, hidden leaks could be causing extensive water damage, dangerous mold, and even structural issues. Don't wait for the problems to get worse. Schedule your free roof inspection today and enjoy peace of mind. With over 20 years of expertise, K-Post delivers reliable roofing, waterproofing, and solar solutions. Take advantage of our complimentary roof inspection today by visiting kpostcompany.com. K-Post is your commercial and residential roofing, waterproofing, and solar experts, securing your world since 2004.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000. Use code CASH to get up to $1,000.
New deals, new wheels. AutoNation's New Year, New Wheels event is going on now. Drive any new or used vehicle 0 down and 0 payments for 90 days. Save thousands on Toyotas, Fords, Hondas, Chevys, Mercedes-Benz, and more. 0 down and 0 payments for 90 days. Hurry to your nearest AutoNation store today or AutoNation.com.
On select models with approved credit, interest accrues from date of purchase on deferred payments. See store for details.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Welcome back. It is the Fan on a Sunday. How about that? A fan on a cold Sunday, indeed. Fred Davis along with Mr. Eric Casares, Jet Nelson, the real MVP, him and Trevor Beck. What a
Shout
job
out.
these two gentlemen have done. I'll tell you what, my hat's off to both of you gentlemen, and another gentleman that's keeping it nice and crispy wherever he may be, the one, the only, the good-looking side of Fan After Dark, the one, the only, Mr. Blake Elliott.
Can you hear me,
Blake?
boys?
We got you loud and clear.
Sort of loud and clear. You sound a little muffled. You sound a little muffled. Are you outside or what are you doing?
Is this better?
A little bit. Not really, but go ahead. Good enough.
Well, you got your first thing right by saying the good-looking side of the Fan After Dark is here.
It's called the compliment sandwich. You know how we do.
Yeah, it is cozy over here. And we are about to watch some great football. Fred said this is his favorite football weekend of the year.
Well, last 7 years. Last 7 years. Not so much this year, but last 7.
Yeah. Yep, your Chiefs will not be in it. Just want to remind everybody at home.
They won't. Oh, okay.
We will. Do you feel any different about Stiddy time? Do you feel any more or less confident as we get closer?
Dude, I feel even better. Did you see his fit coming into the game today?
Yeah, see, that made me feel the opposite. He's not ready for this moment. He's not ready for this moment. And he's gonna
as a fellow Texan, I'm kind of, as a fellow Texan, I'm kind of, I'm not a Texan. I mean, I am now that I'm here, but as somebody who, went to high school in Texas, played Texas high school football. Huh?
What school do you go to? What school do you go to?
You went to Stephenville.
Yeah, is that anywhere close to Arlington Martin? Colleyville Heritage? I don't care.
It's an hour away, bro. It's an hour away, and they probably would have put BTA to you guys back in the day, if we're being honest.
We We were actually, fun fact, he was in school in 2015, so I was a sophomore when he was a senior. So it was somewhat close.
Okay.
I don't remember Stephenville ever being on anyone's radar, but shout out to Jared Stidham. Shout out to
They did just win a state championship. Shout out to the Yellow Jackets.
Don't care. Yeah, don't care. Shout out to the Yellow Jacket chef. That Fred won't give a chance. But how are you boys doing on the Zoom, man? How are you boys doing on the Zoom?
Yeah, we just lost Fred like 10 minutes ago. His computer died, so we're starting off pretty hot on this Sunday. But hey, we're gonna get through it, and hopefully, God willing, they get to the station tomorrow and everything's all smooth and crispy.
So who had to drive to the station today? Because I'm looking outside, and it looks like an apocalypse just happened.
Well, shout out to Jet Fuel. He made it somehow. So
Jet did. Jet and Trevor both made it. Yeah, he does have the Denali. And Broaddus has already called me the first part of Cat for not driving into the station. And I'm not mad at him for it. I'm really not, man. I'm having, I don't know what you call it when you guilt, shame, or whatever. There's some sort of remorse.
You don't feel like a man. You don't feel like a man. This is a very
I don't, man. I'm kind of, look, don't get me wrong. I love my truck. Shout out to my boy Dan, the transmission man, for getting me squared away in it. But I just, it's not a 4-wheel drive, and it was not navigating these icy roads well at all. And I thought, you know what, I am not, because look, it's one of them things where it's like, okay, great. Yeah. If you got insurance and they'll take care of it, but the time without having a vehicle and you can't survive in Dallas or Houston or Texas without a truck or vehicle, whatever. I did not want to be stranded. I did not want to have that problem. So I said, you know what, Fred, your ego is not your amigo today. And so I turned around.
Put it on a shirt.
Well, anybody that's in the recovery world knows exactly what I'm talking about there. But so that's not an original thought. But I thought, you know what, Fred, let's just chalk this one up to you can do your show from the crib. And that's exactly what we're doing today.
When you sent me the text that you got all the way to the bridge and then turned around, like about to go on the highway, I said, that's the most un-Fred-like thing I've ever heard, because I know Fred was going to try to make it to, it's just a little bit of weather. Come on, guys. It's not as bad as everyone's like, just drive. I mean, can we stop doing all this complaining? Back in the day, we had to walk to school.
If I had a car, I would be there. If I had a car, I'd be there. I'm just telling you right now. If I had a car, I'd be there. But it just, with a truck, I mean, I've never had to drive this truck in slippery conditions. And when you have no weight in the ass end of your truck and it's just a 2-wheel drive and not 4-wheel drive, you're cooked.
Fred, so you're saying I could have made it with my Ford Focus, my 2015 Ford Focus today? Is that what you're saying?
Maybe. I mean, look, Trevor made it with his Nissan Versa. So, and I don't say that to belittle him. I mean, he made it in, but it's just the weight distribution is a little bit different. And, like I said, when you've got a truck and you got that much space open in the back, like I said, I mean, I went through an intersection here off Corporate and 357. I was like, this ain't my day today. And I saw 2 other trucks go sliding through, much bigger trucks than I've got. And I said, this ain't, no.
Yeah.
I am not taking that chance today. Now, Blake, I think the ghetto gunship could have made it for sure.
Oh,
Blake, would you have made it today?
I'd have been getting through here quickly. Do y'all have the text line up? Are y'all reading the text from the great people?
I have not looked at I'm going to bring up the text during the break. Like I said, I've had Fred had to be next level tech support for his own because I didn't plan on using the Zoom link today.
I had to see Eric, that went through my head. I said, is Fred going to be prepared for the Zoom link? And I said, Blake, don't worry. We've used Zoom before. I know he hasn't used it in a while, but he knows it's just a link. It'll be quick. But I thought about giving you a tech support call. I really did.
Blake, do you know about Riverside? I'm more of a Riverside guy over Zoom personally.
I know Riverside.
This is more convenient. I've never been a big fan of Zoom, so I don't blame Fred, but I thought he was going to make it today, because when he texted me so confidently this morning, he's like, "Nah, I'm going to the station."
Dude, I was geeked.
He was ready, man.
I called Eric. I called him. I said, "Bro, I'm gonna do this. I'll see you in a little bit. I'll let you know." I went slip slide. Dude, I had to turn around. Tell you what, though, shout out to the Smoke One Smoke Shop over here in Louisville. I've helped some Samaritans over there before, not with their smoke, but with their car. And shout out, sure enough, 9:30, 10 o'clock this morning, Smoke One Smoke Shop. Boom. Up and running here in Louisville. I mean, I don't know what that says about our society, that the smoke shop's open and up and running, but hey, it was open, and I had to do a little turnaround in their parking lot, so bada bing, bada boom, here we are.
Fred, I think, I'm looking outside, there's a van, a white van, and it says Blue Sky. Is that the Twitter thing? Blue Sky?
No, bro, look, I don't know. Don't get me to lying.
Wasn't there a social media app called Blue Sky that we were making fun of?
Yeah, it's like a fake Twitter or some sort.
Yeah.
I wish I had a
van is outside right now.
I wish I had. But I feel like there's more. I think they're also an energy company too.
Well, their thing says restoration, renovation, environmental, and roofing. BLU.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with the social media group. That's not who you think it is, Blake.
That's gonna be in a commercial on their Instagram tomorrow.
maybe they're Milo Butterfinger fans too. Who knows? Maybe that's what they heard you. They were there with you last week, and here they are today. Yep. Look at Jarrett Stidham kissing his kid, hanging out with his kids. The kids crying, they're geeked. They've got a parlay on the game, or I don't know what's going on, but his kids are crying in the end zone. So that could be.
I'm gonna give you the prediction right now. Tolo, if you want to make some bets, I'm not gonna bet today. I will not bet today because I had one of the saddest hits yesterday that was gonna make me lots of money, but missed by 0.5 because Cooper Flagg missed a free throw. So I will not be betting today, but I will still give you advice. Every quarterback today will throw an interception but Matthew Stafford. So Stidham will throw a pick. Drake May will throw a pick. Sam Darnold will throw a pick. Matthew Stafford will not throw a pick. If you put that 4-leg parlay in and you hit, you go at Blake Live, Instagram and Twitter, __, say thank you for the $5,000 I just made. I paid my bills. I did, et cetera, et cetera. You're welcome.
Blake, I had a question for you, bro. So you already made your picks, right, on the NFL playoffs. You already have your winners and everything. You got that all sorted out?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so obviously you don't believe in Jarrett Stidham based on your tone when you first walked in. So I guess and you said he's going to throw an interception. So are you on the team that he's going to throw a lot of picks? Is that and diminish their chances of scoring? Is that your philosophy, or is it more so of the lack of big playability that Bo Nix has that he's not going to be able to see in this game?
You know what's funny is I think both things are going to happen. I think this is going to be a higher.
Two things can be true at once. Is that where you're going with that?
Two things can be true. I know everyone's predicting it's going to be a low scoring game, defensive battle. I really don't think it is because I think Stidham and I think this Patriots defense can get got. I think Stidham will have probably 2 passing touchdowns. I think he'll have a big play. He's going to stay in the pocket a lot more. He's not going to be scrambling. And I could see him. Yep. I could see the Broncos scoring around 24 points. I just don't see the Patriots being slowed down. The Patriots are not a team that really has low scoring games. They had the one against the Chargers in his first playoff game. What was that, 16-3 or whatever, 13-3? But for the most part, they've been scoring 25 plus every game of the regular season from week 30. So they are a high scoring team. So I see this one. I see Stidham having some mistakes. See him having some big plays and some touchdowns. I think he's going to look a lot more as a normal quarterback would, if you will. I don't think he's going to have 5 picks like C.J. Stroud, and I don't think he's going to have 5 touchdowns like Brock Purdy. I think he's going to have 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, and it's going to be a close game. But then the Patriots are going to still win by double digits at the end.
All right. How did you feel? I was, you can be. Give us a diplomatic answer if you want, but I was mad for you when I did not see you in the suite that Luka provided last night for select members that he felt supported him when he was traded. Now, shout out to our boy Kevin Gray. Him and his lovely wife were 2 of the people that were included in that suite last night. But me personally, was disappointed that neither Blake nor Mama Kim were invited to hang out in the suite last night, provided by Luka Doncic.
Yeah, our invite must have got frozen in the mail. I will be talking to his reps about that one. But if you notice, I actually did a little bit of research. Almost, I don't know if I'm supposed to be saying this, but it's out there.
Go for it.
It didn't take that much.
Everybody's frozen. They can't hear.
All of the people that were in that suite are all like Mavs media member adjacent, if that makes sense. Like 2 of the people in there were from the Mavs film room Twitter account that's got like over 100,000 followers on there. Another one was a girl that has like a Mavs Twitter account that has like 40,000 followers. So I won't speak wholeheartedly like I talked to someone from the Mavs. I'm just going off what I saw on Twitter. It seems as if these are like media kind of Twitter account members, not like random fans going to games that supported them. So shout out to them. But I'll say this, Fred. I'm not mad I didn't get invited because I'll say this. Me and you, we have a responsibility to do in the media. And we're bringing back real J journalism. And we got to call balls and strikes how they are. And we can't show favoritism to one player, even if I feel it in my heart. And we've gone on and on about Luka. So, if you've listened to the show before, you already know. But I can't be showing favoritism towards one player over the other. I got to call how it is. So I don't expect it to be invited to the suites to get the special treatment that you were this and that about me. I got to call how it is. And I was on team. This team could be good this year. So it is what it is. That would be kind of not believing in
we all? Weren't we all?
I got to call it how it is.
All right, real quick. After last night's game, I mean, I texted you this last night. On one hand, yes, was it cool to see them have a huge third quarter? Yes, was it cool to see them get up to double-digit lead? But at the same time, I was actually two things can be true. I was excited to see them lose because, again, you want to see them lose because this team's not a playoff team. And B, I was a little disappointed, and you got me to think about this after you texted me, that our boy Caleb, that our boy Coop was not more dominant or if there's one thing we could kind of nitpick his game about is that, you'd like to see him be a little more forceful and a little more aggressive in these closeout moments.
I don't think yesterday could have been a better game as a Mavs fan watching.
Right.
Exactly. I think it was a 10 out of 10 experience. You got to see your probably favorite player other than Dirk, Luka, ball again, did his thing. The Mavs lose the game, like you said, increase your draft pick. So there's win number 1 and win number 2. Going back to Luka, you see him be very emotional. You see him still miss Dallas. I know you all saw the video on Twitter of him walking towards the Dallas locker room to start, and I know that walk very well. He's first one in the locker room going into halftime, and he's doing the whole, like you said, Fred, the buying the suites for fans that supported him, giving them jerseys, shoes, doing meet and greets back in Dallas. Like he owned the city still while being almost almost a year removed, from the city. And he still is the biggest figure here when it comes to, even with number 1 pick Cooper Flag here, with Kyrie Irving on the sideline, with all the legends on the coaching staff. You still, or I don't want to say legends, but all the vets on the coaching staff. It's still
icy towards Jason Kidd. What do you make of that?
Okay. 9 out of 10, because that's a valid point, because that made my final point a little bit harder of Luka coming back. Because I think he's coming back, Fred. I'm not gonna lie to you, and we'll talk about it more.
I was gonna say, don't tell us too much because I want you to save it for the show tomorrow. But just kind of, I saw that last night, and I wanted to get just a smidge, a tease, if you will.
It's just a feeling. Like I saw the embrace with Cooper Flag, and maybe all the things that you just said, Fred. Cooper Flag is not the I'm gonna score 35. Because y'all need it, every other night type of thing. He's
well, not yet. Not yet,
exactly.
He also is 19, so he's got time to grow. But I could just see it, Fred. Cooper Flag, Max Christie, the Bonsa, or your boy Darian Peterson, Luka, Lively. I'm just saying, you've got all the pieces. Like, so many teams want the supporting player, the guy that can finish a basket, the guy that can catch and shoot, the guy that can defend. You've got like 5 of those. PJ, Max, Clay, Najee. You got all these like play finishers. You just need more play starters, the creators, if you will.
Exactly.
And shout out to, can we give a quick shout out to Brandon Williams, who is giving you like almost 20 a night, just kind of quietly every night and just taking over quarters. So he's a fun guy that could be like your backup point guard, and you feel very good about that. So sorry for yapping and taking y'all's time, but I actually was very happily enjoyed last night's game, and I'm going to enjoy some playoff football now.
I know you will. Well, Blake, always a pleasure having you on. I figured, we would bring it full circle with, again, two things can be true at one time. We can have Fan After Dark represented and have the current and previous phenoms all on the radio at the same time. Well, give Blake Live a follow, Blake Live __ on all the socials. You will be glad that you did. Yeah, let them know. And, of course, even if they don't, go ahead and angry tweet and IG him anyway, just to let him know that, you know what, by God, you irritated me with those parlays. Anyway, that's Blake Elliott, ladies and gentlemen. Always appreciate having him on. Fatty's on the phone next. Let's get a quick Fatty's on the phone in. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Get him in. Our boy Jet Nelson is going to be rocking and rolling, holding it down. We figure we can probably get about 5 or 6 calls in before the show or before that first hour is up. So get them in. We're going to make it quick, get about 30, 45 seconds. Give us your prediction for today's games, what you thought of last night, and are you out and about on the streets today? And hopefully the answer is no. Lots to get to. He's Eric. I'm Fred. Jet Nelson back at the station. This is 105 Through the Fan.
That feeling you get on the water? This is where it starts. The Dallas Boat Show is back with
That's from the 817. From the 972, Fred faked his CPU issue to get some moonshine to keep warm. Look, for those that know, I don't drink, so there is that. Fred, it was a wild morning this morning. And let's see. What's good, fellas? Denver W, Seattle W, and Mavs need to cut bait and fish with AD. And Sugar Shane and Gaethje both looked good last night.
Oh, yeah.
Patty got worked. Fred, we got to start watching our tongues a little bit better, after the sermon this morning. I didn't get to, like I said, I missed out on a little sermon this morning as well over there at Fellowship Church. I missed out on that because, like I said, I was trying to traverse the roads that are Louisville. So, are you a UFC guy there, Eric?
Oh, yeah, I'm a big UFC guy. My dad and I, we got the UFC on Paramount deal, so we were watching it some a little bit last night. Yeah, no, it was super cool. And we've been, against the whole pay-per-view thing. I mean, pay-per-view it's such a 2010s thing, man. Like, nobody wants to watch and pay $80 for a pay-per-view that starts at 10 o'clock on the East Coast time. Like, at that point, like, the fights are over past midnight. Everybody's got to get ready for their Sunday. It ruins church and, the next Sunday. So they don't want to see that anymore. So now what they did was they had a Paramount Plus deal. They started that up. And then now it starts an hour early. So it's great product. Yeah, you get a bunch of ads. It sucks to watch as a fan's perspective, but at the same time, like, you get a better product, and at the end of the day, I think it's going to work.
I'm not that. Look, I'm not think I'm breaking any news here with folks that listen to us on Fan After Dark. I'll check out the occasional UFC fight. I've been kind of checked out of it since Conor McGregor hasn't been back. And who was it? Who was he fighting when he broke
Michael
his
Chandler?
leg?
Oh, when he broke his leg. He was supposed to fight Michael Chandler coming back. That never worked out. He was fighting Dustin Poirier when he broke his leg.
That's what it was. That's what it was. That was the last time I watched a UFC fight.
Well, that was a good one to watch. I mean, that was like peak UFC that you could argue. So
yeah, no, I watched that. And then I do remember watching Holly Holm
knocking out Ronda Rousey.
Knock out Ronda Rousey.
Yo, that was.
Man,
I remember that day vividly. That was crazy. Yeah.
And shout out to Holly Holm. I interviewed Holly Holm before she got into the UFC.
Okay, so when she was still professional boxing?
She was boxing. She was doing a boxing. This tells you how I was doing nighttime radio in Houston, Texas. So actually with Gavin Spittle was the program director at the time. Okay. And I was doing nights and weekends over in Houston at Sports Radio 610. And they said, hey, we've got this. And she was fighting at some, I don't know, undercard or something like that in Houston as part of a boxing match, and she was on the undercard, and so we had her on, and I remember it was a interesting interview to say the least, but that was Holly Holm before she became Holly Holm. So, matter of fact, she just got beat the other day or a couple weeks ago in a boxing match. So, but hey, look, God bless Holly Holm. She's still out there doing the damn thing, and hey, it's not for the faint of heart. So, interesting to see. So, you think the Paramount though was it overall? I mean, as far as from just a production standpoint, was there any real difference from the pay-per-view matches?
I mean, like I said, just a bunch of ads, just a bunch of unnecessary ads. But I mean, that's what you're going to get when you subscribe to it. You got to pay for it. But hey, $8.99 a month, and you get every single pay-per-view and fight night for the rest of the season, for the whole year. Like, I think that's a pretty good deal than having ESPN, which is more expensive. And then on top of that, you have to pay an extra $80 to buy a pay-per-view.
Anybody got time for that? Nobody has time for that. Let's see. From the 817, can you imagine Cooper and Luca with Lively? LOL, the city would be insane. Look, I'm going to. I want to wait and see what we're going to get with Derek Lively. I am on the cautiously optimistic but TBD side of things when it comes to Derek Lively. I mean, I'm hoping that with this most recent foot surgery that this finally gets him squared away, and that we'll get the Derek Lively that we all thought we were going to get when he was drafted and had that incredible run to the playoffs a couple years ago. Clearly, this when we're going to get more into this with Mavs After Dark, which we've got coming up here in the next segment. Denton Josh, friend of the program, one of the OG fatties when it comes to fatties on the phone, but he said, give me Broncos and Seahawks real quick because we're up against it, and I'm guessing the weather has a lot to do with it. And by the way, I don't feel bad now after reading some of these text messages. A lot of you guys are showing me some love, saying, look, it is not for the faint of heart to be driving out here, and don't feel bad because unless you got a 4x4 pickup truck, anything non 4x4 pickups are not conducive to this kind of driving. So I do feel better. Thank you for all those people that are texting into me saying that. Real quick, all right, Eric, give me your prediction. We can dive more into the NFC game here just later on the show. But give me your AFC prediction real quick.
Yeah, AFC prediction, Patriots and Broncos, New England 5.5. I think I'm going to take the Patriots in this one. Love to take Jarrett Stidham, but I think without Bo Nix, I'm not giving them.
Are you taking them to cover?
No, I'm actually taking New England to cover. I like New England winning by like a touchdown or maybe 10 points. So
okay. Yeah. So we've got the spread at 4.5 from the other day. We'll mark you down for that. So Eric says Pats win and cover. Yes.
Yep. I got it.
There you have it. All right. There you have it. All right. That is 1 hour in the books, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, we got football about to start. We'll keep you posted on that. I've got the TV rocking and rolling here. I got a pot of coffee going as well. And we are going to talk a little Dallas Mavericks when we come back. And this is a player that, surprisingly enough, or really unsurprisingly, if you've watched him play at all in the last couple months, his name is being bandied about quite a bit as a player that championship level teams want on their roster. Could this team be in a position of power after all, even with or without AD? We'll discuss that more next. Don't go anywhere. He is Eric Caceres. We got the one, the only Jet Nelson back at the house. I'm Fred Davis. This is 105 Through the Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on the Fan. Keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Dive into succulent, mouth-watering Southern comfort fried chicken like no other. Creamy lobster mac and cheese, juicy ribs like Mom used to make, and top it off with a warm cinnamon roll. Plates to feed the entire table or for your own personal escape. And dive into one of the best and unique bourbon selections and handcrafted scratch cocktails to wash it all down. Got your attention yet? Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Located across from Clyde Warren Park at 2121 North Pearl Street in Dallas. RunChickenRun.com.
Hey, Texas. This is Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai. We have over 600 vehicles in stock like the all-new 2025 Hyundai Elantra. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain, limited warranty, and owner assurance. Visit us at AllianceHyundai.net today.
Imagine there was more of you. A you working on custom retirement plans, while another you preps for open enrollment. When you partner with
It wasn't bad at all. I mean,
really?
At least, let me stop. Let me stop right there. It wasn't bad in the sense that, and look, I'll be honest with you. Like right now, for instance, okay, so as you guys would imagine, I spent 12 years of my life there. I've got a lot of good. I still have a lot of friends in Houston. As of right now, I had one of my closest friends send me a text this morning. He and his family are out in the backyard, not a speck of snow, wind, or anything else, and are grilling and barbecuing outside in long sleeve shirts and shorts right now.
That freaking humidity, man. You can't beat it over there.
And so, yeah, they're again, that's the one thing. Now, I do enjoy the weather here in the DFW in North Texas infinitely more than I ever did down in Houston.
Oh,
as you alluded to, that humidity down there is it will try your soul. Among other
dude, I mean, I went to A&M, so I got the Houston humidity all the time. It's brutal down there.
It's brutal, dude. It's brutal. It's just a different kind of heat down there. And so, I started off in Beaumont, Texas, for the first 4 years of my Texas life, and I would argue it's even worse in Beaumont because the thing about Beaumont that's even worse is you've got all the chemicals and God knows what flying around from Beaumont and Port Arthur. I remember the first 2 or 3 weeks I was in Beaumont. I had headaches just nonstop. Now, obviously, as your body acclimates to it, you're kind of like, it's a different breed of human down in Southeast Texas. And I mean that complimentary. Yeah. And I mean that very much so. Cause like I said, I've said time and time again, there's nothing quite like Southeast Texas anywhere in the world. But that being said, so, Uri back in 2021 was just different because ERCOT did such a piss poor job of planning for the electricity and everything like that it was the power going out and the extreme cold that affected everybody down there. Because driving around wasn't an issue, right? The sun came out, boom, it was fine, but it just got cold at night and you just didn't have power. So that was the biggest thing there versus what happened here. Obviously the ice and snow. I mean, look, for all intents and purposes, from what I've heard and from what I've paid attention to, it seems like we haven't had near the catastrophic issue this time around. And again, kudos to ERCOT. I know from yesterday from watching, you had a lot more wind power. You had to make sure, power from the wind side of things. Windmills and what have you. And so they did a much better job of making sure that the power was going to be here this time around versus what you saw 4 years ago.
Yeah, no, and shout out to everybody that makes this go. I mean, everybody was panicking, Fred, this past week going into the store. You know how Texans get, man. They start loading up on toilet paper and cartons of milk, and it's like, watch this not be as big of a deal as it is. And sure enough, at least on my side, if anybody's out there that hopefully, everybody's staying safe, but I haven't struggled too much with power or anything else outside of just being trapped.
Yeah, no, I think the roads being, rough around, wherever you might be. And if if the roads are treated, that's one thing. But otherwise, and as you alluded to, it's going to be cold for the next 24 hours. We're not going to really start to see. That's the thing is that, you had the ice and the snow. And by the way, Denver goes 3 and out quickly. We're barely a minute and a half into the game and already. Now, they went with 2 run plays to start and New England was all over it. They give up Jarrett Stidham's running for his life on the 3rd play. So a quick 3 and out. Denver's going to be punting. So obviously looking good. So far, so good for this Patriots defense. But to your point, again, if you don't have to be anywhere, and again, it's more just like you said, it's just the roads are bad right now. It's just the roads are rough, and again, I think for all intents and purposes, everybody's pretty much maintaining inside. And of course, last night, I know a lot of people are upset because of the game. The Mavericks did not cancel the game. They did not offer vouchers or refunds for anybody. And so if you made it to the game, and of course, I know the viral photo or video of everybody there on, Woodall, James Woodall, or whatever the hell it's called, the little loop there on the freeway in downtown Dallas. You had people that were going backwards, people being stuck, people being horizontal. So, all sorts of things. I don't know if there was, outside of just some rough travel, it doesn't sound like there was any major accidents last night. Yeah. So if that happened, let us know, 877-881-1053. But getting back to the Dallas Mavericks, they lose last night. And look, at the end of the day, Eric, this team has no business winning games. Yes, it's a fun story and you like to see them, play well and compete. And you saw the stat that came up last night. They've played more clutch games, which means they were, they're within 5 to 10 points within 5 minutes left to go. And that's great. And that's a testament to Jason Kidd and this coaching staff and this team that they never give up. But this is not a playoff team. And even if they did make it into the playoffs, you're not going to win a championship. You're not going to surprise anybody. You're not going to come out of nowhere. So, why ruin the chance of getting a good draft pick because you want to win you want to win 38, 37, 35 games and sneak into the tail end of the playoffs?
Yeah, no, you're completely right about that. And, I have a bunch of friends in the DFW area that aren't Mavs fans because they're, I met them in college. And so sure. I keep in touch with them, and they've been getting on to me saying, Eric, why don't you guys just blow it up and tank already? And I'm like, look, I don't think our team is that good where we have to worry about winning too many games, right? No. Like, we are who we are at this point. And I think everybody expected coming into the season that this probably would have been a struggling Mavs team hovering around 500. And once Kyrie got back and, you're hoping that AD's on the court, that's a big if, then, maybe they'd fire on all cylinders, maybe avoid the play-in, maybe. But that was a big maybe. There was a bunch of question marks, and that's still attributed to the fact that Cooper Flagg was ahead of schedule and everything was going well and you're not struggling with injuries, and it didn't line up that way. We actually ended up having one of the worst starts we had, and we didn't end up being in the play-in or playoff atmosphere. We were probably the 15th, 14th team in the West. So our expectations obviously shifted, and now we're at the point where it's like, okay, are you going to bring Kyrie back? Are you going to trade AD? Are you going to tank? Are you going to start resting players? So the narrative has changed a lot for this Mavs over the course of the season, and now we're at that point where it's like they don't really have to worry too much about diminishing their draft capital, because Fred, to be honest with you, I don't think this team is capable of winning more than 35 games.
Look, I don't disagree with you one bit. The problem is that they had won 4 straight going into last night, and if it wasn't for LeBron James finally deciding to wake up and them taking out DeAndre Ayton, who DeAndre Ayton might be one of the worst lottery picks, at least from a high lottery pick that we've seen in the last half decade. And I know there's plenty that we can jump into. I mean, you can look as far as just Ricochet last year, but
Anthony Bennett. Sorry,
Anthony Bennett is an all-time terrible basketball player. Like, he had no business being a number 1 overall pick. I mean, I would argue he's not even. I would argue Michael Olowokande was a better number 1 overall pick than Anthony Bennett was. But DeAndre Ayton, I guess the thing with him is that, for a guy that has. What's frustrating about him is that at least Ayton versus an Anthony Bennett or an Olowokande or Ricochet has shown that, okay, well, maybe this is it. He could be good, or he could be a serviceable piece for a championship team, or at the very, hell, he made it to the final. He's been in the finals, right? With the Phoenix Suns. Okay. He looked like he might be a guy that, teamed with a LeBron James and with a Luka Doncic, that, okay, maybe this guy could kind of resuscitate his career and show everybody the promise that they thought he could show when he was drafted, third, 1, 2, 3 overall, whatever it was back in the day. So, he just, I don't know. The guy just doesn't seem doesn't care enough to want to be great. And you take him off the floor last night. LeBron finally kind of wakes up a little bit in the fourth quarter. And, let's be real. Luka Doncic is one of the best players in the world and was the best player on the court last night. And when he gets help, that being the operative word, again, I don't care what sport it is, your stars need help. And that's the problem right now, is if you're the Los Angeles Lakers, outside of LeBron when he cares, still no Austin Reeves, that's just not a very good basketball team as far as complementary players. They finally woke up. Marcus Smart, I was texting with Blake last night. It looked like he was, Boston Celtics Marcus Smart last night. So, again, thankfully, the right team won last night, because it does you no good to win games like last night if you're the Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah, and let's put some context into some of this 4-game winning streak, right? They didn't beat any significant team that you were.
No, they didn't. That's very true too, though.
So we gotta put that in perspective. And had they beat the Lakers team, you probably still wouldn't have been moved, because the Lakers have their problems of their own. And it's very star driven, right? You can't. There's a clear ceiling with your team, and I'm talking about the Lakers here. There's a clear ceiling with your team when your 3 best players happen to be your 3 worst defenders. You can't win championships that way. The league is too physical. There's so many 3-and-D guys. Everybody can shoot now. Everybody's physical. Everybody runs at a faster pace than they used to back in the day. So, you're looking at the Oklahoma City Thunders of the world, the teams like that, where they they play at such a fast pace, and they have wings everywhere. They have defenders. Everybody that can play multiple positions. The Lakers don't have that. They got Luka and a bunch of fans. I mean, that's what it is. Luka and a bunch of friends. So it's literally just star driven, and you can't win championships that way.
No, you certainly can. Right now, with their 19-27 overall record, Dallas is sitting at 9th in the 2026 NBA Draft Lottery Simulator. So we'll keep an eye on that. And right now, if the season were to end, they would have a 4.5% chance at the number 1 overall pick and a 20.3% chance at a top 4 pick right now. And as I've said, hey, nobody saw them get the number 1 pick last year. Again, I'm of a believer that we know why they were able to get that number 1 pick last year, because one thing the NBA is not afraid to do is, make sure that the right team gets the number 1 pick. And would I think that they would be open to the idea of doing that again? I don't think they're going to give them the number 1 pick again, but I would not be surprised in the least if they were to somehow finagle their way into a top 2 or 3 pick again in 2026.
You'll take those odds too. You'll take the odds over we had what was the percentage, like 1.1% chance to get 1.8. Yeah, 1.8% chance to get number 1. So obviously the odds are already in our favor in that stance. And look, here's the deal. I think anybody in that top 5 I like. So, and we're not very far off of that. So I don't think it's ridiculous to think that this Mavs team can luck out and get a top 5 pick. Yeah, maybe it's not a once in a lifetime thing where we get a Cooper Flag at number 1 after everything that transpired. And, we already talked about that when I made my Fan Phenom tryout, Fred. I told you that, we talked about how it was too good to be true, the fact that they got Cooper Flag. So in this sense, right, it's very guard driven. We were watching college basketball yesterday. There's some studs, man, some stud freshman guys that are going to enter this class that the Mavs are going to be eyeing with their top whatever pick that they get. So, definitely looking forward to the future here.
Well, and again, if you're the Mavericks, you need to not do well, right? I mean, we know as well as anybody now. Okay, number 1. You don't have, after this year, you don't have your own pick until 2029. You don't know what's going to happen. And Jarrett Stidham with a dime over the top to Marvin Mims Jr. Absolutely. The pride. I wish I had my bell right now. Ding, 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 ding. I'll tell you what, DFW on DFW crime right here. Marvin Mims, just a straight go route right past the Colony's Christian Gonzalez. So right now, inside the 10-yard line, 1st and goal for the Denver Broncos. So Jarrett Stidham, look, no one said he's going to be John Elway. All right, no one said he was going to be John Elway, but I'll tell you what, the one thing about Jarrett Stidham, he can throw the football. So we'll keep you posted on that. 1st and goal inside the 10-yard line for the Denver Broncos. But real quick, bringing it back to the Mavericks, full stop. You don't have your draft picks from 27 through 28, 29, I think it was 29, 20, 30, whatever it is. And if you're going to build around Cooper Flag, you need to make sure that you get as good a draft pick as possible. Because yes, can you supplement your team through free agency? Yes, you can. Yes, are we still going to have to wait and see what happens with Anthony Davis, who I would not be surprised. I'm just going to throw this out there right now. I would not be surprised if he parts or splits from Rich Paul and Clutch Sports. Because those two are not on the same page right now. You've had 2 major things happen in the last few weeks when it comes to Clutch and Anthony Davis. Number 1, a couple of weeks ago, he says that he had to have surgery on his hand. He refuted that almost immediately, and then of course the report came out this week that Rich Paul insinuated that he had a trade demand and that he wanted him traded before the trade deadline on February 5th. And then AD came out and refuted that, or he didn't come out necessarily himself, but other reports have come out and said no, he doesn't want to be traded. He likes it here in Dallas, which if you're AD, I mean, why wouldn't you like it here in Dallas? From a professional athlete standpoint, one thing I've said about Houston and Dallas and the state of Texas is these are great places if you've got lots and lots of money. Number 1, no income taxes. They're places that you can get in and out of. You've got 2 airports, cost of living. Obviously it's one thing, but when you're uber rich, you're going to be fine either way. But, there's a lot of good things that if you have that kind of money, whether you're in Houston or Dallas, that will suit you just fine. So I could see why, if you're Anthony Davis, you wouldn't want to leave the city of Dallas or the Dallas Mavericks. Touchdown! Cortland Sutton from Jarrett Stidham, 6-0.
Was he scrambling?
Broncos. Touchdown. He scrambles. He pulled
Okay.
out right, finds Cortland Sutton, throws
How
a
about
dot.
that?
So touchdown. Denver is on the board first. The Fighting Stidham's on the board. So we'll have to wait and see pending the extra point. But what a drive from the Denver Broncos on just their second drive of the ball game to start things off for the Denver Broncos. So
He answered question number one for me, Fred. My question number one for Jarrett Stidham going into this game was, is he going to be able to scramble out the pocket and make that play downfield? So far, so good.
Absolutely. Well, and look, I said this the other night on the air, and I don't know that a lot of people realize this. Jarrett Stidham was the number one dual threat quarterback coming out of high school. You know what I'm saying? Like, people forget. I mean, he's not a statue back there. All right. I mean, look, he's not Lamar Jackson. He's not Bo Nix. Okay. But, you know, can Jarrett Stidham run around and move and, you know, give you some cheap yards with his feet if he absolutely has to? 100% he can. And on top of that, and get you out of here with this, you know, if there's anybody that can get a quarterback ready in a week, it's Sean Payton.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
He's done it time and time
Coach,
again. And Jarrett Stidham has proven he can be a capable backup quarterback. So the Fighting Jeff Hostetler's in full effect tonight. 7-0 Denver Broncos. All right. Coming up next, we'll stick with the NFL talk. We'll get Eric's thoughts on the newest member of the Dallas Cowboy coaching staff. Is this a departure from what we've seen from previous Cowboy regimes? And not to mention, you've got one of their rivals who can't seem to find an offensive coordinator to save their life, and one potential DC candidate the Cowboys had in mind has found a new home as well. Lots to get to. Don't go anywhere. We got Jet Nelson at the studio. We've got Mr. Eric Casares from his house. I'm from mine. Lots to get to. Text messages and more. This is 105 Through the Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and
the 469, our boy Zach in Frisco. I disagree. Winning helps build team culture. There's no guarantee whoever the Mavs pick in the next draft is going to be good. The Mavs have a lot more have a lot more misses in their draft history than hits. This is from Zach in Frisco. And he could said Rui Hachimura is the one that ended up killing us. No, he did, but it helps that your boy LeBron got things going too, though. I mean, you were down double digits, and he helped pace this, help bring things back. But I mean, it was a collective team effort, and I don't disagree with what you're saying there. But no, you have to. I mean, look, yes. Do we fundamentally agree that winning is good? Yes, but winning does you no good right now for this basketball team. Okay.
No,
all it does is make you because again, there's zero reason to get into the play-in, right? There's zero reason. You want to give yourself the best opportunity possible to get as high lottery pick. Because I've said this before, and I'll say it again. And I haven't done a deep dive yet on this on Fan After Dark yet, but I firmly believe that the NBA will do what they need to do again to give the Mavs a top 2 or 3 pick. That's how loaded this draft is, and that's how good you feel about the top 3 picks at the top of this NFL or NFL. My God, at the top of this NBA draft is whether you get a Darren Peterson, whether you get a DeBonsa, whether you get a Boozer, all right, whether you get a Caleb Wilson or slip into that 4 or 5 spot or whatever. And I'm sure other guys are going to come to the forefront when it's all said and done. But I say this much: I would much rather be picking in that spot than the 8, 9, or 10, or 11, or somewhere in there. And look, I'm with you, Zach. Yes, the NBA draft is any draft is hit or miss. But I feel much more comfortable operating from a position of, hey, if you're telling me I got to choose between one of those top 3 picks versus 8, 9, or 10, come on, it's a no-brainer.
And it's not like we're the Brooklyn Nets either. We're not struggling to win 20 games. Right? We're already at 19 wins already on the season. So, we're still winning games. We're still building a culture, right? And like Jason Kidd has been with this squad for quite a bit now. So, I mean, I don't think they just want to lose. I don't think that's the Mavs in their nature to do that. But what we're saying is we don't think there's any benefits to winning these games.
That's it.
Yeah,
that's it. And I think people in sport, that's pro sports, right? There's a reason why people talk about tanking, all right? And you don't want to see your team tank. And yes, fundamentally, losing games is not good for your psyche. We totally understand that, and I don't think we're suggesting that. Yes, let's go out and just throw games. But one thing we forgot to mention in the last segment when it comes to the Dallas Mavericks is one name that's being bandied about is Najee Marshall as somebody who could be a hot prospect come this trade deadline. He's 6'6". He gives you a little bit of everything. All right, he can score points if you need him to. He's a plus defender. I mean, he's not going to lock people down necessarily, but he's a damn good defender. And he's got $18 million on his contract over the next 2 years. All right. So from an NBA perspective, for what he gives you, that is an absolute steal. So you could, I mean, look, if Desmond Bane can fetch 5 first-round picks, here we are talking about how many first-round picks you might be able to get or not get out of Anthony Davis. I'm telling you right now, you could get if that's the bar, you can get a first-round pick for Najee Marshall. May not be 2026, 2027, but you can get a first-round pick for Najee Marshall for what he brings to the table if Desmond Bane's getting you 5.
Yeah, and one good thing they've done is get guys like that in free agency. Najee Marshall, right? They Derek Jones Jr. a couple seasons ago, right? They find 1 or 2 gems every single year, and that's something that they've done a lot better than the Cowboys have done in the Dallas area. So I've always applauded them from that. And yeah, Najee, look, I'm never going to be against trading players, and I always said if the Mavs were to blow it up, right? The only people I would put on the do not, you cannot trade them, obviously, outside of Cooper Flag, is maybe Max Christie. But, I mean, if you're guaranteeing me that you can trade Max Christie and get another star, okay, I would consider it. But obviously, yeah, that's it. That's a guy that I want to keep around. Him, Cooper Flag, and then I'm a big Brandon Williams guy, so I want to keep him around too.
I would too. I like Brandon Williams, and for what he's on, contract wise, I mean, you'd be silly to get rid of him. And you're it sounds like you've been listening to Fan After Dark, because that is our boy Blake Elliott's guy is Max Christie. He's one of his building blocks for the future as well. I agree. I mean, again, unless you told, I'm with you 1,000% on that. Unless you told me I'm getting a bona fide plug and play superstar, and the only way that I'm getting him is if I include Max Christie, then yes. By the way, quarterback draw, Jarrett Stidham up the middle, 2nd and 1. There you go. That'd be the guy right there. All right, real quick. And just for the record here, the Broaddus giving me a hard time was in jest, people. So in case anybody was taking that out of context, he was giving me a hard time about not driving because as our boy Tolo Gonzo said, he's out Uber driving. So I wish I had my bell. Ding, ding, ding. Shout out to him. He's out Uber driving right now. He says he's been Uber driving for several hours. And many of the trucks are fishtailing in the neighborhoods. Good call, staying home. That's from Tolo Gonzo, so I don't feel so bad now as well. So there you have it. And like I said, when I was bebopping around back in the Wintergeddon of 2021, your boy had a Volkswagen Jetta GLI with the 6-speed manual. So just throwing that out there. And we were whipping around all over the place in that. So 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. That is the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line. If you want to text into the show, go ahead and do it. If you're watching the game right now, let us know how you're feeling. Where's all my Stephenville people at? Where's all my, and we know our boy, Mr. Khaki Kevin, who he's got his girlfriend's from Granbury, so Granbury, Stephenville, kind of in the same neck of the woods down in that region of the world. So I know you guys are feeling nicey right about now with that 7-0 lead and driving a little bit here in this first quarter of the game. 3 minutes left to go and some change in this ball game. From Zach and Frisco, I definitely see what you're saying. If we could get in that top 3 like last year, that would be great. Getting Boozer or DeMonsta would be exciting. Zach, I noticed you forgot to mention getting Darren Peterson would be exciting as well. That's the only part. Of course, Darren didn't play yesterday, not because of his cramps. He rolled his ankle in the last game. But I'll tell you what, for all of our Dallas Maverick fans talking about top 2 or 3 picks, next Saturday, this is your college basketball look ahead. KU, BYU, one of the most anticipated freshman matchups we've seen in some time. Darren Peterson with Kansas, AJ DeMonsta from BYU. Game day is going to be in Lawrence, so make sure you're tuned in for that. I'll be excited about it, and you should be too. What do you make of this Philadelphia Eagle offensive coordinator search? They reached out to our boy Clayton Adams, and Dallas said, yeah, no thanks.
Yeah, no, I love it. I mean, that's what it's all about. And how could you? How could you let Philadelphia? And this is why, I would call all my Eagles fans, and there's a small list of Eagles fans that I know that I'm friends with, but the ones that I do know, they were always giving me crap when Micah Parsons, was in the trade rumors before we ended up getting him out of here. And they were all like, hey, Eric, Micah Parsons, he's going to be a Philadelphia Eagle. Jerry's going to trade him to us. I'm like, do you really think that is actually going to happen? It's not happening. And you saw case point right here. We're not giving y'all our offensive coordinators. Y'all go figure out your own anemic offensive problem somewhere else, right? And you get somebody else to do that. Y'all already had some other coordinators deny positions to go be your offense coordinator. So y'all can deal with that. We're going to deal with our new DC that we took from y'all, and yeah, y'all can cope about it. So I'm feeling pretty good, Fred.
As you should. I wouldn't be surprised if Matt Nagy ends up being the offensive coordinator over there in Philly. Because look, it's gonna be just a who's left, right? I mean, you've got a who's who of people that have gone through there, and nobody wants a part of that job. And we had Chase Senior on the other night. I think it was Thursday. We had him on from Chat Sports. He covers the Philadelphia Eagles for Chat Sports, and we'd asked him, what's going on up in Philly. I mean, obviously we talked about Christian Parker and just kind of what we're getting with him. And of course, he was extolling the virtues of Mr. Christian Parker, but asked him, what the hell's going on with your offensive coordinator search? And his big thing was that, you got 2 things going on right there. You got the Nick Sirianni aspect of it. I mean, this would be the 5th coordinator in 5 years. And then secondly, you might be looking for another job. All right, because if they're kind of the belief that if this thing goes left again for the Eagles next year, that there's a good chance that Sirianni may get the boot because Howie Roseman isn't afraid to move on. So that's just a really tenuous situation over there in Philly. But that's their problem, not ours. And absolutely no crying from the folks here in Dallas when it comes to seeing strife and disarray over in Philadelphia. From the 940, go Broncos. My dad lives in Denver, so we're getting some Bronco love here on the text lines as well. Real quick, Christian Parker, like I said, getting plenty of love. Now, one guy who also was part of that job search or that coaching search was one Mr. Jonathan Gannon. He finds his way over in Green Bay. Not a huge shock, but are you more surprised at the fact that so many people, and maybe it was just a Dallas thing, of how many people are just crapping all over the idea of Jonathan Gannon being a D coordinator?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's probably on the case that he was a head coach that just got fired, and they don't want to relive that Matt Eberflus thing. The same reason, you fire your head coach, and then now you become a defensive coordinator. And it also, he has specific zone schemes that he runs similar to Eberflus, and they're tired of seeing that soft zone get beat up in that secondary. So, look. I defended Eberflus a lot. As bad as he was, I did find myself defending him a lot. I don't know if that was the Cowboy homer in me, but more so also just the fact that I thought, the personnel was just not good. So, you have to, not only do you have to have the defense coordinator right, but you got to have somebody that comes in and has a vision to get the personnel right. And so obviously that's going to be heavily dependent on the draft this coming April, which we'll talk about more as we get closer. And then, of course, free agency. Jerry Jones is going to have to be aggressive. So the Jonathan Gannon news, I don't fault people for, being concerned about it, for bringing him in and having to live that same Eberflus trend right there. But no, I don't think he would have been bad at all. At the end of the day, he did go to a Super Bowl with Philly. So, you got to give him some credit there.
No, you absolutely do. And that Arizona situation's a mess. So, I mean, what better place if you're, stranger things have happened, right? I mean, when it comes to defensive coordinators, maybe he gets, and again, to your point, he's got good personnel over in Green Bay, right? Mm-hmm. And that's a team that just feels like every year something goes wrong with that team for whatever reason. So you got a good, as they like to say, they got the good bones of a team, and you got Micah Parsons over there. Now, what he'll look like coming off of what an Achilles injury remains to be seen. Real quick, you got a couple teams that are still looking for head coaches. The Raiders, clearly, once again, still looking for a head coach, as are the Buffalo Bills. I don't know what's a more just dilapidated situation right now, whether you want to be the OC or the Philadelphia Eagles, or if you're going to be the head coach of the Buffalo Bills. I would probably lean towards head coach of the Buffalo Bills, because at least with the Philadelphia Eagles, you know what you're getting into, whereas with the Buffalo Bills, it just seems like after what you saw from the Terry Pagula and Brandon Beane press conference this past week. Look, not saying that Sean McDermott shouldn't have been let go, but when you're going to crap all over people and then you're going to crap all over one of your own players afterwards.
That's still on the team? Yeah.
That's still on the team? It's just, I don't know, man. There's just something about that situation that just seems a little funky. And it's not like Brandon Beane has done a phenomenal job of drafting players.
Yeah, I said this yesterday on the show, talking with Khaki Kev, shout out to him. And I said that, the whole Brandon Beane and Terry Pagula situation, I didn't like the way that isn't. And the way that they handle the Sean McDermott firing, there's definitely some questions that this team may be a little bit over emotional right now, Fred. The way that they're handling things, the way they handled that playoff loss. We saw Josh Allen, how emotional he was in the post-game presser. We saw Deion Dawkins being emotional because of Josh Allen being emotional, feeling like he let the team down. So, yes, absolutely. It's, you can make arguments for both sides. Is that a place you want to go into as a first-time head coach, as a young, inexperienced head coach, and fill those roles with a quarterback of Josh Allen's caliber? I always said that Mike Tomlin, if he wanted to keep coaching, if he's not done, then I think that's a guy that could fix that situation. But I don't think there's much other candidates out there that could do that. And then with Philly, like you said, you know what you're getting into.
4th and 15 for the New England Patriots. Drake May not looking good thus far. I think one of the things that's kind of gone overlooked these last couple weeks is the New England Patriots is that, he just hasn't looked very good.
No, Drake offensively,
no. No, because his team, offensively, because defensively the teams look so good, it's kind of overshadowed the fact that Drake May has just looked very average so far, and this Denver defense defense, for as much talk about, how they've looked a little beatable over the last few weeks, they have certainly gotten after it. So 7-0, another 3 and out for this New England Patriot offense. 54 seconds left to go in the first period. They just punted away to the Denver Broncos, and they got good field position. So we'll keep you posted on that. But real quick, speaking of the Denver Broncos, bringing it back full circle, Davis Webb is going to, and of course, it depends on, what happens with this game here, but he is the one of the passing game coordinators for the Denver Broncos. The Raiders and the Bills both want to meet with him. Now, the only pushback, if I'm a Bills fan, is he's best friends with Josh Allen. I'm sorry, but I don't know that I really want I don't want my coach to be best friends with the quarterback, but hey, stranger things have happened.
And then, so Davis Webb getting some that'd be interesting. And didn't David Blau get was it a Washington job? Was that the one he was looking at? Or I know he was a former quarterback, so I'm just thinking about, because you said Davis Webb, so I'm thinking of former quarterback names right now.
I think that sounds right, but we'll check on that when we come back. I think that is right, though. I think he did get the Commanders' offensive coordinator job. And, of course, Cliff Kingsbury still without a job. Might be something to that. All right, when we come back, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, Franklin and Frankel injury turning text line, text into the program. We got some text rolling in as well. It is a break during the game, so we'll read your text message and more. But when we come back, time for a little fair or foul. Lots to get to. We got Jet. We got Eric. I'm Fred. This is 105.3 The Fan.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little
After the Mavericks' flight was delayed due to winter weather in Texas, the NBA announced Sunday afternoon. A source on the Mavericks team plane told WFAA that the team had been sitting on a Dallas tarmac for several hours since 10:30 a.m. Sunday, shortly before 3 p.m. Well, it's 2:48 here, so I'm guessing within the last 10 to 15 minutes, the team was getting off the plane in Dallas and the game was being postponed. It will likely be rescheduled for February 19th. The game in Milwaukee was scheduled for 6 o'clock. So, you were just running out of time. And as a result of such, your Dallas Mavericks will not be playing tonight. So, you know what? If the Dallas Mavericks team plane couldn't leave the tarmac, your boy Freddie D doesn't feel bad for not being able to leave Louisville.
Okay. Dude, that's awesome, man. That's awesome.
So I don't feel bad. And we will have Brian Broaddus, who maybe Brian should have taken the Mavericks up to Milwaukee. But we'll talk more to him here in the next 10 to 15 minutes. He joins the show at 3 o'clock. So here we go. A little fair or foul, ladies and germs. Both of the gentlemen here, both my co-hosts here tonight, one, Mr. Eric Casares and Jet Nelson. You guys are both firmly entrenched in Generation Z, correct?
Yeah. I guess so. Jet, what year were you born officially?
2003.
Okay. I was 99, but I don't count myself as a millennial. That doesn't count.
Yeah, no. You are definitely you were on the higher end, I think, of Generation Z. Let me just go ahead and make sure we're on the same page here. Generation Z years.
And then Alpha is the one after us, correct?
Yeah. Those are the ones that are really going to be cooked. Generation Z, often called Zoomers, refers to the demographic born between 1997 and 2012. Okay. So yeah, you're firmly entrenched in. So you guys are both firmly Generation Z. 2003 is when you said you were born there, Mr. Jet Nelson.
Correct.
When's your birthday?
May 14th.
May 14th. One of my closest friends is May 14th as well. So you're right around the corner here, a few months before you turned the big 2-3. Yep. My daughter turned the big 2-3 yesterday. Again, she's also the year of 2003. And of course, I'm telling you what, it's 6 degrees of you guys, because much like Blake, who was also born in 1999, so is Mr. Eric Casares. So you guys maybe no two better people better suited to answer this next fair or foul than you two gents. Experts analyzing aging patterns say people born between 1985 and 1995 often appear younger than members of Gen Z at the same age. Researchers attribute the difference to lifestyle factors, skincare habits, reduced sun exposure, and lower rates of smoking and heavy drinking among older millennials. Cultural shifts toward wellness and preventative health have played a significant role in shaping how this generation ages. Scientists note that perceived youthfulness does not necessarily equate to better health outcomes, but it reflects broader behavioral trends. Fair foul, experts say people born between 1985 and 1995 look younger than Gen Z.
I'm leaning fair here.
Yeah.
Because I think it came up on the show Friday night. I sound a little older than 22. I think people are saying I look a little older than 22. I just I'm an old soul, as we found out here recently.
100%.
It's just kind of the way I am. I can't say for the rest of the generation if we're appearing, if there's a bunch of old souls in Gen X or Z. I can speak for myself saying I think I'm on the older side. So most likely fair.
Okay.
I mean, I think I'm going to have to differ here. I'm going to say foul because I feel like everybody, ever since I started here, everybody's saying that I sound young, and I'm 26. So
you do.
I mean, I'm going to say foul. I think.
And you look young.
I take it as a compliment, yeah.
Which is a good thing. I mean, that's not,
it's a good thing.
Necessarily not a bad thing, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, and see, I'm going to push back on the whole, that generation. First of all, we've already found out that your generation does not drink. All right. Well, your generation does not drink. Maybe not alcoholically like my generation does. I mean, that we can all agree on that. In fact, there was a huge report that came out this week. In fact, that I think 3 or 4 of the largest three or four of the largest alcohol companies in the country are sitting on basically rivers of booze. Because Generation Z, y'all's generation, just does not go out and drink at the same level that previous generations did. So, and plus, you guys don't smoke like our generation did, right? And so you guys all vape. Now, I think it's entirely too early to see what the what the effects of vaping are on skin and what have you. But and I think really, maybe the later generation and Jarrett Stidham on 4th and 1, ballsy move right there to go for it. You think you might have wanted to just take the points, go up 2 scores. They decide to go for it. They go out on I'm not going to say an all-out blitz, but they get pressure. He throws an incomplete pass. So rather than going for the points, they decide to go for it, and as a result, incomplete pass. So New England with a big 4th and 1 stop, 7-0, 9:22 left to go in the first half. So you may have wanted to kick the field goal there, but either way, fair foul, should have gone for the field goal. But I'm going to say foul as well. I think you guys, your generation, you guys tend to take better care of yourselves a little bit, and you guys are all trying to work out and all that good stuff. So I'm going to push back and say foul as well.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think it's foul, and yeah, I think our generation, I feel like everybody ages backwards now. Like everybody looks younger than they did like 20 years ago. So I'm going to agree.
And just for a random aside here, because obviously yesterday, last couple of days we've had, bad weather and you can't get out. And so you get a chance to watch shows that maybe you don't normally watch, or you take a gamble and watch something you've never watched before. I watched my first ever James Bond movie the other night, and now I'm old. You guys know that. And so having never watched, now I've made it very clear I've never watched Star Wars, but I'd never watched James Bond. I finally watched the Sean Connery version of James Bond. I don't know if these movies were meant to be comedies, but now granted, it is the 60s and 70s. Okay. So obviously, CGI and special effects were just that, special. And it's literally just 2 hours of Sean Connery making crude jokes and sleeping with every woman he comes across. And it's some of the most ridiculous TV and movies you've ever seen. Is it comical, and is it high entertainment? 1,000%. Could you get away with shows like that today? Absolutely not. So if you want to see what used to be, go watch a James Bond from the 60s and 70s. It will give you, I don't know, it may outrage you, or at the very least, it may give you some, it may make you, yearn for yesteryear. I don't know, but I certainly got a kick out of it, the couple of movies I watched.
Did you enjoy yourself?
I did.
Yeah, that's all that matters.
I did.
There's like 27 James Bond films. There's so many of them. There's like 27 James Bond.
There's so many. I mean, look, it's a hell of a franchise. I will say that. And it does have some sharp dialogue. I will give it credit for that. Ian Fleming, kudos to him. Look, the guy knew what he was doing. And again, it's just Sean Connery being Sean Connery. I certainly enjoyed it. And if you guys haven't seen it, go watch Diamonds Are Forever. And if you're a Kanye West fan, you'll certainly enjoy it as well. All right, that's 2 hours in the books. Somebody who has probably watched a James Bond movie or one or two in his day, Brian Broaddus joins us next. Let's talk a little NFL draft. Let's get his thoughts. I know he's watching film while watching a little bit of this football game as well. What a game it's been so far, 7-0 Denver. But we got a lot more to go to. Brian Broaddus joins us next. This is 105 Through the Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for
take my phone off the tripod because my phone's about to die. But I moved it down a little bit. It plugged in now, so we adjusted a little bit, but we're ready to go for this next hour.
And then let's give of course, the round of applause to Jet Nelson and the Denali for making it into the studio, into the station, and keeping us on. So shout out to him, Trevor Beck, and everybody else, and all the KRLD 1080 folks for doing all the heavy lifting and keeping us on the air here on 105 through the Fan. Let's jump back out to the D&M Leasing Hotline. Welcome to the program. He's out. He's also out in these streets. I'll tell you what, don't sleep on the Nissans. I've seen a handful of Nissans. Look, they may not be able to get their financials in order. They may have one of the worst transmissions ever conceived in mankind, but I'll tell you what, these cars, all they do is win, 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 no matter what. Brian Broaddus, patrolling the mean streets of the DFW. He is in the studios of Crown Global Media. He's got one eyeball on this ball game. He's got another eyeball on scouting players that could be potential Dallas Cowboys. The pride of G-Bag Nation, the one, the only Super Bowl winning scout, Mr. Brian Broaddus. Brian, look, man, I'm telling you, I wanted to be there. Sure, but I just...
Sure you did, Fred. Sure you did.
Let me tell you something, Brian.
Your want to meter at times could be a little waning. So yeah, I would.
A little questionable.
I would. Yeah, I was kind of thinking I was going to turn it in you and Kevin today, and kind of like listen to you guys in the studio and be all happy about that. But both you guys basically are quitters. So I mean, I'll just go on record and say that. Yeah, you're both quitters, and so we'll live with that. But no, good to talk to you boys on a Sunday afternoon. How we doing?
We are doing fantastic. Look, I've learned a lesson, man. I've learned a lesson. You can't have a two-wheel drive pickup truck in these conditions, and I learned the hard way, and that this won't happen again. But I'll tell you what, real quick, I know you got your eyeballs on some of this Denver Bronco New England game, and of course, look, you nobody knows Sean Payton better than you do. Is this about what you expected out of this Denver offense so far?
Yeah, it really is. I mean, Sean is one of the best when it comes to his ability to, in a bad situation with his quarterback, and be able to kind of find a way to manufacture some offense and stuff like that. New England was going to be a formidable task, regardless of how that all was going to play out. But yeah, when you're in a situation like with what Sean Payton's doing right now, that's a tough road to go here. But hanging in there. I mean, what to say with a 7-0 lead and finding ways to move the ball. That's kind of what Sean does.
Just dinking and dunking the football down the field. And again, I think it goes back to, look, Jarrett Stidham is a capable backup quarterback. I mean, if you need him to win you the game, you're probably in a little bit of trouble. But as far as just, look, don't lose the game for us. Don't put us in harm's way. And certainly Sean Payton hasn't done that. And he knows his personnel very well as they get a first down here. But more importantly, how impressed are you with this Denver Bronco defense and what they've been able to do to slow down who's been kind of a questionable last couple of weeks, Drake May?
Yeah, I tell you what, man, they've done a really, really nice job. Denver all year long has been, outstanding on defense. They had a little bit of a lull there, like in the mid-season. There were some games that they were, they did some teams put some yards up on them and points. But when it comes to absolutely, if it turns into you having to throw the football against them, this is where they feast. And so yeah, it's been so far so good. I mean. I just like to circle back with Sean and stuff. Sean is going to do stuff for Stidham in the game plan with a lot of the bunch formations and the crossing routes, and he's going to make a lot of simple throws for him if he can. But overall, though, he's going to put this one on his defense to see if they can get it done, and they have really done a great job all year. And New England is going to have to find some offense here, late in the second half, or excuse me, late in the second quarter.
Yeah, seriously. Brian Broaddus joining us, talking all things AFC Championship to kick things off. How surprised were you when the news came out yesterday, I guess, that the Cowboys said no thank you when the Eagles reached out or tried to reach out to Clayton Adams? And what do you make of what's going on there in Philly, why they just can't seem to find somebody to be an offensive coordinator?
Well, by rule, play calling and all that stuff doesn't matter. If it's just a lateral move, the Cowboys have every right to shut that down, which they absolutely did. So that it wasn't a play calling thing or anything like that. So, it's one of those things where, yeah, I could clearly understand, what's going on. Oh my gosh, we might have had the first mistake of the game here.
I was going to say, I think he's going to get bailed out by a intentional grounding call, which is probably the best intentional grounding of Jarrett Stidham's career right there.
Yeah, well, let's see if in fact that's the case. This time of the year we got these all-star crews, working these games and stuff like that. So hopefully the best and the brightest are on the field today when having to make these calls. So yeah, it just really, but they don't. The Cowboys did not have to grant permission, and by all means, when it's a lateral move like that, they did the absolute right thing. So
now,
that wasn't going to be, that right there wasn't going to be an issue, I don't think at all.
That and look, I agree with you wholeheartedly on that. I mean, there's absolutely no reason why you want to send. And if I'm Clayton Adams, I don't know that I would have wanted to have any part of that anyway. I know you guys have had folks on as far as and I'm trying to think who the hell you guys had on earlier this week when it came to talking all things Philadelphia. We had Chase Senior on. What is it about? And it just seems like for a team that's had as much success as the Eagles have had, it seems awfully interesting. They're having such a hard time finding somebody to be an offensive coordinator.
Yeah, and that was the second part of your question. I'm sorry, and then I got distracted with I'm watching East-West film practice, and I'm watching this game with the other eye. So, the thing that I think that if you look at this is, even though this is a team that seems to have its ducks in a row when it comes to front office and everybody's the admiration and all that, the coaching staff is absolutely a mess. I mean, they every year it seems like it's a turnover, and a credit to them, a turnover for some of their coaches getting opportunities like Kellen Moore, and then other times they're just not good enough. And so, that's where you but you're dealing with players that, some people probably think are pretty difficult to deal with when you're starting to talk about the quarterback, the wide receiver. There's a lot of offensive coordinators that want to run their own offense. Well, Jeff Southland, who is the offensive line coach, he's not going anywhere, and he's the run game coordinator. So if you go to work in Philadelphia and you have an idea of how you want to run the football, well, might not line up with what Jeff Southland thinks. So you got some people that might be like, listen, I'm not, it looks like they gave New England the ball.
Oh, so, yeah, they did.
Yeah. So anyway, that in itself right there might be a situation where, teams or guys are going in there looking at it and going, I don't want to deal with the players, and I want to be able to run my offense and not have to worry about the running game or somebody else taking the running game away from me, or the coordination of the running game away from me.
Yeah, and sticking with the whole Philadelphia talk, I'll ask you about the Cowboys here in a second, Brian, but just thinking about the internal frustrations that these players are so-called having with Jalen Hurts and this offensive schemes that they have been dialing up there in Philly. How much do you buy into that? Do you think it's more so A.J. Brown causing issues? Is it more so Nick Sirianni, how he hasn't been able to get the coordinators right over this past year? Is it their inability to trust Jalen Hurts in those passing situations? How do you kind of make of all this? Who's at fault here?
Well, I think to me there's, and that's it's a good question because, the coaches are always going to kind of look at the players. I mean, I guarantee you though, when anybody leaves that staff, they're going to listen, these players can't do this, can't do this. Players are going to blame the coaches. Front office is probably going to blame the coaches. There's a lot to go around on this one. And I think to me, they've tried it a couple of different ways. They tried the situation where they went with two first-time coordinators, and it didn't work out. So then what did they do? They went with two veteran coordinators, and Kellen Moore and Vic Fangio, and then they were able to win a Super Bowl. And then, then they lose coordinators and have to make changes and, go back to a first-time coordinator. So, yeah, they've tried it a couple of different ways you could do it. They just have not hit it the right way, other than the veteran coordinators, with what you have with Vic Fangio. But the offensive side of the ball, that's something that, Kellen Moore did a really good job, but they got on him about, you got to run the ball more. And then we saw what they did with Saquon Barkley. So there's always some type of element that you're having to deal with. And maybe that's why coaches are not too excited about being a part of that, being part of that team, because they don't want to deal with everything I just talked about.
Super Bowl winning scout Brian Broaddus joining us here, talking all things NFC East and Dallas Cowboys. Christian Parker, your newest defensive coordinator, and of course, rumor comes out this week that he may have had some say-so, or at the very least, some intel on the Eagles drafting Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. So, of course, that now pivots into the question of, with that number 12 pick, does that suggest now for a team that, as we've discussed ad nauseum now, Brian, this team needs every level on the defensive side of the ball drafted, but does this kind of lean towards now at that number 12 pick that you may go maybe with the kid from LSU, maybe you go with Caleb Downs if he's sitting there at 12, that maybe corner or safety is higher on the pecking order at number 12 than it was before?
Yeah, Delane from LSU would be an outstanding get for this football team. And, or either him or McCoy from Tennessee. I believe that McCoy will be ready to do all the things workout-wise. We'll probably see him at the Combine.
Real quick, let me ask you about that. Considering what happened with Revel this past season, do you roll the dice on taking another guy that's been hurt again?
Well, it's a year removed. So now you're in a situation. Yeah, it's not like the thing with Revel, he got hurt again at training camp. That's what. I mean, he had a setback at training camp, and that's what put his season, behind. But with McCoy, I think you'll be just fine you'll be able to work him out. You'll see him. I mean, he just did not play this year, but yeah, we're a year removed from that. But with Delane, I mean, either one, you could take either one of those corners, and both would be super helpful to what you're trying to do. Downs is the best safety in the draft. There's some safeties though in this draft. The problem is Dallas without a day 2 pick, you might have to do something at 20, and people would say, well, that's a reach. So if you want to take a safety, they could take all positions with the exception, I think, of the one with defensive tackle. I think the defensive tackle part of it is kind of set to where it needs to be. Now, depending on, though, do you feel like that, do you have enough edges if this turns into like a 3-4 front? That's what the Vic Fangio, it's kind of a 5-man line look, but it's, you got a stand-up guy, 3 down linemen, and then the 4 linebackers. So that's kind of a little bit different look for the Cowboys. They're going to have to determine if they, in fact, have enough guys, especially at the defensive end position, and then at cornerback, at linebacker, they clearly need some more linebackers there. Safeties, I think, is an absolute must. So they could go a lot of different directions, guys, with what at 12 and at 20.
So let's stay on that point. If they do go a different direction, obviously you think that they're going to go defense, maybe offensive tackle at that 20th spot if that presents itself. But if there's a certain guy out there that maybe if they don't go defense or offensive line, maybe there's a receiver or running back that you think they might reach on, because sometimes we got to expect the unexpected with this team.
Yeah, and that's a really good question, because they're in a situation right now where, what is going to happen? What is going to happen with at wide receiver? Is George Pickens? Are they going to tag George Pickens? Are they going to be able to get a contract done with George Pickens? If all of a sudden you lose George Pickens, or they decide they can't get anything done, or they say, well, we're just not going to tag him. Well, then now, receiver. I mean, you could talk about all you want about Ryan Flanoy, which would be outstanding, but you could also, I know the way these mock drafts have been falling, and I've got Tate from Ohio State below Tyson from Arizona State and Lemon from USC. And so that's how I see it. Now, a lot of people would say, it's either Tate or Tyson, depending on that. That would be, I think, Manoa, the tackle from Miami, I think he's better than Fano from Utah. I would have it that way. If you're talking about offensive players, that's kind of how, that I would look at it. I don't know if they necessarily would look at it the same way I am, but I think Tyson from Arizona State is George Pickens in this draft. If that's the type of player you want, the one that runs routes, runs across the field, knows how to play down the field, high point ball, play in the red zone. There are those types of guys, in this draft. And I think the wide receiver room is actually a really, really strong one if, in fact, you want to go that direction. And, the offensive tackles kind of more, in the past, we've seen it really top heavy and kind of weak as it's gone down through. I think that you legitimately have got like 4 guys near the top, first, second round, and then everybody else is kind of third round if that's the route you want to go.
All right, real quick, get you out of here with this, Brian. Second half, kind of, ever since that second that second drive and that big play, Jarrett Stidham's been very average since then. Of course, he did have, like I said, that fourth down and not getting the points on that fourth down and going forward. That may come back to bite him. What do you expect to see out of this team in the second half, and who do you like in the Rams and Seahawks?
Yeah, I tell you what, John Snyder was my intern at Green Bay, so I'm always pulling for John. Yeah, I'm always pulling for John. John's outstanding at what he does. I believe he's going to get the Executive of the Year. I think I do like the Rams, though. I really do. Now, but this is going to be a tough pass for them at Seattle, for sure. And the fact of familiarity of both teams, I think, is a big plus. But in the second half, I mean, of this Patriots game, man, they have, Sean has got to get back to getting the underneath throws and trying to set up as many throws as he can. Stidham right now with the pass rush, that eye level is starting to come down, and it's not going down the field. It's the eye level is coming down, and when you're looking down the field, this guy is only like a 41% passer when he faces blitz and pressure throughout his career. I know it's a small career, but if I'm the Patriots, I just keep coming after him in this football game and see if they can adjust right there.
And they just got another sack. The best in the biz, the one, the only, and I'll tell you what, he may moonlight as an Uber driver in these treacherous conditions if it comes to it.
Man, I am not afraid. As the song goes, I am not afraid.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only Brian Broaddus. Hey, real quick, has your Twitter been fixed yet?
No, it hasn't. Hey, and Freddie, do we have one time, real quick? I got something real quick for you, if you don't mind.
Go for it.
Because we talked about the interview. I've got a connection. I've got a connections about this Marcus Dixon that they brought in. From the Vikings. Do we have a minute just to say what?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Come on now. People never get enough Broaddus.
This is what I know about this guy that they're interviewing. All right. And I've heard this. I know this guy through some other guys, but my guys tell me this is a really good guy. This is a defensive line interview, what they're doing right now, Marcus Dixon. So he says, really good guy, smart, easygoing, personality, knows how to have a good room, is good touch with his players. He can build connections, not a yeller, not a screamer. First year, though, there were some questions about how well did he really handle substitutions there at Minnesota. This was a guy who was telling me about this. And maybe some of their starters got a little wore down, but they felt like in year 2 that this guy did a better job of mixing in the young guys. Right now, they kind of feel like a little bit better run fit coach than a pass rushing coach. But he's going to work at those things. He's going to work at the evaluations. He's a good recruiter. There's a lot of positive things about this guy. And there might be some questions about him wanting to move out of Minnesota because of how hard Brian Flores is on his coaches. And he's not doing it as a quitter method. It's just that maybe it's time to get a different view or have a different take on things.
Well, on that same note, I'm guessing, did you see what Mike Patine had to say the other day, or maybe in this case, not say?
Yeah, he was not very wasn't very excited about that situation, right? Is what?
No, he wasn't. What do you mean? I mean, look.
Yeah.
But I think sometimes we tend to forget, like, look, and again, no better person to answer this question than you. I mean, look, office dynamics are office dynamics, whether it's in the corporate world, whether it's in a mechanic shop, or whether it's in the NFL, right? And sometimes you're just going to have guys that just don't get along. And, I mean, are we seeing maybe when it comes to Brian Flores that maybe, yes, for as great of a personality as he is, maybe he is kind of hard to work with?
Yeah, that he's a horse's ass. Absolutely. Yeah. Well, I think we're on to something here, but yeah, he could be really, really hard on his coaches. And again, these aren't the only coaches talking about this. I mean, there's other guys they're talking. So we'll see what happens with Marcus Dixon, and maybe we'll know about it more this week as we get ready for that.
Love to hear it, my man. Well, look, enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Enjoy the football, and I promise you, I will see you tomorrow during Crosstalk.
I'll see you tomorrow, Freddie. Thank you. You guys take care. Have a good day. All right.
There you have it. The one, the only, Mr. Brian Broaddus. All right, we'll piggyback on a couple things he had to say. We'll give you some updates on some of the other names that are being thrown out as far as this defensive staff is concerned, and we'll get your text messages, and plus we'll get Eric's thoughts. We got some more news this week from the Texas Rangers as we're getting that much closer to pitchers and catchers reporting. A lot to get to. Don't go anywhere. This is 105 The Fan.
The more time you give, the
I did text him and said, do you have weight in the back of your truck? Because I do think that can have a factor in it as well. Let us know how you've been bebopping around on the road today. If you've had to go out and get about 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Big miss by Will Lutz. How far of a field goal was that? Did you guys see by chance?
I didn't see how far it was.
Yeah,
I want to say. I was going to say, I felt like it was somewhere in the 40s, maybe low 50s or something like that. But anyway, either way, he just misses it, tails off right. So that's a big field goal miss there by the Denver Broncos. And of course, then as we talked about earlier, and here goes Drake May rearing back for Stephon Diggs, or excuse me, that's who was that? Butte. So 3rd and 15 for the New England Patriots. 9 seconds left to go. Well, been a hell of a first half between these two football teams, a defensive battle. Now, while we were on with Brian Broaddus, and shout out to the 469, love listening to, and that's where we're always Zach in Frisco. Shout out to you, Zach. You are our texter and listener of the day today so far. Love listening to Brian Broaddus talking NFL draft, and college football. The guy is so knowledgeable. It seems like listening to G-Bag. He's got a connection to any sport as well. Zach, that you will get that Venmo later on in the program as well from one Mr. Brian Broaddus. And here goes Drake May using his feet, gets the first down, but it's going to be too little too late as the clock winds down. So either way, 7-7, halftime, Patriots, Broncos. You guys, I know you and I are all three of us have been trying to do radio while watching this game at the same time, although they're going to put 1 second on the clock. So I don't know if they're going to, and New England went ahead and called their last time out. So I don't know if we're going to get a field goal here or a Hail Mary. Boy, I tell you what, that looked like that clock ran out. Either way, just y'all's quick 30-second thoughts on what we've seen while trying to do a radio show.
Yeah, defensive matchup so far, and I can't say I've been surprised. Jarrett Stidham is so far past the eye test from my perspective, at least, and he, like I said earlier in the show, he passed step number one, and that was making those throws out of pocket. Obviously, New England's going to try to get more pressure on him as the game gets on. And Fred, it doesn't look like my Patriots covering the spread is looking too hot right now, but still a lot of game to be played.
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
Go ahead, Jet.
Yeah, Stidham's really impressing to me so far. Another missed field goal there by the Patriots, which I had my pick on. I mean, that was for 63 yards. But yeah, I'm officially nervous about my pick of the Patriots covering. It was 4.5. So yeah, I could easily see this being like a 3-point game. Whoever has the ball last, maybe.
Let's see here. Fred's going to look. That's right. Just for those scoring at home, and I know a lot of you fatties and Tolos. By the way, shout out to our boy. Here we go. Shout out to the 682. Big Fred, Tolo Juan here, out here throwing ice melt down here in Fort Worth. That bodes well for Eric. Keep the show going, keeping us entertained. Shout out to you. And then from the 812, y'all are on a long delay. We're already at halftime. Now, that could be my situation, too. That could be just my internet here at the crib is slowing down. All right, so, yeah, we had Jet Nelson and Blake Elliott and Eric, who all had New England. Myself and Trevor Beck both picked Denver. And then, of course, Jet Nelson also had the Seattle not the Supersonics, the Seattle Seahawks. I'm showing my age a little bit there. The Seattle Seahawks. Real quick, since we got you here, let's go ahead and just dive into it right now, because we're going to do your best of 7 segment, and I'm going to have you tell us exactly what the hell that means here in just a second. But since we've got you here, let's see, what did we put down? Okay, we're going off of Friday's. We're going off Friday's line. All right. So we had Denver, we had Denver plus 4.5. So you took New England anyway. And then Rams, Seattle, we had Seattle minus 2.5. Not to try to influence you one way or the other, because you are your own man, Eric Casares. But Blake and Fred both went with the Rams. And then a producer special, both Trevor and Jet went with the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, okay. So are you going to call me lame if I tell you that I think the Rams are going to win the game, but I bet on Seattle?
No, absolutely not. I mean, we look, Jet Nelson, nobody rides the fence better than Jet Nelson.
And it did not pay off last week.
It didn't work, but nobody was better at saying this team would cover, but I have this other team winning. And so kudos to Jet.
Jet's been cooking, man.
Who stood on business this week and said, not only whoever I pick to win is who I'm going to pick to cover.
Yeah, no, Jet's been cooking. Shout out to him. I know he was hyped when Drake May threw that crazy touchdown. I think it was Butte. Was it the one-handed catch last week? Is that the one where you were going crazy in the booth last week?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, it was in the corner of the end zone, too. I was like, whoa.
Yeah, yep, I remember that. And that's what kind of got them going. But, yeah, no, he's been cooking. And I guess as far as the Seattle and Rams game, as that goes tonight, obviously very excited for that matchup. And look, that's exactly how I feel. I feel like the Seahawks are the better team. They should win, but I got to go with my Super Bowl pick. My Super Bowl pick from the beginning of the season was always the Los Angeles Rams over the Buffalo Bills. Now, the Bills already let me down, but I still got my winner. My winner's still in it. I got to double down, man. So Seattle should win the game. They should be favored. And I think if I was a betting man, I would bet on them to win. But for my pick and for my final prediction, I'm going to say that the Rams win 35-34.
Okay, my man gave us a score prediction as well. I'm always a fan of that. All right, so you've got a rematch from the 2018 Super Bowl between the Patriots and the Rams. Look, this game, Patriots score a touchdown here, you guys are good. Right? That's literally all it comes down to. One touchdown gives you your spread. So you guys are okay by that. And of course, if I'm a Denver Bronco fan, which I'm not, but I did pick them to cover and win, at the very least, you got your 2 field goals away from being up 6 points, right? Quick math by your boy here, but you may rue those chances because when in games like this, it's little situations like that. So we'll see what happens there. But I like your pick there. So we got Rams. So you're joining us. You're joining myself and Blake on the Rams pick. Look, man. When it comes to that Rams Seattle game, kind of piggybacking off of what Broaddus said, this isn't the 49ers. The Rams have not looked great in these playoffs. The Panthers gave them all they could handle. If DJ Moore actually runs his route and doesn't jog it, we might be having a totally different conversation about this NFC Championship game. I do think they're the better coach team, and I think they have the better quarterback. Now, better quarterback didn't make a difference last week between the Buffalo Bills and the Denver Broncos, but listening to the pregame show this morning, apparently Drew Lock and Sam Darnold took turns with the first team this week. So that's how bad this oblique strain is for Sam Darnold, right? So you just wonder... All right, that defense who looked great, and look, we'll see if they can, if they take a kick back to the house, start the game off with, and that might tell you all you need to know about. Okay, this team's just is their year, but. If this came, you worry a little bit that if the defense doesn't hold up, which again, hey, what was it, a month and a half ago on that Thursday night? What was the final score? 38-30, 41 or whatever the hell it was, where you had a back and forth offensive, both defenses just, it was an offensive showdown. I don't know if you feel as good if you're a Seattle fan, if this thing does become a track meet, if you do have to put Drew Lock in there because Sam Darnold just can't hold up.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And Sam Darnold, they game manage the game, don't make mistakes, and rely on your defensive playmakers to make those big plays. And that's what they've been doing, right? Like, we thought that oblique strain was going to be a little concerning going into that 49ers game. Turns out it didn't matter too much because they were flying over the field. They got the Rashid Shaheed momentum kick return to start the game. So it didn't really matter. This game, it might have to matter, especially if you get into a track meet shootout like you were talking about. And Matthew Stafford has been excellent. We can talk about all we want about how great Seattle's defense is. In both games against Seattle this year, he hasn't turned the ball over once. He threw 457 last game. He's going to throw the ball a lot. He threw the ball 49 times last time they played in Seattle, okay? And they had a 16-point lead in that game as well. So you know that both teams are going to be locked in. It's going to be a high-scoring game. And for me, I got to take the Rams in that situation, Fred.
I love where your head's at. All right, coming up next, will you tell us what this new segment with Eric Casares is all about?
Yeah. So I've always been. So when I was in college, one thing that we always did at the nutrition center, it was called Slocum because it was based on a person's name out of A&M back in the day. But anyways, we'd always have. Yeah, RC. You know about RC?
Come on, bro.
Okay. Yeah. So RC Slocum, their nutrition center was called Slocum. So every time we'd go to Slocum, we'd have our, sports debates. We'd have our, cross country talks, whatever at the table. And one thing we would always do, we'd call it best of 7. So basically what it was is we would compare something. It could be anything. It could be food. It could be a movie. It could be a sports game, anything matched up against each other in a 7-game series. And you take one specific side and you take it in a 7-game series. If it's a mismatch, you say, okay, I'll take Skittles in 5 over M&Ms. If it's a really close matchup, vanilla or chocolate, I think chocolate, but chocolate in 7. So that's what the next segment you can expect coming up next.
Yeah, but it's time for a little best of 7. That's Eric Casares. That's Jet Nelson. I'm Fred Davis. New segment alert coming up next.
Hi, this is Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you're dealing with a furnace breakdown,
And today, right now, Patriots and Broncos, are they still at halftime right now, Fred?
Well, depending upon what your internet connection looks like.
Well, yeah,
I'm
true.
guessing
That is
for
a-
some of you, the game just kicked off. They are lining up the kickoff, at least where I'm at here in the Louisville metropolitan area.
There you go. And don't get too comfortable because we got that next game at 5:30. NFC Championship between the Seahawks and the Rams is going to be kicking off on Fox at 5:30 p.m. So Tolos, don't go anywhere. We get you ready for that matchup. But now it is time for a new segment here on 105.3 The Fan, Best of 7. And, you know, what better way to have a Best of 7 series, Fred, than by having Super Bowl snack edition. I mean, the Super Bowl's coming up in 2 weeks. You got to get ready for Super Bowl. You know, where are you going to be on Sunday? Tolos, text in 877-851-1053. Tell us what you're going to be doing, what you're going to be eating, what's the go-to. And I want to get everybody's participation in this, man. We want your vote matters just as much as Fred's and Jet's as well. So
Probably
best
more.
of 7. Yeah, probably more, honestly.
Definitely
Best
more.
of 7, Super Bowl snack, Snowpocalypse, Ice Apocalypse edition. You ready to get on into it?
Let's do it.
Absolutely.
All right. So here we go. We're going to go ahead and start off with the banger main dish right here. So Super Bowl snack edition, you got pizza versus wings, 7-game series. Fred, we'll go to you. What do you think?
Pizza versus wings. I mean, this is a championship level matchup is what this is. I mean,
You gotta
if we're
start
being
off with a
real,
bang.
you know what I'm saying? I mean, pizza versus, oh God, that's tough. Because you can use ranch for either one too.
Yeah,
look, this is going the distance. I don't care who you are. Is it thin crust?
You know what? We'll say for Super Bowl purposes, it's thick crust.
And then give me wings.
Okay. Is it close, though?
if it's thick crust, I can't even talk today. If it's thick crust, if it's thin crust, give me wings in 7. Or excuse me, if it's thin crust, give me pizza in 7. Just because that's how good wings are. But if it's going to be thick crust or regular crust, give me wings in 6.
Okay, so it doesn't change that much. Just about a one game. It's still a competitive series from your eyes. So
absolutely. I mean, you're talking about two legends.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll go and then I'll give it to Jet. So I'm gonna say pizza in 7. You know, I think if it was just overall just dish versus dish, no Super Bowl snack indicator, like factoring in, I think pizza probably in 6. But I think just because of how the matchup of the Super Bowl, having that wings for a football game, having the messiness of it, I think it adds to that. So I'm gonna say pizza wins in 7.
It's fair.
You guys are kind of sticking with pizza here. I think this is a pretty comfortable win for wings.
Oh, wow.
I said wings in
Versatility.
6.
Wings in
I did
6.
say wings in 6 if it's regular crust.
Yeah, especially if it's regular crust. Maybe you'll have me with stuffed crust on the pizza, but I think the versatility of wings really takes it for me. You could go teriyaki, you could go lemon pepper. You can't do that with pizza. Pizza's kind of, you can change the toppings. You could go pineapple, some crazy stuff if you want to. But I am definitely.
Are you a pineapple guy, dude?
No way.
No,
Chad, are you a
I
pineapple
would
guy?
not prefer it on there. So
Okay.
yeah, give me wings in 5.
Yeah, I mean, and if it's pineapple on pizza, if it's pineapple on pizza, man, just go ahead and give wings an early 2-0 lead, 3-1 series lead. It ain't gonna last. That's no pineapple on pizza for me. Okay. So all right, next matchup. Sweet versus salty snacks. So you got sweets, you got your cookies, you got your Rice Krispie treat, anything sweet, anything with sugar, give you a sugar rush. That's what you need. So I'll let y'all use y'all's imagination on that. I don't have anything in particular. And then salty snacks. That can be anything, popcorn, pretzels, anything that involves salt, with the snack. What are we leaning towards here, Fred? Are you leaning more of the sugar? Salt really?
5.
Okay, no hesitation there.
Salt and 5. I mean, look, I said this, and it's funny you bring this up because I said this on the air earlier this week that I would go. I enjoy just a plain tortilla chip. Like, salsa's great, and French onion dip is one of my go-to faves. Shout out to my grandmother, but give me a plain white corn tortilla chip by itself. I will eat those by the handful. You mentioned pretzels already. Now, these pretzels are making me thirsty. If you know, you know. So you better have a beverage with you. But give me salty in 5.
All right. What are you gonna add to that, Trevor? I call you Trevor. Oh my goodness, Jet.
No worries. Yeah.
I see. Yeah, because for the people that don't know, on Zoom right now, it says Trevor Beck. It says Trevor Beck in my defense right now.
Yeah, I kept it
got
logged in. Didn't want to. If it ain't broke, don't fix it on the Zoom.
There you go.
But I think this one goes closer. I'm feeling 7 games here because a sweet snack definitely is the more tastier option as a sweets guy, but it doesn't last. You eat about 3 to 5 of them, and then you're like, okay, now I got to take a break. You either feel bad because you're eating that much sugar, or the taste just didn't have its value as it once had. So I'm gonna lean because of that. You get tired of a sweet snack. I'm gonna go salty or savory there in 7.
Competitive series, not as competitive as the last one in my opinion, so I agree with Fred on that sense. I got salty in 6. Okay. And look, sweet can be dessert. I'll tie back to this here in a second, but I'm taking salt just in terms of potato chips, having something salty for the Super Bowl. I'm taking salt in 6. All right, next matchup. This is where we go to dessert, and this is why my opinion will matter for why I put salt in 6, but cookies versus brownies. So we're going straight to dessert here, Fred. You got to pick a sweet here. You got no choice.
Are you putting anything in the brownies? Wink, wink.
We'll just say they're plain chocolate.
Just regular brownies? Just regular brownies? Give me cookies all day.
Really?
Cookies and 4.
Oh
cookies and 4.
Are you dude? All right, that's 1,000%. A wild take, bro.
I mean, unless I'm going to have some sort of psychedelic effect from the brownie after eating it.
That's crazy.
Give me the cookie all day, every day, whether it's a chocolate chip, you can go oatmeal raisin. Because the thing about a brownie is this. The brownie is too dependent upon who makes them.
But if you have good brownies, they're different. They are different.
And if my aunt had, she'd be my uncle. You know what I'm saying?
Fair enough.
So
hypotheticals.
Again, the thing about a cookie, look, there's a reason why you've got so many places that just sell cookies versus how many places you go that just sell brownies. I mean, the cookie is so versatile and there's so many different flavors.
You got to look at the potential and upside of a brownie, man.
Give me the potential and upside of a good cookie all day, every day.
Fair enough.
When's the last time you had a damn good oatmeal raisin cookie?
It's been a while. I love oatmeal raisin cookies. I love them. I'm never going to turn them down, no doubt.
You're never. You can take one nasty ass bite of a brownie and be like, what did I just do with myself?
All right, fair enough. All right, so Jet, what do you have to say about that? Because I personally think that's a wild take.
I think it's wild to give the brownie that much disrespect, regardless of what's in it. The brownie is a key piece of the dessert table, but I don't think it beats the cookie. The cookie. It can be in bite size. Well, that's what came to my head. I was like, you're at the Super Bowl party. You're looking for bite sized. I don't know if the brownie can handle that. It's normally a bigger slice. You might run out of it quicker because of that. The cookie will be there. The cookie will not run out. It's going to be good. It won't get stale on you maybe like a brownie. So, cookie in 6.
You know what? I think it's a 7-game series. This comes down to a game-winning shot, and I'm taking the cookie, all right? But you know what? Let's stop disrespecting brownies. They are here. They're that superstar potential. You want them on your team, but they're just not consistent enough to beat out a cookie. I'm sorry. That's it.
I love it.
Well, all right.
I'm here for it. All right. Well, look, speaking of being here for it, 4th and 1, Patriots with the ball, and they've got it looks like we've got a timeout called. 4th and 1. They are at the Denver 7.5 yard line. So this isn't even a full yard that they've got to get to here. So we've got 3 hours in the books, ladies and gentlemen. Let's recap. We'll rewind where things are at with the program when we come back. We've got jet fuel. If you like the food topic here in Best of 7, you'll love jet fuel because that's exactly and Jet, who did not appreciate the disrespect I gave to the brownie. And I appreciate that because, like I said, I will disrespect the brownie each and every chance I get. But when we come back, we'll rewind the program. We'll get you up to date on what's going on with this AFC Championship game. Huge 4th down coming up. We'll take a look at the NFC Championship game, plus what went down in the world of the DFW sports world. Don't go anywhere. That's Jet. That's Eric. I'm Fred. This is 105 Through the Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities of family.
Cold, whatever the heck you want to call it, Sunday storm as the weather has wrought havoc all over the DFW Metroplex. But shout out to everybody that's been able to maneuver through this cold weather throughout the weekend. Shout out to our guy Jet Nelson, who has held it down over in the studio today. Shout out to Trevor Beck, who held it down and made it their way into the studio. I tried, just couldn't get out of the way, but nonetheless, we are here to do great radio for you as well. Eric Cassara is holding it down over there in the Fort Worth. Shout out to Tolo Juan, who is getting the roads clear. And I'll tell you what, shout out to all. We haven't, and shame on me for not saying this earlier. Want to shout out all the first responders. Want to shout out all of law enforcement, firefighters, EMS, all the public works crews that are out there today doing the damn thing. They've been working their asses off the last 48 hours, who've been helping folks out, keeping the roads as clear as possible, for helping out stranded motorists. Anybody that has been out in these elements, and whatever job you've been doing, if you have had to make it through this weather to get to your job, my hat's off to you for doing an absolutely incredible job and going out there and being of service to whatever industry you're in. So shout out to everybody out there, because like I said, sometimes look, just because Mother Nature wants to wreak havoc doesn't mean that means your bills stop, and money still has to get made. So shout out to everybody out there for doing what needs to be done out there.
Yeah, and I wish you had the bell right now, Fred. I mean, you'd be ringing it up right now. I feel like you kind of been looking over to your side every once in a while, thinking, "Hey, let's ring it every now and then." So I don't know, maybe we'll have to pull up like a YouTube clip and then spam it every now and then, because it just feels so weird not being in studio today. But nonetheless, we are holding it down today, and like Fred was saying, a frigid, cold Sunday morning, getting ready as we get closer to the NFC Championship. I am super excited to get it going. Fred, what we got going on this segment?
Well, I'm glad you asked. I'm actually looking for my remote because I forgot to turn my TV on mute. If you guys can't hear it in there, then we're good. But look, so here's the deal. Let's just recap what's going on in the week of sports. Number one, for all our Dallas Maverick fans out there, you've got the Mavericks game has been postponed. Let's see here. I'll read you guys the official word from Mavericks PR. So yes, the game has been postponed. Let's see. And okay, the Dallas Mavericks road game against the Milwaukee Bucks, scheduled for today, has been postponed due to winter weather conditions in North Texas that prevented the team from departing Dallas in time for tip-off. This game has been rescheduled for a later time. Now, the little nugget that we saw earlier today, when we reported this around 2:45, 2:50. It had the game being rescheduled, or tentatively rescheduled. The date they threw out was going to be February 19th. The official press release from the Dallas Mavericks doesn't have a time listed just yet, so we'll keep you posted on that. But again, no Dallas Mavericks game tonight. So it doesn't matter. I'm sure a lot of you are going to be watching the NFC Championship, so maybe you're going to have the game on one channel and the NFL game on the other. Either way, won't be able to do that tonight. The other news, obviously, not unless you've been living in a cave, Christian Parker is your new defensive coordinator for your Dallas Cowboys, and we'll talk here just a little bit about some of the other names. Marcus Dixon was also a name that was thrown out, if you listened earlier with Brian Broaddus, as far as somebody that is going to be interviewing for the defensive line spot. Now, he spent the last 2 years with the Minnesota Vikings under Brian Flores, but him and Christian Parker know each other from their days with the Denver Broncos, where he was also a defensive assistant there. So it kind of feels like, to me, Eric and Jet, that Aaron Whitecotton, who again, his name had been thrown out earlier this week as far as interviewing for the Tennessee Titans, both, I can't remember if it was a DC or D-line job over there in Tennessee, but obviously he's got history with Robert Saleh, the new head coach over there in Tennessee. But Aaron Whitecotton, mixed reviews. Now, let's be real. I think anybody on that defensive staff is persona non grata here in the DFW, and I don't think anybody would have any issues with an entire sea change on the defensive side of the ball. But Marcus Dixon looks like he could be the newest member of your defensive Cowboys defensive staff, depending on what happens there. And I'll get your thoughts on that in just a second, Eric. And then finally, we haven't touched on this just yet. We talked about this earlier in the week, though, with our guy Kane McCutcheon from Roundtable Sports. Mackenzie Gore is your newest Texas Ranger. He's going to be filling that number 3 spot. Here's a guy who has been highly touted throughout his days as a high schooler, and then, of course, was at one time one of the top prospects, was the top pitching prospect in all of baseball. Went from the Chargers, went from the Padres to the Nationals as part of the Juan Soto deal. Injuries and expectations haven't quite lived up to snuff. Not to say he hasn't been good, but he hasn't been quite as great as they thought he was going to be, certainly with the Nationals organization. Now, look, the dude can throw smoke with the best of them, but again, injuries have been an issue. He was an all-star last year, and now he looks to fill that number 3 spot for your Texas Rangers.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Getting a guy like Mackenzie Gore is definitely going to help and arguably make this Rangers starting pitching lineup at least the most, I guess, balanced one in the AL West. Of course, they needed a desperate need of a left-hand pitcher last season. Obviously, they had Patrick Corbin and Jacob Latz come in, who were the lone lefties who made the starts, but Corbin, of course, is currently a free agent, and then Latz is better served as a long reliever or a spot start guy. So, of course, now having that left-hand pitcher to mix in with the righties of the Jacob deGroms and the nasty Nate Eovaldi's, having that lineup in there, obviously some guys you can rely on to try to find that true ace consistently. You know, deGrom is a ticking time bomb sometimes with those injuries, so it's good to have that depth. Obviously, now we have to see what they do on the opposite side, getting the bats right, getting the hits right, and hopefully staying healthy, which has been a problem the last few seasons.
You know, in the last week, we've now seen 2 major additions to this pitching staff. And again, look, I've been a big drop there by the Denver Broncos. I have been very critical at times of Chris Young. I've said this time and time again. I didn't understand why you went into last year with no closer on staff, and I think that it was a huge issue. Look, were you going to win a World Series last year? Probably not, but could you have been in a better position? And for as much criticism and for as much of a shortcoming as your hitting was at times last year, you did have a 6-week stretch where your hitting was incredible for, it was one of the best in baseball, and then your pitching couldn't get out of its own way. Well, this year you bring in Jacob Eunice, right, who I want to say got signed last week while you and I were on the air, right? And this was a guy that was a 9-year starter. Last year he was, he came out of the bullpen. So now you bring him in to kind of help fortify things. Diaz is probably going to be given first right of refusal as a closer. So you feel, and look, I may be in the minority on this. In fact, I probably am, but I think Robert Garcia is a better setup man than he is a closer. I think he's going to be okay. I'm a Luis Carvello guy, all right, so I feel good about that. You brought Chris Martin back, so I think you've got some pieces there. Yes, I know you lost a lot of other pieces on that as far as that rotation goes, but I feel comfortable with Chris Young and how he's able to, when he does sign somebody. Okay, when he does go out and bring somebody in on the pitching front, they're pretty damn good 9 times out of 10. That's one thing about Chris Young, who is a former pitcher. The guy knows pitching talent when he sees it. And could Mackenzie Gore, who is only 27, going into his prime, all right, Jordan Teagues, your pitching coach, okay, who's as much as we love Mike Maddox, and rightfully so, Jordan Teagues has gotten his own love behind the scenes and within baseball as far as what he's able to do when it comes to developing pitchers. So I like Mackenzie Gore, to your point, Eric. I like him as a lefty in that lineup. And hell, does this mean, and we talked about this with Kane before, and I've talked about this with my boy, Bitter Mike Babbo, I wonder, do you go to a 6-man rotation when it comes to this pitching staff? Simply because, as you alluded to, yes, deGrom was healthy for you last year, but he's not getting any younger. Eovaldi's not getting any younger. So, if pitching's going to be kind of one of the strengths of this team moving forward, it's certainly in 2026, which, you got to me, and maybe, look, again, maybe I'm crazy. You could win the AL West. Now, a lot of things have to go right, but I don't think the AL West is quite as open and shut this year as it's been in years past.
Yeah, no, I mean, everybody seems to be talking about it's either going to be us or the A's fighting for that last spot, which I don't know, man. I mean, if the pitching can be as good as it was last year, you just got to have the other side of the field come together. I know it's easier said than done, but obviously adding a guy like Mackenzie Gore, who's on the younger side, has that all-star caliber upside to him. You know, you got some guys to work with here, so hopefully we can get some consistent hitting this season. Obviously, Corey Seager, he had some injuries as well, but we know that he can, as good he can be when he's in his lineup and he's in his groove of things. And then, of course, Josh Smith and Wyatt Langford, it seems like those were the only two guys in the lineup last year that could consistently hit. Josh Young, he's been struggling with some things too. Evan Carter, we had some promise about him as well. So, I'm hoping to see a little bit more consistency from this team. And yeah, I don't know, Fred, you might be right. You might be onto something. Is it too much asking that this Rangers team can win 90 games? I mean, I don't think that should be asking for much.
Look, Skip Schumacher, and this is where I'm coming. And again, look, there's a lot. Baseball, the one thing about baseball is is it too long? Maybe. Pause.
Okay.
But Skip Schumacher took a Miami Marlins team a few years ago that had no business being in the playoffs and took them to the playoffs. This team still has the bones of a championship team from a few years ago. All right. Now, have you gotten rid of some pieces? Yes. Is Adolis Garcia gone? Yes. Is Marcus Semien gone? Yes. But
they ran its course.
No. Look, I'm not. Trust me when I tell you, Adolis was going off of vibes for the last year and a half. Mm-hmm. Okay, I mean, yes, for as great as he was against the Houston Astros, he was pretty mediocre against everybody else. But sometimes, as a professional athlete, that's all you need. And did he help get you to and win a World Series when you had zero business winning one that year? 100%. All right. So I am not taking anything away from what he did that year, but you had to move on. You weren't going to give him what he wanted, and that's totally understandable because for as good of a right fielder as he is, he brings nothing to the plate. And I thought, and I can't remember what series it was. It might have been the Orioles game where he hit that walk-off home run. No, they were down 3 runs. He hits the home run to tie it. I want to say they win it in extra innings. But and every time you thought Adolis Garcia might come around and you might start to see the guy that won you that AL championship, it just never did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no.
Now you're getting Brandon Nimmo this year. You're going to see what can. I mean, and he's a good, solid bat. For as good as he is, though, offensively, he's a definite drop off defensively. So, are you going to see? Are you going to see some different? Look, you need Evan Carter. All right, you need Evan Carter to stay healthy. You need Wyatt Langford to take that next step. And I'm going to go back to something that Brett Boone said on these exact airwaves, and I've said this time and time again. And I'm not saying this to be a jerk. I'm saying this because this is what a former big league baseball player said, that if Wyatt Langford can put it together, okay, this guy could be an MVP candidate year in, year out. Like, that's the kind of upside and that's the kind of talent he has. Now, that said, he's the same age as you, or in the same ballpark age-wise, I want to say a year or two different than Jet Nelson. All right. So, and my point in all that is he's still a very, very young guy. It seems like he's been around forever because, he's had a very interesting, a very impactful 2-3 years already as a Texas Ranger. And because so much has been put on him because this team is devoid of any kind of consistent hitting talent outside of Corey Seager. Right. So if you can get some consistent hitting, you'd feel good about the pitching staff. You got a Astro team that clearly looks like it's going to take a step back. You got a Mariner team that, even though they sold out. Oh, huge connection there for the Patriots, that sold out at the trade deadline last year. I mean, are we convinced that they're going to do the same thing back to back again? Okay. And again, you got to Skip Schumacher, who has shown that he can get more out of less. So again, it's a very interesting group. And I just wonder too, with Chris Young, do you see him, again, he's already been somewhat aggressive this last week, especially with the Mackenzie Gore deal. I don't think he's done, especially if it comes down to going and grabbing another bat.
Yeah, no, I sure hope so. And then you don't want the thing to happen that happened last year with Jock Peterson having one of the worst starts from a batter in MLB history. It was truly awful to see just how bad that signing ended up looking those first few months of the season. So, credit to him. He did kind of figure it out, as the season progressed. But still, that was awful. You don't want to be put into that situation again.
Are you talking about Peterson?
Yeah.
Oh, dude. I mean, Jock Peterson, and again, now, to your point, did the small sample size of him kind of turning things around at the end of the year justify how awful he was to start the season?
No, not at all.
No,
not at all.
I'm with you on that. I mean, look, you were kind of excited to see, and let's be real. Jock Peterson you didn't finish where you finished last year because of Jock Peterson. Did it help?
Right.
No. But let's be real, Eric. Everybody was a dumpster fire at the plate last year for the most part, right? So, do we expect this team to struggle at the plate for the third year in a row? I don't. All right. Now, you brought in Alex Cintron, a hitting coach. He's been a hitting coach over with the Astros. They've been a much better hitting team than you have been. And again, he knows high-level baseball. So you just got to feel like with this. And again, I don't know how you feel about this. Look, I mean, Bruce Bochy has forgotten more about baseball than some of us will ever know. But, do we think that maybe, just maybe, I don't think people tuned him out necessarily, but was it a situation where, he just had a hard time connecting with guys, or just maybe his message just wasn't getting through? And, when you're 75 years old and the brunt of your players are in their, mid to late 20s, maybe the connection's just not there like it used to be.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And then part of it is managing, the emotions of the team. And as you get older, it's harder to do that. Obviously, he's a legend. He's won multiple World Series before. So, it stinks that, seeing Bochy go. But I said, I think, to my point earlier, I think things run its course. Adolis Garcia, we were forever grateful for what he did for us in 2023. Jonah Heim, they called him Jonah Him because he in that 2023 season, he was phenomenal. Okay. Yeah. So, you have these players, you had the talent, and it got you a World Series. Now, was it sustainable? Maybe not. But at the end of the day, you got a World Series out of it. So now it's about adjusting, and those are what the great teams do. They adjust, they get better, they be aggressive, and hopefully we see Chris Young get another bat or two and go into 2026, spring training and everything, feeling good about this Texas Rangers 2026 team.
Well, you should feel good if you're a Denver Bronco, because the Patriots just missed a 43-yard field goal, went wide right. So it's still 10-7. Snow is coming down in Denver. There's about, 10, 15 seconds left to go in the third quarter there. So we're coming down to about the final quarter of the AFC Championship, still 10-7 in the AFC Championship. All right, where are you taking us next, Jet Nelson?
We have ice and snow, depending on your area, what kind you're getting, but I think it should be considered as an ingredient. We'll discuss it next.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hey, Texas, this is Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai. We have
at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
All right, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Second and 9, fourth quarter just underway. I want to thank each and every one of you guys that has been, and gals, that has been hanging out with us today. Maybe you've been bebopping around town. Maybe you're trying to watch the game while listening to us here on 105.3 The Fan, getting your Tolo, getting your fatty on as the day goes on. We've got, I don't know if it's thunder sleeting or thunder, whatever the hell they're calling it these days, but you've got snow flurries going on in Denver, but apparently Tony Romo has not sounded good today. So I don't know. Again, obviously, as you guys know, myself, Eric Casares, and Mr. Jet Nelson have all been doing radio. So we're watching the game, but I have not heard. Have you guys heard anything about whether or how good or bad Tony Romo's been so far today?
Well, that's interesting that you brought that up, because I literally just opened up X just a second ago, and the first tweet that I saw was, oh, wow, it's amazing how Tony Romo is so much better when he's not glazing Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes and he's calling the plays. So I don't know. I guess people have some mixed emotions today.
I haven't seen anything.
I'll tell you what, you can't blame Jarrett Stidham when your wide receivers just don't catch the ball. Humphrey, number 17, ball hits him. I mean, first of all, he tries to body catch it, but I mean, he puts it right in his chest and he can't catch it on a 3rd and 5. So it's going to be a very interesting final 14 minutes of the ball game. But if you're a Denver Bronco fan, that hurts. You gotta make those catches. So, all right, let's get into a little jet fuel with the one and the only Mr. Jet Nelson.
There you go, Captain. Topped off with the finest jet fuel in Prop Wash Junction.
What about this one? Butylated hydroxytoluene. A good rule of thumb is not to eat foods that share ingredients with jet fuel.
It is none other than Jet Nelson.
I have jet fuel in my blood.
All right, there you have it, the coldest edition of Jet Fuel yet. What an honor it is to be here on a Sunday afternoon with you guys. I'm always appreciative giving me the opportunity. You know where I started out, and I'm finally here having a good time. And so I'm always grateful. And I think I have a great topic today, because we have a plethora, if you will, of snow and ice and sleet, whatever variation it is you have outside. You have a version of it, and I think we should be using it as an ingredient in either our drinks. I haven't seen too many foods here, but at least some desserts. We have some edible things that you can make with the snow and ice in the outdoors. So I'll let you text in 877-881-1053. Have you done anything with the snow other than a snowman or ice? Have you made any foods? What'd you have for lunch today? Please let us know right there, and we'll go ahead and jump right into it. So I'm going to start out here with the website. This is Epicurious, calls it pretend you're at the beach with your frozen cocktail. So it says that we have actually the nice, grainy, almost sleet kind of snow is perfect to throw in your blender and make a cocktail with. So I guess in my house I have a little tequila sitting around. I think that'd be my best go for a little margarita action there.
Look, you can never go wrong, and I don't know about you guys. Ice is criminally underrated when it comes to the type of ice. Now, doesn't Chick-fil-A have kind of like the crunchy ice?
Yes.
I guess you could argue all ice is crunchy.
Sonic
but it's got
has it.
Cane's has
Sonic. Is that what? But Sonic and Chick-fil-A both have it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cane's has it.
It's like that real small, circular,
Yes.
almost pea-sized ice.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah,
So good.
You can't go wrong with that stuff. Yeah.
That's huge.
Any type of ice could be blended down, I guess. But yeah, this website says the grainy sleet type of snow and ice mixture should be perfect for any type of drink you're just throwing in the blender. Doesn't even have to be alcoholic. You know, just. But that kind of takes us into the next one here: snow cones. As long as you have the flavor, any type of snow cone is at your availability. If you have that same.
What's your go-to syrup? What's your guys' go-to syrup when it comes to a snow cone?
You can take it, Eric.
Cherry. Probably cherry.
Cherry, and what was yours, Jet?
I'll go the blue raspberry.
Blue
That's
raspberry.
a good one. That is a good one.
Look, I think both you gentlemen are onto something there with the raspberry, or excuse me, the blue raspberry and the cherry. I know last week we talked about tiger's blood being thrown in the mix well, and tiger's blood is to me a one of one when it comes to flavors. If you're a kid and you're at any kind, and I don't care what kind of fair, what kind of B-level sporting event you're at. If there's a ice cone or, like you said, snow cone, rest assured, tiger's blood will be on the menu.
Yeah, and I hate to say this as a Texan because I feel like in the summer I should be having like a lot of these all the time, but I can't tell you the last time, guys, that I've had a snow cone. It's been so long.
Haven't hit up the Kona ice truck in a while?
No, I need to. It's been a long time. Like probably since I'm not even kidding, probably since 2018.
It's probably been a minute for me since I've been to the truck, but I've definitely made a snow cone, or my younger sister used to work at the the name is slipping me. It's just a snow cone place.
Bahama Bucks.
Bahama Bucks, thank you.
Yep.
I don't know why that slipped.
I got you, bro.
Yeah,
I got you.
North Texas staple in the snow cone market up here, but
let me real quick. I'm glad you guys got on this topic because one thing I've always questioned is, do you limit yourself? And maybe you guys, having been at Bahama Bucks, I've never been there, so I can't. Maybe this will answer my question. But do you limit yourself when you only have snow cones?
I think so.
And what other items would you have? Because there's not a lot of ways to differentiate the snow cone. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like some places are trying to throw the creams in there, maybe some ice cream with the slushie. I know Sonic tends to do that. So yeah, if you're just a snow cone shack, I think there is a piece missing.
There's only so many snow cones that you can get away with. Huge sack on third down, by the way, in this Denver-New England game. That was a much-needed sack for the Denver Broncos. 12 minutes left to go, and they are deep in their own territory here. So, and the weather's coming down. I mean, for as bad as the weather's been here in DFW, it is coming down in Denver. So a much-needed stop for that Denver defense. Now the question's going to be, can Jarrett Stidham do enough to, at the very least, get him into field goal range? Back to you, Jet.
Yeah, it seems like they'd rather be playing here outdoors than out there. It's getting pretty rough. But Fred, I'll actually ask you about this next one.
Sure.
This is saying, use snow to turn syrup into candy. This old school New England tradition, turning the maple syrup sugar into, it could be often served with pickles or plain donuts. Did you ever experience that when in Maine?
I never did, and that just sounds awful.
I know. I can't even think about how this works out. Trying to read
syrup on a pickle. Is that what they said?
Yeah, often served with pickles and plain donuts.
Ew, that sounds disgusting.
So you start with the snow. You just go get it out of the backyard, packed, and then hardened into a toffee-like substance when you mix it with the maple syrup that you can just get out of a tree there in the Northeast. And it's best eaten right away, so don't let it sit for a while. It's got a fun, leathery texture with caramel chewiness, according to the website. To make your own, follow the recipe. They have a recipe right there for you, so it can be done as long as you have snow and maple syrup available. I just can't imagine these combinations.
No, that's, I mean,
it seems absurd.
It seems very, and here's the thing, I never heard of that. Now, granted, I was there 20 plus years ago, so maybe that's changed. I don't know. Maybe they got bored and decided, let's see what we can do with all, because it does snow a lot. I mean, I get it here. We get excited, when it snows. Now, in fairness, I've been here. This is my second winter here and second time it snowed. So I'm 2 for 2 on snow here in the DFW since I've been up here in North Texas. In New England, as you guys know, I mean, it snows. It's a regular occurrence. That's why they're not freaking out about snow up there as we do down here. But I'd never heard, hey, let's mix donut, snow, and maple syrup together and see what we get.
Yeah, I don't even see how that turns into the candy substance. Like, don't you need other more sugar and mixing?
Yeah, you need more ingredients for sure.
Yeah, or a heat element, probably. Yeah, it beats me. So
yeah, because then you're just with the heat. But then if you're just doing the heat, then it's going to melt the snow.
Right. So why are you using snow?
I don't know.
It must be something way back there in time.
I'm sure someone's TikToked it.
Yeah, somebody out there. So I'll go ahead and throw it to our next one here. The nickname for it is the Snow Affogato. Affogato is a simple Italian dessert where espresso, like coffee, is poured over ice cream. Use snow as the stand-in for your ice cream. Pack together the fresh snow to make a fresh snowball about the size of a baseball. Put it in the large coffee cup and pour your sweetened condensed milk and then strong coffee, whipped cream for an extra touch.
That actually sounds fire.
It
and
does
it's on the
sound
cold.
pretty-
It's on the cold. It's on the cold factor too. So I would give that one a shot for sure.
I would assume it stays cold because you're using about a baseball size of snow.
Yeah,
there, but
exactly.
Maybe your coffee warms it up a good bit, but worst case, lukewarm.
So again, I'm just going to play devil's advocate here. So what we're doing is we're taking a large coffee cup, right, or a large cup. We're taking a baseball size of snow. We're putting it in the cup along with a smidge of condensed milk, and then pouring coffee over it.
And then
I guess how much coffee do we get before it just becomes water?
Yeah, pretty much, because that coffee's.
Really, it sounds like to me all you're doing is an Americano, is what it sounds like to me, with just a lot of water.
Yeah, you're really just hoping it pans out. Like,
That's
what did it
it.
say? You put some ice cream in there if you're doing it the original
What did it say?
way?
Whipped cream for a little
Yeah, it said
flavor?
whipped cream, yeah.
For an extra touch, maybe some chocolate shavings is what the picture
Now
has.
look, I'm willing to give it a shot.
Oh, yeah.
It does sound, to Eric's point, and you guys know me, I am a coffee guy, so I would of all the things you've mentioned so far, that's the one that I would be most willing to try.
Yeah, well, no, you said that you were a coffee guy, so I expected you would at least give it a shot. But when you were saying it's basically an Americano, are you saying that as like you don't like Americanos, or are you saying that to the form that it's just something you already know? Like what did you
I'm
mean
not
by
an Americano guy, don't get me wrong, I love America. Okay, let's get that straight. But do I love my Americanos? It's where you've basically bastardized an espresso shot.
Oh.
Okay, it's basically your way of saying I can't drink espresso on its own. I just want to pour a little bit of hot water in here to limit my overall, you're weakening the coffee at that point, and then it becomes just like a regular coffee, right? Because you've taken a strong shot of espresso, and then you put the water in there. Where to me, if we're gonna do an espresso, let's do an espresso. Let's not water it down.
What's your go-to coffee?
Oh, I'm a Cafe Bustelo guy.
Okay.
I love Cafe Bustelo. I think it's the best coffee out there, and the way they do and plus you just gotta look at the coffee grinds, right, or the coffee grounds. Like that's to me that when you open up the your coffee can. Look, if I got to do a Folgers, like I had, what did I buy a couple weeks ago, and I finished it because it was on sale and I hadn't had it in a while. I was like, you know what, let's try it. A chock full of nuts. All right, I bought a thing of chock full of nuts, and it wasn't. I had to, because I'm a big believer in you put a teaspoon of a scoop, like if you're gonna do on the coffee pot, if it says 6, right, which really is just basically just 2 big cups of coffee, essentially, depending upon what size of coffee cup you got. For me, it's about 2.5, and I fill mine up just to the 6 point. I'm putting in 6 scoops of coffee. All right. And I like to taste it. Now I also, I like my coffee strong. I had a cup of coffee last night after eating at about 10:45 and was passed out at 11:30. So that's where I'm at.
Drinking crash, as they say.
That's it, dude. Seriously. I'm at the point now where, again, like I said, and of course yesterday was kind of, and you guys all know this, it was one of those days yesterday where we'd all been kind of pretty much stuck inside our houses all day. So it was just kind of, and there's only so much James Bond you can watch before you're ready to pass out.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I got one last one, crazy one to throw at you here to wrap us up. Snow pancakes. Get ready for this one. 5 tablespoons of fresh snow, 6 tablespoons of flour, a pinch of salt, and combine lightly. Once that is done, add a half cup of milk, mix some more, cook in a frying pan as you would with regular pancakes. It says that makes 6. I can't see it. It says the snow acts as your leavener, but how? Isn't that like a yeast type of situation? You need something to rise? That's what my brain went to it. So I'm like, I do not know. Definitely try it. This is Berkeley and Beyond, maybe more of like a blog on food here, but yeah, that's definitely our wild one to wrap it up there.
What do you think, Fred?
Berkeley, that may be Cal Berkeley, so maybe they're just so much smarter than us, so maybe they know something we don't. Maybe that snow out there just does something different than it does here. I don't know. I'm better at eating than I am cooking. So, I mean, look, I'm actually asking my 18-year-old son for cooking advice right now. So that tells you all you need to know about where Fred's at when it comes to the eating side of things. All right. We're down to the final 8.5 minutes to go in this Patriots and Broncos game. You guys that picked New England, look, you're feeling good as far as winning the game, but if you pick them to cover, not so much, because right now Denver is covering the 4.5-point spread. So they just can't get anything going right now offensively. And, well, you would expect so when the weather conditions are what they are. Final segment of the program. We'll get you ready for the finale of this AFC Championship game and get you ready for this NFC Championship game. Lots to get to. Final segment of the program. Don't go anywhere. This is 105.3 The Fan.
professional road coverage in the Bay Area. Brought to you by Stella Artois, the on-time experts, Best Buy Windows and Siding, Wild Fork Foods, and your favorite entertainment travel companions. 105.3 The Fan.
This final segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you are in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got more new Chevys than anyone. They are all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Final segment of the program, ladies and gentlemen. It is the 105 Through the Fan right here on 105 Through the Fan. I keep wanting to say Fan of Dark. Down to the final 9 minutes. And I'll tell you what, they're showing a time lapse of what this stadium has looked like from when this game started about 3.5 hours ago to what it looks like right now. Now, Denver got excellent field position to start. They shanked the punt. New England did. They started with the ball at the New England 33-yard line, but they just can't get anything going. And I don't know that you feel great about kicking a 50-yard field goal in this game. And R.J. Harvey I get it. Part of it's slippery too, but and maybe that's why he doesn't look like he's trying to run all that aggressively. And again, I don't know what the conditions look like. Ramondre Stevenson tried to get a head of steam going. So apparently the footing is not great, and that might be why he hasn't run particularly well thus far, as we've got a 3rd and 12 here with the ball at the 35-yard limit. I don't know, boys, even if like I said, you're technically in field goal range, but I don't know what the way this weather is, you're going to kick the field goal anyway.
Yeah, no, if the weather is getting worse and worse as time goes on, then you're not comfortable kicking that at all. And we've seen in this playoffs that no kicks are guaranteed at all. So, I'm just more curious, Fred, I feel like you're probably kind of smirking a little bit knowing that, this is the first AFC championship since 2018 without your Kansas City Chiefs. And it's not living up to the hype and excitement that Patrick Mahomes brings to them.
Well, but I'd also say, too, though, look, you were kind of up against it for a couple of reasons. One, the weather being one, although, like I said, the weather didn't start off terrible. But, if this game would look completely different right now if Bo Nix was playing. I think we all agree that. I think Jarrett Stidham, he's done okay. But, at the same time, he's not Bo Nix. And here we go with a 46-yard field goal, and that is going to be – I'll tell you what, the Broncos are kicking themselves for not trying that field goal when they were inside the 15, 20-yard line, whatever it was. I think it was, late first, early second quarter when they went forward on 4th and 1 and missed that opportunity, because that would have been a layup field goal. So that's now the second field goal. Now, this one you're not going to hold Lutz too much, his feet to the fire too much for missing this one, as it goes just left, considering what these conditions look like right now. But he missed that field goal earlier in the game, though, where it went, wide right or whatever it was. So, and that ball did get tipped too by a New England Patriot. So we just see that just now. So the ball did get tipped. So with about 8 minutes left to go in the fourth quarter, and you've got the New England Patriots holding on to a 3-point lead.
And so we're talking about the...
Oh, I'm sorry. What did I say? 8 minutes? Try 4:42. So you got 2 timeouts left for both teams, and Denver's got to get a stop here.
So you called it earlier about they were going to regret going forward earlier, huh? That's it's kind of
absolutely. Look, I get. If you've got Bo Nix on that 4th and 1, sure, you're going to go for it with Bo Nix. But it's Jarrett Stidham, man. All right. You the guy's got enough. You put enough pressure on him for being in that position. It's 4th and 1. Take the points when you can get points, because right now it'd be 10-10. Yeah, there we go. You were at your own, you were at the 16-yard line, 17, whatever it was, in that first quarter. You would have gone up 10-0 at that point, and it would have. You'd be at the very least looking at overtime right now, and the complexion of this game would be completely different if you go that route. So that's going to be a 4th down that you're going to be kicking yourself for if you're Sean Payton and the Denver Broncos, just because you've got too much. There's too much margin for error when you're playing with a backup quarterback like a Jarrett Stidham.
And you were kind of right on your whole analysis about, hey, Drake May can play bad too in some of these games, right? He hasn't been perfect in the 3 games that we've seen so far.
No, man, I'll tell you what, he has not looked good at all. And this is going to be, and again, the weather has not been great. If going into the Super Bowl, if New England holds on to win this football game, you're going to go into that game with, all right, you've beaten a perennially performing Charger team. Then you beat a Houston team where C.J. Stroud played maybe one of the worst playoff games we've ever seen from a historically good defense. And then you beat a backup quarterback, and then you played again in what's been pretty much a snowstorm in the fourth quarter. So you're going to have all that's going to be the backdrop for this New England team, who again, they've played good defense today. Make no mistake about that. But I think whoever wins that game between the Rams and Seahawks, I'm not going to say they're going to be a double-digit favorite, but I would venture to say the opening line will probably be around 7.5 going into that game.
Yeah, they're going to be underdogs for sure, no doubt about it. And we feel like that's why a lot of people feel like this Rams and Seahawks game is the Super Bowl. Like they feel like that this is the matchup that's going to decide who wins it. And I can't blame them for that. And as much as I was rooting for Chicago last week, Fred, when when Caleb Williams threw that phenomenal throw on fourth down, and it's crazy, by the way, but when he made that play, my whole focus was like, okay, I'm picking Rams, so I hope Bears win. But now thinking about it, I'm glad that the Rams did end up winning that game, because I don't believe, and you can chime in on this, but I don't believe Chicago would have had a chance against Seattle this weekend.
See, I think they would have. I mean, if you're going to beat a team like the Rams, I mean, especially when you get into like the NFC Championship and these levels of games, anything's possible, right? And plus, you would have seen them on, better, at least at the very least, you would have seen them with better field conditions, right? And I don't know what the weather looks like off the top of my head right now in Seattle, but I'm guessing it was better than what they had in Chicago. The question was going to be this, to your point. Would Caleb Williams have been the turnover machine that he's been throughout the playoffs? And that's ultimately what cost you the game, was him throwing that pick to DJ Moore. Now, we could also argue that, look, DJ Moore should have been better at running that route, which he absolutely should have been. But also, too, let's not bury the lead. That was the third interception that Caleb Williams had thrown that game. All right. And what did he throw? 3 picks against Green Bay. So that's one thing that going into year 3 of Caleb Williams that him and Ben Johnson are going to have to work on, is he's going to have to get better at not turning the ball over, which I think he will, right? I mean, this is only year 2 for him, and this is a guy that does play somewhat reckless. And this is this, and we know what Ben Johnson likes in his quarterbacks. He likes them to be a little more guarded, a little more measured in their approach. And I think you're going to see that with Ben Johnson. Meanwhile, much better punt this time around, which means it's even that much more difficult for Jarrett Stidham, who, I'll tell you what was he doing right there? He two-hands it over to R.J. Harvey. So I don't know. This is a dumpster fire of a drive already. I mean, Jarrett Stidham's got to get rid of that ball. You either got to run with it or get rid of it sooner, because you had nothing but green grass, had plenty of field in front of him open. So either way, just under 3 minutes left to go in this ball game. 2nd and 9, 2:35 left to go. They're at their own 33-yard line, so they've got work to do if they're going to get this thing done. All right, real quick. Anything sports-wise you're looking at for this week, Eric Casares?
Anything I'm looking at? Yeah, I mean, I guess who's just going to fill the remaining head coach vacancies? There's 3 or 4 left going on. I mean, I'm looking at guys like Clint Kubiak, maybe Chris Shula.
Interception.
Oh, really?
Ball game.
Man.
Ball game.
There you go. Shout out to
Colony Zone. The Colony Zone. Christian Gonzalez with the interception. Jarrett Stidham, just a awful throw. And why? I mean, just a duck of a throw. He had Marvin Mims, and I mean, Marvin Mims wasn't even looking when that ball was thrown. So, terrible throw, interception. This ball game's over.
Yeah. I guess that's what I'm looking for. Better weather for just in the DFW area.
Lion.
Warm up, and then who's filling in those remaining head coaching vacancies? That's what we'll be looking for this next week.
Jet.
I'll go to the Dallas Stars. It's almost getting concerning. I don't think we're seeing the turnaround that we were like, the new year, the Stars will come around. Maybe it's the Olympic break that they need. They just need something to go their way.
No, they absolutely do, and a great poll by you as well. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank each and every one of you who has stuck around with us today. Another solid weekend of programming here, live and local, here on 105.3 The Fan. Shout out, as always, to Jet Nelson. Another great show in the books for you, my friend, and for Trevor Beck for holding it down. For Eric Casares, I'm Fred Davis. Please stay warm out there. Be safe. Good night. God bless, and we'll see you tomorrow.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on The Fan. Keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan.